Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Uh, Tonight, I will have a special guest in the form of Tere Joyce from Not My Rabbit Hole, who will have to forgive me because I'm a terrible show host and forgot to put her YouTube channel in the description of this video, but I'm going to do that while we have our conversation here. For a long time now, people have been asking me to cover Max Spears, well-known conspiracy land character, and his deaths and the conspiracies surrounding his deaths. I looked into it a little bit, but I'm not an expert on him or his history, how he rose to prominence, what occurred when he apparently died of a drug overdose, and more. But Tere Joyce from Not My Rabbit Hole has been covering this subject probably since the beginning, and has interviewed Miles Johnson and others related to the Max Spears sort of saga, and has extensively also covered Sarah R. Adams, who you may recall we've covered here, the fake healer, fake psychic, fake. So I wanted to bring her here because she's much more well versed on the history and the, more knowledgeable about everything. I would like to also just make a note to anybody trying to send me Twitter messages. I have been suspended from Twitter for tweeting, quote, here's what I tweeted. It's a dick. It's a joke, not a dick. Don't take it so hard. It's a joke, not a dick. Don't take it so hard. I was suspended from Twitter for tweeting that. Now, despite anything that I think about Twitter, right now there are people from Hamas, there are people from the Islamic Brotherhood, there is Louis Farrakhan is allowed on Twitter spewing all kinds of hate and racism, and there are literally terrorists are allowed on Twitter. But I'm banned from Twitter for apparently tweeting, quote, it's a joke, not a dick, don't take it so hard. I don't even know what to say about this, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, we're unable to stream to Twitter until this situation is resolved. I filed an appeal. Nobody got back to me. I don't even know what to say about that. It's ridiculous that literal terrorists and Nazis and other people are allowed on Twitter today, but I'm not, because I tweeted, it's a joke, not a dick. Don't take it so hard. And by the way, that was in reaction to some feminazi who took issue with our apparently hiring an out-of-work stripper here to read the UFO news. This person was so dumb, they don't realize that that was a goof. It was a goof. It was a sketch. It was a comedic thing. It wasn't, I didn't. Anyway, we will not be able to stream to Twitter until the situation is resolved. And further, this really does impact us. So if you'd like to help us out, I would appreciate if you could copy and paste this video and tweet it out for us right now with the hashtag UFO Twitter, Tere Joyce, conspiracy, something like that. It would truly help us because I can't tweet this. That's the major way that people find out about the live shows. We're going to have lower attendance than usual, which really isn't fair. There's nothing I can do about it. These corporations do whatever they want to do, and it is what it is, friends. But I'm told, according to this, what do I have left on my suspension? 4 hours and 4 minutes left on my suspension. I guess I got to be more careful what I tweet in the future. Welcome to the world where you have freedom of speech as an American citizen, but not on a private platform. And, I get those arguments back and forth. Well, it's a private company. They can, whatever. Something's got to be done about these mega giant social media companies doing whatever they want. And just to be clear, I'm fine with there being rules, but the fact that there are literally terrorists telling people to go blow up, Jewish people in Israel right now on Twitter, and all manner of other people inciting violence and all this other stuff, that's allowed, but what I did is apparently too much. It's just ridiculous. Anyway, back to tonight's subject. Again, we'll be doing sort of a deep dive on Max Spiers and conspiracies surrounding Max Spiers. Bringing in our expert witness here. You may have seen her on Last Comic Standing. She was on the first season. And you may know her from the fact that I love this story. Apparently, the comedian Carrot Top and his friends tried to gangbang her once, but, you know, that's a story for another time. Welcome, Tere Joyce.
Hi. Thanks for having me on to talk about Max tonight. I want to make you mentioned that he died of an overdose, and that is not exactly correct. The
Which is why you're here.
Report says that he also right. Okay. Yeah. The autopsy report said there were drugs in his body. There was the Turkish form of Xanax. There was traces of heroin that was apparent, and he also had pneumonia. And any one of these things could have taken his life, but really, it's overall inclusive, and that's kind of like what forensic. Anthropologists, basically forensic analysis is. It's not really sometimes a total determination of what somebody's death is. It's more like, well, these causes may have caused him to die, but in a sense, like if it were a murder case or something like that, you'd have to go into court and have it like proven pretty much.
Okay, well,
not that really makes it any different, but he was ill at the time of his death.
Okay, well, I would like to start at the beginning because, honestly, I'm much more familiar with Sarah R. Adams and her superhero origin stories. First she said she was a super soldier and the black goo gave her superpowers. Then she was an alien hybrid and that's why she has superpowers. She retconned her superhero origin story several times. For those not very familiar with Max Spiers, can we talk about some of his claims, what he first came out with, what he was saying, what he was because he gave lectures on all of this stuff. And, I try to watch some of it. I'm like confused, really. Can you give us some insight into how he got started, how he got so popular and what he was saying?
Oh. Yeah, well, okay. There was a Carrie Cassidy had started this super soldier program type of thing with like, say, for example, Duncan O'Finian. If you go before Max and James and everybody else that came down the line, there was Duncan O'Finian and I guess a guy named Jeff Corsi. I think Jeff Corsi was his name. And I was on Revolution Radio at the time, a host, and there was also an Aaron Hicks that Carrie had interviewed. She came out and said that she was a Rothschild. She was the first person of that ilk that I had actually seen. And I think, and then they did these super soldier forums, which was in Henderson. The one that was where there was James and Sarah and Max at was in Henderson, Nevada. There was also Stephen D. Kelly was there. There were several people that were involved in this particular media that were part of that particular event. And that is where Carrie Cassidy did the initial interviews of James Casbolt and Max Spiers together. From there, this whole super soldier thing became coined. Now, the super soldier program is based on, I believe, the theory that the Nazis made contact with extraterrestrials, and it has like an Uberman thing, like the perfect soldier, augmented reality. Augmented asset. Not augmented reality, but chips and DNA tampering and MK Ultra mind control, and it kind of hybrided all those theories together. Now, the thing with Max is that he never called himself a super soldier. I'm not really sure how he got into this whole type of media. But I do know that his father was a famous actor. His grandfather was a famous actor, and his name was Herbert Percy. He was in the movie The Bridge Over River Kwai. He, went to, I guess, like schools paid, like, private schools. He was not in the normal school system. He was a childhood friend of Orlando Bloom's, the actor. There's a connection there. I think that maybe Orlando Bloom was like his godfather, or Kristen does as his godfather, even though they were the same age. So there's this association to that actor. And he would admit that I'm not, what you call a super soldier. However, he did talk about being in some kind of programs. He admitted to kind of like waking up and getting repressed memories. Even if you wanted, I mean, I'm not here to argue whether these things are valid or not. However, it is known that MK Ultra mind control really does exist, or did exist. At what point did it stop being practiced? We don't know. And there is a connection to claims that a lot of people that are in Hollywood are also victims of MK Ultra mind control. Specifically, even the comedian Roseanne has come out and admitted that she was. And that when she talks about it publicly, a lot of people in Hollywood come up to her and go, "Thank you so much for coming and talking about this." So that's kind of like where the background is. Like, he did speak on forums. He did go to these events because these events existed for them to be on. And I think that people like Kerry Cassidy and Miles Johnston and everybody else, they made a lot of money off of the super soldier conspiracy.
Sure. Yeah. And isn't it interesting that so much of the what I think is garbage information, it all starts with Kerry Cassidy. It's like she's at she was the genesis of so much garbage information that is now sort of accepted as conspiracy land mythology. Whether you believe the stories are true or not, they're out there now, thanks to her, making money, exploiting what a lot of people think are mentally ill people, or people that are having delusions or whatever. Right? So he starts with Miles Johnson and the Basis Project as well. They had an ongoing affiliation. Can we talk about Miles' role in publicizing this Max and popularizing him and his stories?
Well, I think that overall, Miles Johnston was the one who really popularized them. And, he had James Casbolt and, Max Spears as his prize stars, really. Max was charismatic. He was a good speaker. He was good looking. So was James Casbolt. They were, I've often wondered, were they just a bunch of actors coming up and saying what they were doing? Like, this is all pretend? Were they really saying something? The one thing that I find interesting about these two men, Max and James, is that James is nowhere to be found at the moment. He went to prison, but I thought he was released. We don't know where he went to. And James Casbolt was married to Haley Meyer, who was part of the Meyer grocery store family. So he's like, the heiress to the inside elite, basically, the 1% he was married into. And Max, had this kind of Hollywood pedigree family that he came from, so. Yeah, they were both a Miles Johnston vehicle, and a lot of the shows that they were on Miles Johnston's show. Now, when you go to where the problem that I have with everything, like I could say, oh, okay, yeah, he was just a drug addict, and he OD'd, and he was touched in the head, and blah 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 blah.
Honestly, that's what I thought.
The fact of the matter is right. Right. Okay. So, and that might be true. I mean, I can't prove that, that he wasn't that way. I did interview him before. I did have contact with him, up until, the time that he had died. And, he's well-spoken. He's well-researched in whatever he talks about, but the problem that I have with the circumstances around his death, number one, is the fact that his computer was wiped, all of the information was missing, and the fact that his cell phone was wiped. And one of the excuses about the cell phone is that Sarah Rachel Adams was sexting with him in the bathtub, and it accidentally dropped into the water. And then that was the first initial reason why they said, well, we don't have this information. Then Vanessa asked for the SIM card to be mailed to her, and when she got it, it was scratched, and it was sent to her in the crease of a book that was about human sacrifice. And I have crazy. Verified this. I'm not that's just crazy. Saying. I've talked. Right. That's a bit weird, right? So
well, especially to do that especially to do that to somebody's. I'm sorry, for those unaware, me and Terry seem to have this. Pardon us if we talk over each other because we have some kind of a delay going on here.
We do. So it's weird to like
try like over. Sorry, your turn. Okay, so it's kind of a sickening thing to do that to a grieving mother, to send her son's SIM card from his phone inside a book on human sacrifice. Like, who would do something like that to a grieving mother? That's gross. Absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And I think that a lot of people have had a lack of sensitivity for Vanessa. And to be honest with you, I care about that. I care about the fact that I just feel like she's been kind of used in many ways, and and also Sarah, and I'm going to say also Taj, has taken opportunity to push out some horrible, horrific rumors concerning Vanessa and Max that I'm not even going to repeat on air. But I will say this. I just think it's pretty damn hideous, and they're still saying it. But beyond this, like, the point that I'd like your audience to know, or whomever's listening right now, is when it comes to the cell phone dropping, and this is just one of the problems I have with the narrative, is that at the time of Max Spears' death, and I've confirmed this with Vanessa Bates, Max was really not in a relationship with Sarah at all. As a matter of fact, they had broken up. And also, if you watch the interview of Carrie Cassidy and Miles Johnston, the first one that they did post Max Spears' death, there's a woman named Sandra DeRoy who calls in, who also is part of this community. She is a filmmaker for targeted individuals. That's how she came on the scene, because Miles Johnston did a film contest. Okay. And she was communicating with Max before his death, and was even going to go to Poland to visit him to be in her film. And according to her, she says Miles told her not to go because they were going to do Max in. And that Miles said something like, don't you break your pretty little face. So she came out about a year ago and started talking about this. But despite all that stuff, the main thing that gets me is that even on that show, Sandra said that she spoke to Max maybe 10 days before he died. And he said that he still wasn't with Sarah, that he was not on drugs, that he was still detoxing, and was keeping toxic people out of his life. And so I find it really interesting that post Max's death, there was this sensationalism that happened in the BBC about how mysterious he died. There was a documentary that was done, all these stories came out in the paper which had Sarah in them, and Sarah even made claims in the paper that he was being harassed by Satanists. So this media took whatever opportunity it wanted to spin whatever stories they wanted, and then those stories they contradict themselves later on. My problem right away, early on, when Max died, I did a video and edited it down. Eventually, it was a show that I did on American Freedom Radio, and I was just kind of talking off the top of my head. I caught footage of Miles Johnston saying, on the initial show, oh, he wasn't doing any drugs. Oh, there was this thing about, Stuart Swerdlow, his wife, giving medication, and Sarah was upset, and blah, 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 blah. And all this stuff was like coming out in the media that way. And then like 3 weeks later, Miles is in front of a camera saying, and I have footage of it. I have it edited into a video to show the dichotomy of what he said, and then a Facebook post saying, oh, once the autopsy's together, we're going to know that it's drug overdose, plain and simple. Like within 3 weeks, he was already pitching another narrative to people than the initial interview with Carrie Cassidy. That bothers me in media, because this is not the only media I've been involved in. And so one of the reasons why I wanted to be involved in online media, or that I really kind of started to become my own journalist and talking about things, because I could see that how the mainstream media worked anyways. It's the control of the narrative before the autopsy come in, and that bothered me. And then Miles Johnston in that Carrie Cassidy interview does not get his last dates correctly of what show he was on and where he was at the time. And I was listening to Christine Joanna Hart's show, and in my video, I pointed out that he didn't get it right when he was in Cyprus. And after I did that, and I don't mean to cause drama, but after I did that, I got harassed. I basically, Christine went after me. And then I had all these sock puppet accounts. Like one day I woke up and all of my social media was just like going nuts. I literally had somebody approach me as the Communist Party, telling me that I was a horrible person. And I was like, wow, that's like getting a compliment from Satan. It's like, I couldn't believe it. It was really weird. And I got to say, it's not because of that incident, but my life has not really been the same since that initial pointing that out. I have been, and I know it's not the only thing that's causing it, but I have had just awful.
I've seen some of that, and I also think that we should at least mention that when this Max Spears died, Conspiracy Land went nuts with all these conspiracies, and people were making monetized videos basically telling all kinds of fairy tales about what really happened to Max Spears. And you can still see some of that on the internet. And that is sort of just despicable to me, regardless of what I think about his so-called information. He was a human being. He died tragically young. He has family. He has a mother. Leave him alone. Don't use his death to make monetized videos telling people that, the men in black came and murdered him in his sleep, and what did this and did that, and there was all of this stuff going around about what really happened, as if these people were some sort of authority on him, his life, his death, and what, quote, really happened to him, right?
Yeah, there is a lot. I mean, there are some things that you can sift through, the conspiracies, and try to piece the facts as much as possible. Like my question is like, well, how is it that, I mean, again, like if they're right, because look, Taj and Sandra DeRoy went on Sean Atwood's show last year and sat there together, and Tash still confirmed the dropping in the cell phone story. And I'm like, okay, if that, how does that happen? If Sandra DeRoy was on Carrie Cassidy and Miles together talking about Max for the first time, calling in on that phone and saying that Max said he wasn't in a relationship with her. And then later on, years later, Sandra comes up with another theory about things, and they end up going on Sean Atwood's show because they're going to tell all the people that he probably got killed for, the list of people in Hollywood that's like involved. They want to name drop, who the child predators are.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I like how they're always picking on Tom Hanks.
Right. So how do they know that I kept asking that question over and over again, like how could the cell phone drop because of Sarah if they weren't in a relationship? Like, who made that story up? And then who benefited from making that story up? Like, it really benefited Sarah to go to the press and make it look like she was still his current fiance. She was his fiance at one time, but she wasn't at the time of the death. And when I see people in this media making up stories about somebody's death that in some way is under investigation or was at one time, then you're lying. And why are you lying? Why are you saying something that is not? And I got to say, ever since I've said that, I mean, Sarah has come after me so hard this last year with picture, like I've had people on Instagram, like I know she was part of it. They drew penises on towards my face with sploosh coming on it and talking to me about personal things.
No,
I know someone like her would know. Oh no.
They made dudes jizz on you.
Yes.
That is terrible, Tere Joyce.
She finds me on every platform she could possibly find me on, and then and then like threats like, oh, well, there, the one where she said that I, threatened to rape her, came into my chat, said I threatened to rape her, and that one of her superpowers was that she was blunt. I'm like, you know what, Sarah, that's not a superpower, first of all.
Well, she does have a lot of superpowers.
So why is she doing this to me, though?
And for those unaware of Sarah,
what problem
Sarah
does she have with me?
Yeah, and for those unaware, Sarah is a fake. Well, first she was a fake super soldier. Then she decided she was a fake alien hybrid. Then she decided she was just a totally 100% alien, no longer a hybrid. Then she decided, no, I'm none of those things anymore. I'm a psychic intuitive healer. And she does things like sell people $250 medbed sessions where you go through a Stargate up to the spaceship and get your medbed session and meet the extraterrestrials. But of course, it's just a Skype call. So, her attacking anybody else's credibility is ridiculous. If you ask, I just sit back and watch. And for those unaware also, Sarah R. Adams has threatened to sue me 10 times now publicly for saying that her superpowers aren't real and that she scams people selling garbage to them. Yeah, and we hear this often. I've heard this story often.
Yeah.
Maybe you could comment on this. He vomited black goo before he died. I've heard that.
It wasn't. It was black liquid. I don't know if you would call it like black goo, but apparently he was vomiting some sort of liquid that was black, and he had done that. The interview, the last interview. I don't know if you've ever listened to it. It's very difficult to listen to. He's not okay. He's slurring his words.
He's inebriated.
It sounds like he needs medical attention. Right. And they don't give him any medical attention. And that's not the first time that Max has been interviewed under the influence of something. Miles Johnston took it upon himself to interview Max under the influence and then kept the tape for many years. Like, he came to me even back in 2018 and talked about it and said, as if he might show it to me, like as if I'm showing it to certain researchers because it has, this particular information. And the one thing that got me just recently is I've seen that footage now. I've gotten a copy of that tape, that interview, and I've seen it. And I know that his most recent upload about Brighton, Brighton.com, about the Max and Sarah interviews, he published the first half with Max because it happened on the same day. And then he's edited part of the drunken interview without explaining anything about it and just stuck it in there. like not explaining to people why he was in the state that he was. If you watch the actual footage, which by the way, the first part is on my Spotify because I published it. I published it because I wanted to show like what the whole interview was and how first of all, Miles comes out on the video and says he claims Max was assassinated now. They always change their stories. None of them are consistent. Like I said,
yeah, it gets more and more fantastic.
Oh,
it gets more and more fantastic. Yeah,
right. Just whatever they want. Right. So he says Max was assassinated, and that earlier that day he got triggered in the morning. There were agents swarming them everywhere, blah 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 blah, at the pub or wherever they were at, and that Max was inebriated and explains. He says, but there's really important information. Let's all be adults and look at this information. And then he sends that to Vanessa and says, I think it's time to publish this now. Really doesn't even give her the option to like say, no, I don't think it should be published. And then ends up like taking a part of it and taking a slice out of it and then just going, yeah, here it is. And I abhor that in media. It's something that bothers me so much because they do it all the time. They take somebody out of context and somebody says something, they go, oh, look, he is racist or he is this. Look at him say this. But if you showed the beginning and the end, what they said would make different sense to you. It's a trick.
People take everything out of context.
And so,
they take things out of context.
So that's my argument.
Yeah, I just got called a misogynist for hiring a stripper to read the UFO news, and they really thought that I hired a real stripper. They were so offended. It was a goof. It was Intel lady dressed up like a stripper. It wasn't, But anyway, yeah, people take things out of context. But what was so troubling to me to see when this guy died, like I said, is just, he was a human being. So let him rest in peace, regardless of what you believed or didn't believe. But we see this time and time again, like when Mark McCandlish died, people had all kinds of conspiracy theories that the men in black came and murdered him because he was getting too close to the truth about aliens and telling people the truth. It's nonsense. It's just, anything to keep a story going. And dead men tell no tales. So what always bothers me is that oftentimes, like in the case of Mark McCandlish, I don't think that he had many friends in conspiracy land to stand up for him and say, don't go lying on him. He just died by suicide tragically. Leave him, rest in peace, leave him alone. So I stood up and did it. And boy, the nutters came out of the woodwork telling me how wrong I was. And the men in black killed him. And, it just, come on, especially when somebody dies tragically, like Max or this Mark McCandlish, like it's one of my pet peeves, like leave them alone. They have family. Sometimes they have children. They have sisters or brother, mother, father grieving their loss. And you're on the internet telling fairy tales about what happened. Here's the truth about that guy's death, And it seems to me, too, that Sarah R. Adams
One thing I do.
She rose to prominence just because she was that guy's girlfriend, right?
That's right. That's what I think. And there are a couple things that are kind of odd about it. I want to get back to Sarah for a second. Well, one thing about Sarah is that Sarah was on the phone post his death doing a ritual with them. That is a fact. That has been confirmed by Vanessa.
Yeah, wasn't that something? So he would rise from the dead. He was going to rise from the dead or something based on some kind of magic ritual she was doing, or they were going to transfer his soul into another body or some nonsense.
But obviously they were trying to do something. Like she talked about how you can get somebody's soul in a bottle of wine or milk or something like this. There was this. Like that has like been verified. Like that's not really folklore, Oh, Deborah Kale. Hi, Deborah. I saw that go up for a second. Yeah. So there now in terms of like James Casbolt and Max Spears, they were talking about something back in 2014 that a lot of people who follow BooAnon now talk about. They were the first people to talk about vampirism on children and things like this, and the elite and those kind of. I don't want to get your channel in trouble, so I'm.
Yes,
I think you know what I'm talking about.
17th letter of the alphabet.
Okay, it became 17th letter of the alphabet, but they were saying it beforehand, and so that therein lies the. I don't know. Now they're not on the internet anymore. Like, is that really what might be a part of it? And I, you know, again, I've got feelings about the 17th letter of the alphabet that it's, you know, but it doesn't mean that some of that might not be real, or is it real? Like the definitive of that particular kind of activity that we're talking about before everything else exploded. This media has included that as part of like what these programs are, or what the elite do, or what the Illuminati is, or whatever. Now, maybe that started with David Icke. Maybe that started with, you know, in this area, but they did talk about those things. And that is kind of like the theory of like, well, what was on a Max's computer? Like, what part of, like, why would everything that he had been working on or talking about be wiped off of everything? I don't know.
Yeah, so
like I have a question mark in that, and the main thing that bothers me the most is how this media has covered it, and how they have used it. Like, I think that Miles is publishing that on Brighton because he's still trying to get some sort of juice out of views of Max, even though he's dead, and he doesn't care about how he's being depicted.
Max Spears, others have said it was sort of a cash cow for Miles Johnson, and he was the most popular of the people that he had interviewed, so he kept bringing him back and bringing him back and bringing him back, and others that didn't get as many views as Max, he wouldn't keep bringing back and bringing back and bringing back. So yeah, like, what a vampire. The guy's dead and you're still trying to make a couple bucks off of him, telling fairy tales about his death. But you mentioned that everything that he was working on has been wiped, right? Like his laptops, his computers, his phone, his mother. You have spoken to his mother. Has she verified to you that everything was wiped?
Yes.
His computers, his laptops?
Yes. Yes, she has.
Very strange.
Yes.
Well, there could be a lot of reasons for that. Some people have said that there was, you know, people near him or around him were getting him drugs and things, and that there might have been some information related to drugs or messages about picking up and dropping off drugs. So somebody may have gotten to his devices to erase all that, to escape any responsibility for what may have been a drug-induced death, right?
May have been a drug-induced death. I mean, when you, first of all, why? Oh, here's one thing that I do want to bring up in terms of the drugs and everything. Max had, you know, obviously it was known that he had a drug problem, and he had been to rehab for it, and also he was working on creating content for people who had been in programs or who had been sexually abused, that might have been, you know, have that kind of issues, and to help them, because those kind of people sometimes have drug addictions. So he wanted to help do something that would help other people like that. That was a goal of his. But in terms of like being given drugs, like, obviously he was staying with people that if it was known that he had a drug problem, they were just willing to like offer it to him anyways without caring. And, you know, it was like the person who bought it, Monica Duval, actually paid for those Turkish Xanax. It was purchased by her. The drug purchase came from her. like giving access to him having it. And I want to bring up the discussion of targeted like gang stalking, or when you, and I know a lot of people like, oh, I don't believe this is true. Well, you might believe it if it's something like that might be happening to you in some way. And I think, and I had a similar experience where I was invited to go on a project, and I'm lucky I got home and they were right away and like wanting to give me drugs. The first day I was there, giving me a bong to smoke at a scene when the scene didn't call for it, and I did do it, and things that are like actually illegal to have on a set. I think that when you're being targeted and they want you to be taken out in some ways, they do not want the karmic responsibility for it. So what happens is that you get tempted. They want to know if you are an addict, then you want to get you started again. And then, it's real easy to, like, if you're living at somebody's house and you're in a foreign country and you don't have much money, because I'm pretty sure he wasn't making the big bucks by speaking on all these conferences. That's not normally how it works. So when you are in the care of somebody else and at their whim, and they're giving you the food, let's say you do a drug and then they put like a little bit of something here and there in your drink and your food or whatever, so that when you do die and your toxology report does come out, then they can go, oh, well, they had this, this, and this, and this. Well, were they actually aware that was in there, that they took that in or not? It karmically, on a spiritual level, if you're the person who does it, then you gave consent for it. You were the one who did the first drug. So everything else that might be put in that sends you over the thing, you're OD'd, will not fall on the people that are doing the harassment.
Yeah.
I know that sounds really way out there, but I think that they're like, when you see celebrities dying or you see somebody getting a hit, I think it's, and I've talked to other people on this topic too as well, and it's really about you doing you in. It's about belittling you or harassing you or doing whatever you can, organized whatever happening around your house, or bugging or whatever it is. That is all meant for you to either lose your mind over it and be incarcerated, or they want you to like actually kill your own self. And then they're all happy and somebody gets a nice little paycheck probably after all that.
Well, and I thought we could talk for a little while about what is. Yeah. I think it's very, we got to connect some dots there. But yeah, and I thought we could talk for a little while about what actually, because people are arguing about this in the live chat. Some are saying, no, he wasn't a super soldier. He got pushed into that. Like, what was he talking about in his lectures? What was he purporting himself to be, an experiencer? He was talking about aliens sometimes, AI, black goo, super soldier stuff, Mars jump rooms. What was his sort of shtick in conspiracy land? And what got him so popular?
That's hard to define. That's why I think that people, saw him as being a UFO researcher, as opposed to calling him, a super soldier. He was talking about Hollywood sometimes, which is an interest of people. That's why I wanted to interview him, because his grandfather was an actor, and I had become interested in the Dave McGowan book, Inside the Canyon, which is about the Laurel Canyon scene and how the military-industrial complex has pretty much, created like the hippie movement, or how the mamas and the papas and Frank Zappa, they were all in that area, and the Air Force Base that's up on the top of Laurel Canyon that Jared Leto lives in now, and everything like that. That whole scenario was of interest to me at the time that I interviewed him, and that's what I really, when we had a topic, he had a lot of knowledge about that. And if somebody comes from a family that is in film and television, I was interested in having him on as a guest. So he did that. he talked a lot about that topic I'm talking to you about the Illuminati, about the elite, about the MK Ultra mind control, the victimization of having MK Ultra mind control. And one thing that Max did say, and I think this affected a lot of people, and it really affected me because I'm a big softie. And he said this on my show. We talked about Robin Williams and whether or not we thought Robin Williams was a hit or not. Like if he was not, because like a lot of times you just see celebrities dying for whatever reason, there's a lot of times there's a conspiracy after that when they do die. Right now, everybody's talking about Bob Saget. But, there are some strange things going on about Bob Saget in his death, right? So,
I didn't know about that, and I read into it and I was shocked. I was like, wow, they're just going to call this a suicide, a closed case? Woo-hoo. There is some weird stuff going on with him. So, yeah.
Yeah, and then there's the whole thing, not to go off on Bob Saget, but this whole Full House thing, and the some of the things that he said that were really inappropriate. That whole it's weird too about Full House because I'm kind of connected to it in a weird way because I did. There was one time where I was dating John Stamos's one of his best friends before Full House happened, and I was at John Stamos's house, and I answered the phone.
Did he try to gangbang you?
His mom. No.
But he didn't try to gangbang you like Carrot Top?
Yeah, if it was John Stamos, I might have done it, but I'm kidding. Maybe not. Who knows? But
boy,
I talked to his mom before the show actually really spent. Oh, he's gorgeous. I mean, come on. Come on.
Not my gorgeous. Cup of tea. So
he's not your cup of tea. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
He was beautiful back then, and he still is a good-looking man, I think. But out of all of them, and then Dave Coulier, I've done a scene with before in a production thing, so kind of bumped into that world a little bit. But
that Hollywood world, yeah,
so back in the 80s, I was dating his friend. When I was like 24, and they were like 24 back then. Yeah,
you're dating yourself. Yeah.
Even before well, it's probably, I think it was like 1980. Was I doing stand-up yet? I think it might have. Yeah, I was doing stand-up. So I'm trying to find the time frame. Probably like 1986, 1987, something, right? I think whenever that show came out, it was like they were in production of it. So I was like actually really hearing about it. But back to Max. I just think that there's a lot of suspicion still shrouding around his death, and I do think that Sarah has lied about certain things concerning him, and then that she profited off of it. And I think that she's still trying to be in control of that footage that Miles has. So, I think it's going to be edited according to Sarah.
She threatened. I know that she threatened Miles Johnson with a lawsuit if he didn't take down her original "I'm a Super Soldier" video, because now she doesn't want people to see that she used to be a super soldier. Now she's a super powered psychic healer. So I know for a fact that she tried to threaten him to take those videos down, because it conflicted with her latest superhero origin story. It's interesting.
Right, but that's too bad because.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
How do you have a lawsuit with something like that? Because if you did, like right now, if I'm doing the show with you, right? But let's say like 10 years, like 5 years later, I don't want people to see me talking about this. It's I can't sue you to take it down. I consented to be here. So that's just that's ridiculous.
Well, just so everybody's aware, though, anybody that's ever been a guest here, if they asked me, look, I really don't want you to leave that up, I would probably, just out of respect for the guest, take it down. But sometimes no, like I'm sure there's a few guests like that. Angelique came on here and stormed off after 10 minutes, would prefer I take it down. That I won't take down because I just won't, and it is what it
Right.
is. Yeah.
It's your content.
Yeah. So we talked about some of the things. I suppose one of the reasons that a lot of I'm super into conspiracies, but I remember when he was getting so popular, I just listened to him a little bit and I went, okay, he's talking about stuff that I've heard about, and it appeared to me at least that he was gluing together or connecting a lot of dots, kind of like Alex Jones does, into some more grander conspiracy. He talked about the Illuminati, bloodlines. He talked about, secret government stuff and underground bases, and it just didn't seem anything new to me. It seemed like he had pulled together a bunch of stuff from conspiracy land. So I didn't have very much interest in him, but I realized that he got super popular super quickly, and was making the rounds at all these conferences and things like that.
Yeah, he did. Again, like as you're talking, I realized I trailed off into Bob Saget and stuff. And I think that the one thing that he did say on my interview that I had was he talked about the human heart, like the reason why we lost Robin Williams is because people loved him, and so the elite like to harm people on this heart level. And he talked about how Earth in the solar system was the heart of the solar system, and that is why it was wanting to be imprison it, because it still had heart and compassion compared to other planets. Maybe that was it. I mean, maybe that opened up people and made them want to wow, froze up there for a minute. Maybe that made them want to follow him. But I think he was just one of those people that was charismatic. He was a good speaker. It's like he was an actor. It's like a good actor.
Yeah,
it's like
if you look at him, he was handsome, he was charismatic, and he was a good storyteller. I didn't I just never. I listened to him a few times and then I lost interest. But I will give him that. Good-looking guy, very charismatic. The women loved him, and he was good at putting these stories together and explaining these things and connecting all these dots that, to me, I don't know. But yeah, it's interesting. And I did get that actor vibe from him. I thought this guy is, because he was, chiseled face, and he was handsome and very charismatic. And that may have been the secret to some of his success. Oh, okay.
Yeah, he actually. I mean, I think he wanted to be one. I mean, he was in that. He was trying to be an actor, and I think he did take. I think he did take research. I think I heard that Miles pressured him. I need new material from you. I need new material from you. So it he talked about his background. He talked about how, he had MK Ultra mind control and these different things. He said his own stories just like everybody else did, but he also spoke about a bunch of other topics that really had nothing to do with him per se. And, because, he was a super soldier. He was like an expert on the information. And I think that's how he was invited to all these different conferences and things like that.
Yeah. So I think maybe we can switch gears, unless you have more to share. I think we could switch gears. And
no, I'm good with.
Yeah, I think we were going to do a show before all about this Oki's Weird Stories, and how, for those unaware, there's a YouTube channel, right? It's called Oki's Weird Stories. Is that what it's called? And he basically, this guy,
I think so.
Yeah, this guy from Oki's Weird Story YouTube channel, he decided that what he was going to do is he was going to study all this super soldier stuff. And then he was going to invent a whole story about him being a super soldier. And by the way, in his story, he was trained by a clone of Kevin Spacey. right? And he went to Mars and
Right.
fought aliens, and then he goes on the Super Soldier Channel's YouTube show and tells his whole story. And they bought it hook, line, and sinker. People were in the comments talking about how accurate his information was and how his story resonated with them, and they're a super soldier too, and all this nonsense. Let's talk for a while about the fact that that whole community was so easy to fool by somebody completely faking it, right?
Yeah, they were, and the documentary is called "How I Infiltrated a Bizarre Conspiracy Cult." Is the name of it, and it's uploaded on his channel on YouTube, and then I mirrored some of it and did commentary on my channel when I first watched it. And what he did, like, he was watching it like I got caught up in it, but I got caught up in the super soldier stuff back. Like, I got caught up in it in like 2011, 2010 was when I was first watching these guys. And before I even joined this media, I was watching. It was kind of one of those things where I didn't want to tell people I was watching it, but I was fascinated by it. These guys are just saying these outlandish stuff.
Maybe you were looking for, you were looking for your own Captain America. That's what I think.
Yeah,
you wanted to find your own Captain America, right?
This is trippy, and so but he was watching it, and then of course he didn't totally believe it, and then and in the documentary you see Captain Randy Kramer and all Benjamin Fulford and like Corey Good, a lot of the people that are involved in the Super Soldier program. They watch Corey Good, they watch all these different, he's in the mix as well, and they have their he drew a line, he put all the different stories because there's a certain narrative that matches down.
Yeah.
And I find it really interesting that Kevin, right? Like, it's got its own anthology happening. And when they came out and said that Kevin Spacey, like, you're like, well, where does Kevin Spacey come from? Well, Kevin Spacey was in a movie called The Men Who Stare at Goats, which is the closest thing to anything like a super soldier, something that it would have involved MK Ultra mind control or psychic abilities, because it was a sect of the military that really did exist. And there was a documentary done where a man was able to stop a goat's heart with their mind. So there has been work done in that way where they wanted to use these things in the military, because when you talk about super soldiers, you get into remote controlling and energetic work and warfare that doesn't have to do with guns, and but it's the whole thing has been really stretched out of proportion with this whole anthology. So Oki actually took that, one of those stories, made up his own narrative about what was going on, and then finally, like, okay, now James Rink is another person that's kind of like an offshoot of all of this. I say offshoot, but he has like the Super Soldier Talk Forum Live, or and so continuously, and he actually, I think, accepts, like, in the documentary, I think it's like $200 to have a session with James Rink, and then he says, well, I'm booked up, I can't take you till later. So it's like a month later, finally does it, and the guy Oki just spills out his story that he practiced so well, and James is just sitting there going, yeah, oh, okay, like, it's,
I know, he ate it up.
With he it all, ate and it. Says, hey,
Yeah, he ate it up, and the entire audience loved it. The audience loved it. The little details he added, like being trained by a Kevin Spacey clone and all this other nonsense. And he was talking about the weapons that he used. And I always think that, honestly, I'm so into conspiracy land stuff, but as soon as I hear super soldier talk, I check out, because I go, this is ridiculous. This is Captain America. I read that comic as a child, and they all have their... and then we have like James Caswald, who literally says that he has lasers that can pop up out of his arms and stuff. And all these guys always have superpowers, but they won't show us the superpowers. And one of the things that I always find funny too about these super soldiers is that they're always in terrible shape. You never see like a big buff guy come out and say he was in a super soldier program. It's always some fat, balding, overweight guy that looks like a slob, you know. And famously, I don't know if you know this, Tere Joyce, but Randy Kramer, I did a show on him, and he kind of through a mutual friend like threatened me, you know, like he was going to beat me up or something. And I said, here's what I'll do. I will rent a boxing ring anywhere you want, Randy Kramer. And you're a super soldier. I'm just some normal human slob. So you should be able to beat the living shit out of me, right? In a box. You're a super soldier. I offered him $10,000 to get in a boxing ring with me for however many rounds he wanted, 3 rounds, 12 rounds, whatever he wanted. And if he beat me up and beat me in a boxing match, I would give him the 10 grand. Crickets. Because I just wanted to get in a boxing ring with him and prove he doesn't have superpowers. You know, and it's funny when you like confront some of these people with how much what they're talking about is a delusion, they lose their minds because it's like something breaks in their head. Like, oh my God, this guy is saying that my stories are fake and I'm fake and this isn't real. They lose it a little bit, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, especially if they're, you know, they're not real. I mean, if you are real, then why? I mean, obviously, why would you care, really?
Yeah, prove it.
If right, you know, you'd go, okay, sure, but Randy Kramer's an interesting one, actually. I think I interviewed him one time too, and it was on my other channel. I don't know. I think I have the footage on something, a thumbnail or something like that. But I did back when I was on Revolution Radio. I did interview him.
Oh God!
And he smoked a vape pen the whole time. He like he was vaping cannabis while I did the interview. Believe it or not.
Well, I can't blame him for that. But, you know, one of the things that's interesting about him is that he literally describes weapons from the video game Halo. Like somebody asked him, like, what kind of weapons did you use on Mars when you were fighting those aliens? And he described weapons that were exact to the Halo game weapons, which is just hysterical to me. You know, like he's using video game, you know, laser guns and disruptor weapons, and it's just so ridiculous, you know. And that guy, of course, claims to, you know, be a Marine and a Navy SEAL at the same time, which is impossible. Ask any Navy SEAL. You can't be in the Marines and the Navy at the same time. It's absolutely ridiculous. But it is what it is. That guy's still very popular. He sells, what does he sell? A course on how to become psychic and move things with your mind for thousands of dollars. Crazy. But I'm sorry, back to Oki's strange stories. What?
Okay,
so
back to Oki.
Casball took it down after he realized he got punked, right? He took the video down, the full video of the interview.
You mean James Rink?
James
Yeah.
Rink,
After he got punked. Because like first he had the session for the $200, right? And then he verified, yeah, you've definitely been in the program. And do you want to speak in Vegas? And then so the documentary filmmaker went out to Vegas to a David Farman UFO event. And I don't know if you guys have ever been to one of his events, but I have actually. And so, you know, but it's like crickets there. There's not crickets, but there's hardly any. I mean, it seems like those events are getting worse and worse. And maybe in terms of people really showing up at it. Now, maybe he's making money off of the live streams that people are buying, you know, of the different speakers. So they go to these different things, and then the next day he does an interview with James Rink while he is in Vegas telling a story. And, you know, and then afterwards he just basically walks out, and it's like him getting on the plane and talking about his experience. And Oki says, like, as I had practiced my story over and over again, and I said it was almost like I believed it myself. Like I could almost see myself like writing books.
He did a great job.
Stuff like that. But, you know, that's not, yeah. Yeah, he did. And now the aftermath of that is that, and I mirrored it on my channel a little bit. There's another channel on YouTube that interviewed James Rink, and they kept saying that he had a gargoyle. Like the filmmaker, had all these, they could remote viewing him and what his purpose was, and that he's very low vibration, basically going to, going to, hell or whatever that is.
Satanist. Yeah,
and
he's a
there's
Satanist.
a gargoyle attached. Right, yeah. And he has a gargoyle attached to his throat chakra, which that's like, lately, like there's some people that, I know, like Charles from Project Camelot, we keep like joking about the gargoyle, like how there's a gargoyle attachment all the time. So
I love this. Matt R is mentioning that Rink remembered that he is a Hulk, and now there's 4 other people. Like if you look, it's a kind of a guilty pleasure of mine, this James Rink Super Soldier channel. Once in a while, I tune in just to hear the ridiculous nonsense that his guests talk and watch him sit there. There are literally people that go on his channel and claim to be the Hulk, like they grow to be 10 feet tall and have all this muscle. And my thing is always like, do it right now. Show us. This is such nonsense. But yeah, there are people claiming to be the Hulk, or like, they all have different kinds of superpowers. I think they all read too many comic books or something. It's crazy.
Well, that's the whole thing. I mean, it is based on the superheroes, and there's some people who believe that they are that superhero in real life, that the superheroes are based on somebody. But then again, interesting enough, in this video that's the drunken video of Max, he makes mention of Superman, and that Superman, the character Superman, is connected to this kind of Nazi Uberman thing. That right, and that the people that played Superman had interesting things happen to them. That there's a link between like Christopher Reeves and the original guy and this and that, but there is this link to that part of the UFO conspiracy. Matter of fact, I'm taking a speech class, persuasion, and the last time you asked me to come and talk about OP, right? Yeah, I'm taking it, and one of the things is I had to do like a perspective. Like the topic that I ended up with is, are there really extraterrestrials? And then I narrowed it down with my instructor that it was, did the Nazis make contact with extraterrestrials? And I did a perspective speech on it where I gave different examples, but I didn't say that I believe one way or another. Now I'm going to do one where I say it's a fact. I'm taking the proving it as true angle. Personally, I don't know for sure, what is or what isn't, but I personally am interested in that aspect of everything in terms of extraterrestrials, and the knockoff of the spirituality that came from like the Vril Society and the Thule Society and the women with the long hair and Aldebaran and all that kind of Hollow Earth, which was written by the Hollow Earth, came from a guy who wrote a book. The guy who wrote it, God, I'm forgetting his name right now, but he coined the phrase, the word is mightier than the sword. That the guy who coined that phrase was the one who wrote the Hollow Earth story. Frank something. Yeah. Anyway, sorry.
That's funny. Yeah. It's just this whole super soldier thing to me is it's just kind of ridiculous. Like there would be one thing if some of these people had some kind of evidence, but none of them ever provide any evidence or show us their superpowers. At that point, I check out. I'm like, these guys can go on the internet for hundreds of hours. If you look at somebody like Randy Kramer, hundreds of hours, or Casbolt or Rink, they've spent hundreds or thousands of hours in some cases talking about their superpowers on the internet, but they never show us the superpowers. So to me, it's a big letdown. Like, come on, Captain America. That looks like, 80-year-old, Captain America that got fat and stopped working out. Or it's just kind of ridiculous, right?
Well, it sounds really outlandish. The interesting thing is that there's so many people that identify with it. you know, that they've been gravitated towards it, and they feel like they also were either MK Ultra or however. And you know, I don't want to discredit any of that, you know, or people who have identified, but I think that some of the people that have identified with it may not be totally mentally or emotionally healthy. You know, it's like it's almost like they want to believe in something, just like people want to believe in, you know, in different religions. You know, it's something like it, and it allows somebody to feel like they belong to a group. And I think that we all want to, in some ways, belong to something. And who doesn't want to be a superhero or have special powers or be special? And I think that's the allure, is that I'm special and I have special abilities. You know, and so that might be some of the attraction to identifying with it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think a lot of it is a form of escapism for people who feel maybe unacknowledged or don't feel very special or important in their lives. They're not getting attention for whatever reason. They're very besides their claims of having all these superpowers and these space adventures that they go on in the Mars, that they're very ordinary, boring people. So I've often thought that, yes, it's some form of escapism. Like you said, I'm special. I've got these special abilities. I've got these superpowers. I go on adventures. I saved Earth. And they're always this big hero. And they place themselves at the center of the stories as some kind of big hero. It is crazy phenomenon, this whole thing, really. Somebody mentioning
one thing I did want to
sure, I'm sorry, I'm just putting up some of the comments from the live chat. If we have a little bit of time left, I don't want to keep Tere here too long. If you guys have questions for Tere Joyce, please put them in all capital letters. Maybe she can answer some of your questions. Actually turning into very good attendance. We've got 120 something people watching. Thank you all for being here. Please be sure to smash the subscribe button and the notification bell if you haven't already. I see some new faces in the live chat. Welcome all new friends. If you enjoy this kind of content, we do 3 to 5 new shows every week. And Tere is a friend of the show, will be probably a frequent guest coming back. Actually, I'm going to do something and embarrass you at the risk of wait a minute. Let me see here. At the risk of a copyright strike, did you know that somebody is putting, I don't know, this channel is called Comedy Time. Did you see Comedy Time's YouTube channel? Tere?
Yeah, I've been on Comedy Time before.
Oh, look at there's a bit you did called "You Really Don't Look Like a Hooker," and we're gonna.
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna share it right now because it's funny and embarrass you a little bit. So here we go.
Okay.
Oh, but wait a minute. Let me put up my fair use banner here. 1 second. This is a transformative.
Oh yeah, because it is not. It's not. Yeah. I don't have control of it.
Yes, sorry. We're educating the public and critiquing the videos that we are sharing. This that we are sharing is one of Tere Joyce's stand-up comedy, a portion of her stand-up comedy routines, and it's called "You Really Don't Look Like a Hooker" by Tere Joyce. So,
oh my God, I forgot some of that material. I forgot. Yeah,
I had to embarrass you. Sorry, but I think that you should include more of that, of your comedy bits in your own videos, like even just as a bumper to start or end, or like it's good stuff. I love the joke about faking an orgasm. My wife is very funny sometimes too. I go, somebody was talking about faking orgasms, like one of her friends, and she goes, "I would never ever do that." And I go, "You would never fake an orgasm?" And she said, "Absolutely not. I'm not going to encourage subpar performance out of any man." So she wouldn't fake one because that's
funny.
Yeah, like they better keep going until I come. I'm not faking it, This is taking a strange turn.
Right.
And, yeah.
Well, you know, there.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, thanks for showing that. You know, I'm not. That's nice. Thanks for showing that. I appreciate that. It's funny to look back at some of that material. I know exactly that time frame. I had been on Last Comic Standing at that point when after I'd done that set at that time, because the bit with the martini was something that I was working on doing in the competition for the 3rd season. So I know that I was trying that out. Then I don't know if you want that backstory, but
yeah, I used to do a bit like that where I would come out on the stage to do the magic show. And I would do about 5 minutes of magic, and then I would just stop, and I would start looking at my watch, and I would start smoking and drinking a beer, and then people would start looking at me, and I would always pick some guy in the audience, and I would say, "This guy's looking at me funny. What's your problem? I'm on a break. Don't you get a break like this at your job? Sounds like you picked the wrong job, pal." And keep drinking the beer. It was great. But this is a great kind of a funny joke, too, because nobody is expecting you to take a martini out of your purse, right? And that was a bit from Last Comic Standing, too?
You know, I did it on the 3rd season in competition, and some of those other... I mean, like, you want to know this, but I know that at that time when I was doing that set, I was actually prepping myself. I was trying that bit out there that night so that I could get it down to do it in the competition of that show. Because we came back for a 3rd season, and which was it wasn't the same, because the first seasons of Last Comic Standing, it was more of a reality show, you know, like it was a hybrid between Big Brother and American Idol. So we were competing, on stage, but we were also living in a house and showing those dynamics. And I was on the season when Ralphie May was on the show. Dat McFan was the winner. And then on the 3rd season, they did a straight...
I was going to ask you about Ralphie May, because
and then the 3rd season was...
Sorry, we keep having this.
Sure, go ahead.
I apologize to the audience, because
yeah,
we've got some kind of like a 5-second delay between me and Terry. So if you hear us talking over each other, we're not being assholes. It's just a technical issue. So I'll try to ask a question and then let you talk. One of my very favorite comedians of all time is Ralphie May. So I wanted to ask you, like, was he just as funny off stage? What kind of a guy was he when he wasn't doing his thing?
Okay, that's a good question about anybody who's a comedian, because, like, yeah, he was funny, but, you know, he was just a person. You know, I mean, like he wasn't funny all the time. You know, like he wasn't on all the time in life. If you know, he lived his life, and you could have conversations like we're having conversations with one another. But and most comics are that way, really. I mean, you know, that what they do on stage, they're not like that all the time. Like, if you see what I'm doing, like, that was really kind of a character that it was like, it was almost like a blown up portion of my personality that was blown up, but just one aspect.
Exaggerated. Sure.
So it was like, since, you know, you're not right, you know, and but in life, you know, it's a different story. Although we were probably on that show because we would interact a certain way with each other, obviously, because we're not supposed to get along, right? And then also, you know, we are going to have moments of being funny, because we are comedians in that sense. So, but yeah, Ralphie May was funny. I mean, you know, he found a way to smoke pot. I mean, Ralphie was, you know, loved weed, and so, you know, there was one. Right. And there was one, and I knew we had a mutual friend, Ralphie and I also got to know Lana a lot, which at the time when we were doing the show, she was just his girlfriend, but he ended up marrying her later on, and they had kids and everything. But and she's a comedian, but I expected Ralphie to be the winner of that show. I felt
me too.
I mean, and I know this is probably weird for me to. Yeah, I did. I mean, and I was like, I knew I wasn't going. I knew I saw myself placing in the show, but I inside myself, I knew I wasn't going to be the winner. I just felt it. So for me, it was about taking myself as far as I could with it.
Mhm.
I didn't have the kind of like boom, 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 boom act
You're
that
still
Ralphie did.
developing.
I
Yeah,
had
Ralphie
moments
was a
of it,
monster.
and
Yeah, he
then he
was a
just
monster.
threw it down. Like he would just like, he's so cocky. He would just say it, then he'd drop his mic and then like walk off. It was like people would just go, wow, they'd go wild
Yeah.
over that.
Well, don't you think he won? He won.
Yeah.
He sort of won by losing, though, because you, just as you were saying, that you pretty much decided, well, we'll just use this for publicity and a learning experience. I'll go as far as I can. For Ralphie, he like nobody remembers the guy's name who won that season of Last Comic Standing. I don't think so.
That fan.
Yeah, no, I don't remember the guy's
No, it's
name,
really,
and I don't even remember any of his comedy. None of it. The guy who won, but Ralphie, I remember specific
right.
bits that he did on that show, and I followed Ralphie May ever since first seeing him on Last Comic Standing. I've seen everything he's ever done, including this. He did a sort of a workshop. There's a video on YouTube of like he's giving advice to younger comedians at the Comedy Store. I think I've watched that and was great advice. He just seemed like a monster at it. So sometimes you win by losing. Like there's magic competitions, and I lost a bunch of them, and it was always funny to me. Like magic competition is kind of the same thing. Like this one guy was terrible, and he won this contest I was in, and I brought the house down with applause. But they made up some bullshit for why I didn't win, or. And then I did my act on like 7 different television shows, and that guy never did his act anywhere publicly again, just at this contest full of magicians. So sometimes you win by losing. And I'm sure, don't you think the publicity, even though you didn't win and the experience was great for you?
Well, of course. And, really the producer, Peter Engel, he said something because when we were doing the 3rd season, I was hanging out and everything, backstage, and he would say, like a couple of the girls from like Kathleen Madigan and gosh, I'm forgetting her name will come to me in just a second. But they were upset because like at that time as women, we felt like we weren't winning because we were women. Some of the women felt that way. I didn't really particularly feel that way. I was just really grateful to have gone as far as I had. The main thing, because Peter Engel would say everybody wins. Everybody who made it this far won. Like at that point, from being on Last Comic Standing, even like I had such exposure. Like I did 6 episodes out of the 9, and so, I had the hair at the time, the spikes and everything. And, I did have 15 minutes of fame. Like I would be walking around on the street and people go, "You're that girl on that show." And I go, "Yeah," like when I went on stage after the show aired, in the club that I had always performed in, that club at the Ice House, I could tell when they announced my name that the audience went, oh, like they had like, "Oh my God," like this,
the girl from that show,
she's here, and it was, and that's something that I didn't have prior to the show. And even now, like even today, when I, if I go to a job or I do this or I say this or I'm wanting to do this in the media, it's a great thing to have on your resume. There are comedians that were on that TV show for a second and didn't even get picked up for nothing. And they go, "I was on Last Comic Standing. I was featured. My face was on Last Comic Standing," even if it was just for a brief amount of time. And, I did 2 seasons of that, of the show. So, and I really had a sense that when I was on the show, I knew that something was happening that was going to change the comedy scene, and I was a part of it. That once this show aired, people would never see. They'd never seen comedians live together before. They didn't know what it was like to like lift the veil and peek in and look at people. And it was at a time where reality television exploded. Yeah. So the experience of living with cameras everywhere, the whole place was set up like cameras, with cameras. And like on the day that we wrapped, the director that directed the reality part brought me in, because I was always asking at the directors and everything what was going on. Like, I was always interested in the production aspect of the show, even though I was a contestant. So they kind of took me in and they showed me things. The directors would come in and they would let me see them edit and stuff like that.
Cool, yeah.
Because I knew the gig was up. We were all on a reality show. The main thing is that when they cast that show, because it was cast, basically, you had to be the funniest in your type and your category that you were going for. And and when I saw the breakdown of Last Comic Standing and Backstage West before I auditioned, I said, "There's going to be the fat guy, okay?
Yeah,
There's the Asian guy, the black man, the black girl, but it's Joy Behar type, and then I go, and then there's me, and I was the alternative. I was the alternative comedian. That was the category that I had, that I saw. I just had to be the best at that.
Yeah, interesting experience for you, for sure.
Yeah.
Did you go on based on that publicity to go do, go around and tour and play a lot more clubs and stuff like that, doing your set after the show?
Well, I was already working professionally. I'd already been, the thing about that show, every single one of us had already been professional. None of us were amateurs in terms of, like, we just hadn't had any television exposure. So I already had 10 years of working clubs before I even auditioned for that show. I didn't tell everybody how experienced I was, because first of all, I was 40 at the time of the show, and I didn't want, that's like the kiss of death. So I didn't want people to know how old I was, and I didn't want them to know how experienced I was, because I didn't want to give them, like, I'm competing with these people. I'd rather they be surprised about what I do than thinking that something else is going to come out of me. So it's a psychological thing. You just don't tell everybody all that.
And a lot of people don't realize this, but, like, Terry, I know a guy who is from Philadelphia, and most people would not even recognize his face or his name, but he goes around all these different comedy clubs all over the East Coast, and he makes like $100,000 a year plus. So sometimes it's not about fame for him. He could care less about fame. For him, it's a business. He goes and he does his set. He gets booked at, like, some of the Pocono resorts near my cabin. He does, and a lot of times, just because you haven't seen them on television doesn't mean they're not already a successful pro comedian. This guy's been at it forever. That's an interesting aspect of it.
And there are a lot of people like that.
Yeah, it's the same for magicians. There's a lot of magicians that make tons of money, and most people have never heard of them, Yeah. Yeah. Well, I want to thank you for spending the time here.
I stopped. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, see, we got this talkover thing. I was going to thank you for joining us tonight. I did put your YouTube channel in the description of this video, so I want to encourage everybody. Besides being a fantastic comedian, Tere Joyce is also deeply involved in all things conspiracy land and covers many similar topics to us, but different stories, of course. And her YouTube channel link is in the description of this video. Go over there and subscribe. She needs a bigger bullhorn, right? I think so.
Right, I do. I used to have another channel that had a lot of people. I had 3,000 subscribers. I was rounding out to 4,000, but I lost it. So I had to start all over again. So, oh well, that's okay.
Well, if we could be any help here, I'd be happy to do that. Go on over, click the description of this video. It's Not My Rabbit Hole with Tere Joyce. Go on and subscribe to her. Hopefully she'll be back again. And with another great story and share her expertise on some things that I'm not such an expert on. She's been following this Max Spear story since Max was still alive and making the rounds. So we wanted to bring her here for you to hear more from her. Please do make sure you go over and subscribe to her YouTube channel. And now I'll throw you out. Long day today. It was my son's birthday.
Okay.
So
bye.
Yeah. I'm only teasing you, but we're going to bounce on out of Zachary. Here. Yes, happy birthday, Zachary. Thank you, Terry. I'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Good night. All right, there we have it, friends. I wanted to highlight some of her comedy because people kind of forget that she was a fairly famous comedian for a long time, and not just one of covering conspiracies. She did the whole comedy thing for a long time. So I encourage you, once again, go over there and subscribe to her channel. She does a lot of great stories centered around conspiracy land topics. So if you like that sort of thing, or you like what you hear here, I think you'll have a good time on her channel as well. And we want to encourage you to support her efforts. There's a few things I can announce. I can't get into my Twitter, but I believe tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern time, we have Josh and Artemis from the Josh and Artemis UFO channel. And we'll be having a conversation with them. And the other big news is that this Thursday at 7 p.m. right here on this channel, I will be interviewing Whitley Strieber, most famous for the book Communion and the movie Communion. What an interesting guy. Imagine that you are played by Christopher Walken in a movie. But our guest on Thursday, Whitley Strieber, he was played in a movie by Christopher Walken. We're going to be interviewing him at 7 p.m. Eastern time this Thursday night. So I encourage you to be here. I'm going to get the graphics for that done tonight and then put the stream up. And in the meantime, tomorrow we have Josh and Artemis from the Josh and Artemis UFO channel. They'll be here for an interview as well. I don't even really know what to ask those guys, but we'll be talking with them. Probably most interested in how they got started and why they're so obsessed with this thing, like me. They're just as obsessed. So we've got a great week shaping up for you. We're also still working on this Todd Standing story. For those who are unaware, Todd Standing is a Bigfoot researcher who claims that he routinely films Bigfoot creatures. And we have taken, if you're a Patreon supporter, you'll know this already, we have taken some of his money shots of the Bigfoot creatures that he films from his documentary, and we've enhanced them, slowed them down, increased the contrast and the clarity of some of the images that he claims are real Bigfoot creatures. And we're going to be doing an entire breakdown of his so-called evidence. It's going to be called, Is This the Face of Bigfoot? I'm hoping to get that out this week. I'm just waiting for some of the experts that we have employed to chime in on whether they believe that the footage is real or imaginary or hoaxed. And I've brought in, let's see, we have a stage illusionist, we have professional magicians, somebody that does special effects and creature effects, looking at this footage, as well as Bobby, which is a cryptozoology expert. We want to get all the experts to look at this footage and tell us what they think. Interestingly, I have tried to reach out to Jeff Meldrum, who is in this documentary, to see if he believes that footage is real or fake. He's a PhD and an anthropologist. And I just thought it was crazy that this guy's got a PhD anthropologist in his film, but he doesn't ask him what he thinks of the footage. It's almost as if Todd Standing employed Jeff Meldrum in his documentary just to add legitimacy to his Bigfoot footage. But we're going to be breaking that all down as soon as possible. I also would like to announce that we're going to be doing an interesting story on Richard Dolan, who got caught selling yet another fake story. And we're going to do a breakdown on that, The Dirt on Richard Dolan Part 2. How many fake stories can Richard Dolan get caught peddling? We've got the Roswell slides. We've got the CIA deathbed confession, which is now an admitted hoax. We've got, let me see, the latest is the Wilson documents. I believe those are a complete and total fabricated hoax. We've got now 2 admirals who basically say that he's full shit when it comes to the Wilson documents. And now the latest from Richard Dolan getting caught selling yet another 100% verified fake story. Richard Dolan, at the time that the UAP report came out some time ago, claimed that he was in possession of information from the classified version. And he went on to make a bunch of monetized videos, both behind his paywall and public videos that were monetized, claiming that he had the information of what was in the classified version of the UAP report. But recently, thanks to John from the Black Vault, that version, though it was somewhat redacted, was released. And nothing that Richard Dolan lied to everybody about. You remember, he's got a source, a verified source, and that source told me everything that's in the classified version, and I'm going to tell you all about it. Sign up for my membership. It turns out that all the shit he said was fake, and we're going to break it all down for you here on a future episode titled The Dirt on Richard Dolan Part 2. People have been asking me for a Part 2 for a while. I was holding my tongue because I figured I'm going to prove another of the stories that he peddles is completely and totally fake. So Richard Scam Dolan caught red-handed again selling another completely and totally fake story from another completely and totally fake made-up anonymous source. We're going to break it all down for you, friends. Nothing I like better than finding out Richard Dolan lied through his dough scam teeth again. You know, how many times is that guy going to get caught peddling fake stories? Why does he have this huge monster following? Now, granted, people will say, you're just jealous because he has a following 10 or 100 times what you have. Yeah, you're right. But you see, I have this particular handicap that he doesn't have. I can't lie to everyone. I can't make up fake anonymous sources. I can't interview dead people. Richard Dolan literally interviewed a dead guy somehow. Now, I know there was a guy he was interviewing, but the guy he was supposed to be interviewing died 4 years before he did the interview. Amazing. Richard Dolan interviews dead people and has a huge following. Richard Dolan pushes the fake Roswell slides and has a huge following. Richard Dolan pushes the fake Wilson documents and has a huge following. And now Richard Dolan pushed this fake story that he had the information in the classified UAP report that we now know was a completely and totally fake story. Why are people still listening to Richard Scam Dolan? I'd like to know. It's fascinating to me. How many times is that guy going to get caught selling completely and totally fake nonsense? We've personally caught him 3 times now, right? 3? Is it 2? 3? I'm losing track of how many fake stories we caught Richard Dolan selling. He lies through his dough scam teeth, okay? And we'll break it down for you going forward. I want to thank our guest tonight, the always wonderful Tere Joyce, friend of the show. Again, go on over to her YouTube channel, Not My Rabbit Hole with Tere Joyce. Go give her a subscription, and you'll be glad that you did. So that's all I got for you, friends. We will be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. I apologize for this show being late tonight, but it was my eldest son's birthday. He turned 10 years old today. I cannot believe he's been here for 10 years. Seems like just yesterday I was driving my wife to the hospital to have him. It really does seem like just yesterday. I remember it like it was just yesterday. It doesn't feel like 10 years have flown by that fast. This little monkey is getting to be a big monkey. We had a great time tonight. I took him to Chuck E. Cheese, which is him and his brother's favorite place. You want to make a little boy happy, take him, or a little girl. I don't know. I don't have girls, but I'm sure it works on them too. Take them to Chuck E. Cheese. So they had a great time, and we had the cake and ice cream and all that stuff, and gave him some gifts. He had a great day today. It's a very memorable day for me. My eldest son turns 10 years old today, so happy birthday, Zachary. All right, that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. I had gotten so involved with the interview that I didn't even check for super chats. So I apologize. Just so everybody is aware, we're a viewer supported show and we read and thank every single super chat. I forgot totally until I saw that Lord Ludicrous Plaid, longtime show supporter, had sent a super chat. Actually, that was the only one for the evening, so I want to thank him for his kindness, his generosity, and support. He says, Truth Seekers is the only channel that has caused a retraction from Dolan. Love when you expose clowns and hoaxers. Well, we've got a lot more of that in store. So I want to thank him for his kindness, his generosity, and his support. And also for reminding me that I have to check the super chats. So I apologize. One more thing, we want to check in with the PayPal. There's a few ways that you can support our show. The first way is send a super chat. The second way is that you can send a PayPal donation. The instructions to do that are in the description of the video. We have a message from Melissa. Says, hi, Stephen, loving your content. Sorry it isn't much, but it helps with a kind and generous donation of $12.63. Thank you very much for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Mikey also with a kind and generous $2 PayPal donation, and Andrew with 10 Great Britain pounds. So thanks very much for everybody throwing a couple of bucks in our hat. You can also support us on Patreon for as little as $1 a month. Those Todd Standing enhanced Bigfoot videos are already on Patreon. Generally, whatever we're doing here, I upload it to Patreon first. So if you're on Patreon for as little as $1 a month, you get a sneak peek at some of the upcoming content. So thanks everybody for their support. We are a viewer-supported show, and your support is much, much appreciated. We can't continue the journey without your love and support. But you guys all give me an attitude of gratitude because there's people from all over the world throwing a couple of bucks in our hat and helping us to keep the journey going. So just wanted to pop back on here because I hate it when a super chat comes in on the outro bumper and I don't get to thank them. So thank you, Lord Ludicrous Plaid, for your kind and generous support. We're going to try bouncing on out of here again. We will be back at 7 p.m. Eastern Time tomorrow evening. Hope you will join us. Good night, and God bless all of you. Greetings and salutations, fellow truth seekers. And boy, do we have a special interview for you today. So special, in fact, that I violated my normal routine, which is sleeping till noon. I couldn't do that today because of the time difference. So I have been watching today's guest for quite some time and laughing all along the way. Somebody sent me early on when she just started doing this Intel Lady channel. Somebody sent me some of her content and I just cracked up because she was doing some similar things to what I was doing, which is to do sort of skits making fun of some of the ridiculous characters in conspiracy land. And I gotta say, it was, first of all, it was nice to know that I'm not alone in my insanity, because there's somebody else just as insane as me doing sort of skits and comedic takes on some of the ridiculous characters in conspiracy land. And I think that we need more of that in the community. When somebody is out there just saying absolutely ridiculous things, they should be investigated and they should be talked about. And we should share some of the ridiculousness of what it is that they do. Interestingly, I've just noticed that she's also expanding, and now I've seen in the live chat we have M Seeker of Truth with us. So shout out to M Seeker of Truth. She's on his show and doing something called Grift Busters, which is kind of a laugh riot, again, looking at the ridiculousness of some of these characters and busting the grifts and the cons and the scams out there in the community. So without further ado, let's bring her in with us. Intel Lady is here. Hey. Greetings and salutations. I was almost scared that you were going to show up as Simon Parks.
I mean, I could.
1 second. I'm sorry.
Don't worry.
I have to. I have no heat in this room. And
oh no!
It's winter, so I don't want that. The audio files will get nasty if there's that fan noise in the background. Yeah.
I was going to say I can be Lyman if you want me to.
I love this. She's got a sweep over rug wig, like bald wig thing that she uses, and I love the one video with like the cat noises and stuff like that. This is my favorite.
Yeah, I have to say, Lyman is my favorite character to play. I love doing it.
You know, maybe you can help and give me some insight into the latest happenings with Simon Parks, because I saw or listened to some kind of, like, was it a Clubhouse private chat that somebody captured? Yeah, where he's talking about med beds, and last I heard, there's some kind of plan where he's opening healing centers all across the United States with med bed technology. And people, for those that don't know, this med bed thing is all over conspiracy land, and it's one big scam. And a lot of people are getting in on this scam. You know, we're hearing that you can regrow limbs, you can cure cancer, you can age regress yourself 20 years, and he's jumping on this and saying that he's going to open these healing centers across the United States. Do you know more about his latest garbage intel?
Well, you know, I did actually make the official MedBeds advert. I don't know if you're aware of this.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's the official one. So I think, well, I'm probably not the best person to ask about all of this. But as far as I am aware, because the plan changes, as you know, he'll say one thing one month and then something completely different another month, because there was a credible threat of a suitcase bomb, actually. So we were unable to roll out the med beds. There was a problem here. There's always a very convenient reason why.
Yeah. You know, I heard him say he's going to focus on taking down the government first.
Of course.
So first he has to take down the evil cabal government that is preventing everybody from getting access to this technology. Yeah. Then he's going to roll out the technology. And right now it's all being stored in underground bases because it's sensitive of technology to store above ground somehow.
Yeah, I mean, you know, because of course the government that he supported that were there for 4 years, for some reason they didn't want to roll the med beds out with a world leader that was the good guy.
The alliance president, yes.
Yeah, but now we're trying ever so hard to roll it out under the bad guy. The mind boggles.
It makes no sense.
It's wonderful, isn't it? It's so fun for me because I'll just hear it. I've got the best people who send me stuff, so they do the dirty work for me.
Me too.
So
yeah,
I don't have to watch. Yeah. I don't have to give them clicks. So other people will come in, they'll listen to it, and then they'll go, right here. This is what they're saying this week. Oh God, it's just it's amazing. Just listening to it, it's like
I always found amazing about Simon Parkes is that I have friends and family that are into the Boo Anon 17th letter of the alphabet. We don't even say it here because YouTube doesn't like
Boo.
it.
Mm-hmm. It's Boo.
Yeah, Boo. Okay, so I have friends and family that were into Boo, and they started sending me his takes on the Boo thing. And I had to go to like literal friends and family and say, do you know that before he was a geopolitical expert on this Boo phenomenon, he was banging cat queen aliens and having alien hybrids? And they didn't believe me. I had to find videos of him talking about, being his mom was an alien and he's part mantid and part, I don't know, fairy. And, it's just kind of ridiculous. And most of the people that were he started saying that stuff, and then he switched over to the Boo Anon thing, and then all the people that were Boo Anon people had no idea, most of them, that he used to be talking about having alien hybrid babies and banging aliens, and it's kind of bizarro, right?
Yeah. The driving instructor from Whitby, who has a cat queen girlfriend that he meets up with, he rendezvous with 4 times a year. And all these people that you're talking about, Christian conservatives here, hadn't got a clue that this is the same person. This man with the most incredible knitwear collection is affiliated with MI5, MI6, the CIA.
Here's
and
Simon Parkes with his mantid alien mother. This is before the Boo Anon stuff and him becoming a geopolitical expert suddenly. Mm-hmm. This is his mom, the mantid alien, who also facilitated him to have like VR holographic sex when he was 12 or something like that.
6. He was 6.
Oh, he was 6 years old when he started having VR holographic sex with other aliens, right? Mm-hmm. It's just so bizarro. And these people that followed him for the Boo Anon stuff had no idea, most of them, that this is the other stuff that he used to talk about, right?
It's
like they reinvent themselves when the grift runs out. They need a new grift. This is my favorite depiction of this cat queen alien. I like that.
She's
very
lovely,
very sexy.
Yeah. I can see the appeal. I can see what he was going for. His poor wife, though, because his wife was aware of this. I don't know if you watched.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, and I heard that she was like jealous of him banging an alien, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would be, wouldn't you? Or confused.
I gotta ask my wife. Do you get a pass if you're cheating on your wife, but it's a cat queen alien that you're banging?
Funnily enough, they're not married anymore. He moved on. He moved on to another lady.
I noticed a lot of the UFO conspiracy crowd guys are getting divorced. I think the money's drying up, right? While the money's good, they're okay with their husbands being wackadoos on the internet. But once that money starts drying up, they're not happy. Apparently.
I'm still surprised that David Wilcock's still married after the way he speaks to his wife during his life.
I know. This camera angle. What are you doing? This microphone. The sound is better from this one. Elizabeth. I love it. My favorite was when he was trying to stage whisper to her, like give her direction, but the mic was too hot and he got caught on a hot mic going, say some shit. while they were doing a global peace meditation, and he just walks near her and he says, say some shit. And somebody like made a song out of it. Say some shit.
Oh, I need to see that. I need to see that. Because I never, ever, ever watch any of his things all the way through. I can't. I just, no, I won't. Imagine trying to meditate to that voice.
I subject myself to 4 hours of torture every time he does one of those 4-hour streams because I'm just crazy like that.
You're taking one for the team there.
The newest is the hover car scam, which is great because he's got a guy named Bill McEwen, and you may remember a computer called Amiga. It was very popular in England. This guy bought the corpse of what was left of Amiga after it went bankrupt, and then he scammed the computer community for like 10 years, promising all kinds of products that he never delivered. That's the chief operating officer of the company that David Wilcock is now involved with, and he claims they're going to have a hover car in a year, even though that company hasn't made an airplane in 25 years that they've been in business, and they're an airplane company. It's great.
Yeah. It's I feel a David Shilcon in an empty aircraft hangar sketch coming on very soon.
Yeah. I was going to do something similar, but I got to get it better. I started doing the masks and stuff, and that the early David Wilcock one that I did was just terrible. I got to do a better one with bigger teeth.
Yeah.
And you're also doing Kerry Cassidy, which is a whole different can of crazy. Her crazy.
Oh, I just love how not asked she is. She's just not. She can't be asked anymore. She's just like, yeah, hello. I'm talking about something. I don't know. I'm just. That's how her whole attitude is.
I love how she gets angry when people question her, and she starts like dressing them down. Like, I am an investigative journalist.
I'm an independent journalist.
I'm an independent journalist. Yeah, you do her character better than I did. It was great. Yeah, and she. Now she's in the ghetto, though. She started her own website, and there's no traffic if you're not on YouTube. You need to be on YouTube to generate traffic to get people to go behind your paywall, and she just disappeared. Unfortunately, a lot of that content, 20 years worth of content went with her, which is unfortunate, but she would not stop talking about things that she knew she shouldn't talk about. So I don't feel bad for her getting stricken from YouTube. She did it to herself with medical disinformation too, with known crackpots talking about the current health crisis. It was bound to happen, right?
Yeah, I didn't watch her too much, to be honest. I watched little bits and bats, probably more older stuff, when she was interviewing Simon Parkes and that kind of stuff. So that's all I need to get a measure of somebody. I just need a little bit, because it just doing my head in if I was listening to them constantly. But I did catch a few things that she did, a few interviews that she did. But I absolutely loved listening to, and I think it was you that played it, the phone call she had with Kevin Moore.
Yes, we did a whole show on that. That was so great because Kevin is brilliant. Kevin has his own strange and weird beliefs that I disagree with, but I respect the guy because he pushes people. And when he interviews them, it's so weird because he is so polite, but he's still pushing them. And she lost her mind on him. It was great. My other favorite video of hers is when she was arguing with Dr. Stephen Greer about whether aliens are like good or bad. And they went back and forth and they were arguing with each other for like 2 hours. It's great. Great video.
Oh, I've not seen that one. I can't stand Greer. But he's morphing. We talk of reptilians, but he is morphing into one. The latest pictures I've seen of Stephen Greer, I'm like, I see it. A little bit of
he's starting to look like an alien.
He is. It's quite horrifying, really. But yeah,
I think that Dr. Stephen Greer is the absolute winner in the UFO grifter con artist game because, first of all, he made $300,000 or $400,000 collecting money for a free energy device. He never delivered anything. He's collected millions of dollars to make films that don't cost anywhere near that. Like ask any documentary film producer. If you had $1 million to make a documentary, it would be like the most well-produced, greatest documentary ever made. Documentaries don't cost anywhere near $1 million to make, especially his. It's just him sitting there talking and maybe a few other people sitting there talking. So you got a couple days of filming. You buy all that stock footage, of like stars, fields and stuff, and you splice that in. It's not $1 million production. No. And then he used a dead alien baby, which is one of my favorite. It's not a dead alien baby. It's just a dead human fetus. He used that to scam for UFO dollars, comes out with a documentary all about it. And then literally like a month after the documentary comes out, all the DNA results show that it's just a human. Shouldn't he have waited like a month to finish the documentary, to put the results in the documentary? No, he, of course, on purpose, rushed the documentary before all the studies and the DNA was back so that he would make another $1 million+ and he has on that. And the latest is that my favorite of his scams is the latest one, because he collected $500,000 to make a documentary that basically was just him attacking everybody else in the UFO community that he disagrees with, and putting ads for his CE5 app where you too can talk to aliens for $10 all over the documentary. And people gave him $500,000 for this. It's amazing.
Yeah. No shame, some of them. It's I think I did see that, and I was like, wow. He was doing little backhander swipes at everyone, wasn't he?
Yeah. And look, neighborhood troll. We have some people from England apparently with $4.99. I think that's £4.99. Says, put this towards your vacation. I don't think I'm planning on taking one, but I'll buy a beer with it. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. I want to ask you a strange question, because I don't know anybody else that's married that does some of this stuff. And I don't know about you and your husband. I know you're married to an American guy, which made me curious. Like, does that mean no English dudes wanted you? Like, you had to slum and get an American? First of all, and second of all, like, what does your husband think of this stuff you're doing on the internet? Because my wife is just like, you're insane. All these people you talk to are crazy and insane. She has no idea what's going on in my life with this stuff. What about your husband?
No, he's cool with all of it. He thinks it's funny. He doesn't understand it. I think sometimes he's like, oh God, when I'm trying to explain people and what they're saying. And
isn't it great? You're like, all right, listen, there's this guy that bangs cat queen aliens, and he's kind of bald and has a weird sweep over. So I'm going to do this mask thing. I'm going to put on my head, and then I'm going to talk about aliens and cats, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is now his normal. We have so many different props and jumpers and wigs and everything else just dotted around the house now. He's just like, oh
yeah, I got a big bin full of masks, and my kids get into it sometimes. And it's so funny because like a few weeks ago, my youngest son was running around as Dr. Stephen Greed. He didn't put the glasses on, and he's running around, and he knows some of it. He's like, I'm greedy. I'm greedy. I'm greedy. Yeah, it's so funny.
Oh, that's so cute. No, I think, well, even my children are like, they know what I do, and they're fine. They think it's all quite funny, really. They do ask me. They know some of my character names and stuff, and so they'll ask me about it and stuff. But obviously they don't really understand,
they don't understand the specifics, because it really is a weird niche market that you're making these for, because somebody would have to understand the characters in Conspiracy Land to get the context to understand why it's even funny. Otherwise, it's just you talking about weird stuff in a weird getup, right? It's like doing a bald mask.
And, I started I didn't mean to do this. I never, I didn't start 2021 going, right, I'm going to set up a satire YouTube channel.
Me neither. I fell into it. Yeah.
Yeah. And, because I'm more on the spiritual side of things, which I know,
Oh, I know. That's something that's even weirder, is that you have another channel that is like very, very woo. And At the risk of getting lynched again, do you know, I had somebody that did tarot cards on my show, and people lost their mind.
I know.
Only a few people, but a few people lost their minds, right? And you do that. You do tarot cards.
I don't do tarot. No, I do. I do oracle cards. So I have tarot decks, but I don't really use them. I prefer oracle cards. I just like the artwork on them more, and I just work better with them, I think. But so that's how I discovered who all these people are, because obviously I was in that community. And what
you were in the woo space first.
Yeah, I was in Woo Land. And I'm quite lucky, really, because even though that is my thing, and that's my passion, I'm quite a grounded person, and I am surrounded with very cynical people who question everything I say and do. And,
I know the feeling.
My husband will go, "Okay, Jen, explain this to me. Where's, are you sure about that?" And the guy who edits my videos, he does exactly the same thing to me. He's like, "Right. Are you sure about that? Do you want to?" And in fact, they're both in my house at the moment in another room, probably nodding along, going, "Yeah, we do." So yeah, I know that I have some very woo ideas about things, and I have a house full of crystals, Stephen, and all sorts
You're
of
gonna
stuff.
Get me lynched. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
So I agree with you that you're a bit more grounded, because
I
didn't know that you had that channel, and then somebody was like, "She's not." There's always some critic.
Of course.
Somebody sent me something like they were slagging you, like, "Look, she's not who you think she is. She's as blue as all of them." And then they sent me a link, and I listened to it, and I went, "Well, this is like crystals and energy healing, and that's." But she's not like too nutty,
No, I'm not. And it's something that I've always had in my life since I was very, very young. I've always had very weird experiences, paranormal experiences, and I've always been looking for answers. And it's just, it's a subject that interests me. But at the same time, I'm always challenged by the people closest to me. And I
think that's good, isn't it? It keeps you healthy and skeptical, and not just falling into like a belief system that may not be what it appears to be, or what it, I don't know. I see too many people that get into some of this stuff and they go full tilt in, and they don't have anybody around them going, "Wait a minute." Like Simon Parks is the perfect example. I've done that for people. I've gone, "Wait a minute, before you believe what he's saying about this, look at what he used to talk about." And that sort of helps to wake them up. Like, maybe this is not what it appears to be. Right.
Well, I was shown Simon Parks when I had talked about an experience that I had had on my other channel. And actually, before I'd even made the video about it, I was in a Facebook group that was very pro Bory no good. And that's what and it was like almost like his fan club on Facebook. And the group was called Meet Earth's Cosmic Neighbors. And I wonder if anyone in the chat was in that group or is aware of that group.
And for those that don't know, he on purpose, Corey Good started a whole bunch of Facebook groups. Him and his cult members started a whole bunch of Facebook groups, and they're all called something not Corey Good. They're all called like Disclosure Advocates Now, or what you're saying. And it really is just him generating a marketing list for himself.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And so I was in this group, and I asked a question: had anyone else experienced something that I had experienced? And people were like, there's this guy called Simon Parks who talks about something similar to what you're describing. And that's how I found him and started watching him. And I just remember, and I didn't know, I had not seen this documentary that he had done, this, what was it called? Confessions of an Alien Abductee was the documentary. I don't know, you can still find it. There's loads of clips of it all over the place.
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
I had not seen that, even though that was released on a British TV channel. I hadn't seen that. I think it came out in 2013, and I had no idea. So I was right. Go and have a listen to this guy. You know, he really knows what he's talking about. And I remember watching him, thinking, what a peculiar man. You know, is like a strange looking man sitting in this little room in his house wearing his jumpers and talking about all these different things. And then there was loads and then I found the interview that he'd done with Kerry Cassidy, and then a couple of other interviews came out later on, the creepy one that we talked about, and I thought, okay, I don't know what I think about him really. And then he changed his narrative completely, I suppose, over the last year or so. He was talking about, you know,
I think he saw those Buanon numbers and went head first into the
I'm having
Buanon.
some of that. Yeah. And then so suddenly it was, you know, not that his mum was an alien, but that his mum was MI5 and that his grandfather was MI6 or CIA.
That's his adoptive human family. His real mom and dad are still aliens. Yeah. And I love that there was a whole lot of rumors and accusations against him having, let's just say, problems with women. Mm-hmm. And then he blamed it on his alien daddy.
He took over his
women.
Body.
Yeah. Took over his body and made him hurt those women.
Had a little
he
bit
said
of
this. He said this.
Wandering hands. The wandering hands through him, but it wasn't him. It was Dad.
It was the evil alien dad that was touching those women or doing whatever he was doing to those women. Yeah.
Yeah. It was amazing, but he kept that statement up. Dad out of my life forever, I think it was called.
Yeah,
kept that statement up on his website for all of a couple of hours.
I got a screenshot of it, and we did a whole show of it.
People
so he's not getting out of that.
No, and then he took it down, of course, because we don't want to be associated with that anymore. We want to brush that one under the carpet, don't we? But
you're not getting many donations from women if it's known that you are an abuser of women.
Exactly.
Know? And I think a lot of these people have problems with women. I hear a lot of bad stories about people that have, let's just say, problems with women. You know, they're overly aggressive or whatever, and they prey on some of the audience members. It's very, very common that these guys think they're rock stars and they can just, I don't know, do whatever. You know. Yeah.
It's it is so common. You're right. It is really, really common in spiritual communities, and maybe ufology communities as well, but definitely in spiritual communities, there's a lot of preying on, I suppose, trusting that there's a lot of naive women that are very trusting, that will be taken in by it. And it's really sad, but it's very, very common.
Yeah, and I don't know. It makes me happy that I'm married and boring, you know. Like I have no. And the other thing is, to me, is like I think you have a responsibility as a public figure to not be a dirtball.
Yeah.
Especially because maybe people. I don't know. Our audience is all audiences in some of these genres are largely men, but we have women in our audience, and I want to be respectful of them, and also, like as a, if they're coming here and they like my show, they're not interested in anything. More than that. But these guys take advantage of these women, and some of them, of course, some of these women that are going to all these new age conferences are maybe a little mentally not right,
vulnerable.
And they're vulnerable and they're searching for something.
They are, yeah.
And we've heard horror stories of people telling people like, oh, the aliens told me that we're supposed to have a baby together, so that he could like bareback them, like that is gross.
Like you mean like because I watched that Emery Smith's side piece, as you called her, the side piece. Poor girl.
The side piece that he was barebacking. Yeah,
it's so sad. It's but it's not a surprise. See, because I was in the acting business for a long time, it's kind of similar in the acting world as well.
You know, I was in a few indie films and did some acting, and I was absolutely horrified at the way some of the females were treated.
Yeah.
You know, and now listen, I get it. Like, I was in some horror movies, and I get it that their purpose in the movie was sex appeal. You know, so you get these girls with these big breasts and put them in tight outfits, but still, you know, I would think that some of the directors or some of the crew people were so rude to these women. You know,
Yeah.
and I remember thinking, like, I'm glad I'm male, because nobody is, you know, nobody's putting me on a casting couch, Intel lady, right? They don't
but
care
it's
to put me on. It's very slimy, yeah.
It's very real, and I experienced it quite a lot, really. And you can see how young, naive girls, I was very naive in my 20s, and you can see how young, naive girls can get roped into doing things that they wouldn't necessarily do.
Yeah.
Because they're told something or promised something, and, oh no, everyone else is doing it. It's really, really sad and creepy. I was quite lucky, really, because I managed to body swerve a lot of creepiness, but
you were like dodging the slime balls that wanted some sex. Is that what you're saying? That's
well, yeah,
gross.
but also I had agents that were a bit, they didn't really care. They wanted the money, and so they would push you into, well, if you do this TV role. And I was offered a TV role when I think I was about 2021, and he's like, this is a done deal. They've seen your photograph, that they want you in. It was for a period drama. And he's like, and I said, oh, okay. And he's like, you won't have many lines. It's, you know, it's not very taxing. It's just, you know, you're booked because of how you look. I'm like, oh, okay. And he's like, but, you know, obviously you will have to be topless because, you know, you'd be playing a prostitute. And I'm like, oh, whoa there, just a minute.
Yeah.
Because all 21-year-old me could think about was my wonderful parents telling all their work colleagues, hey, my daughter's in a period drama that's coming on to ITV and blah, blah, blah. And then realizing,
you have to bail. Yeah. So did you bail because you didn't want to do the nudity? And I mean, that's
I just
fine.
said no. I said, I'm not.
Yeah.
I won't take. I said that would be, because that would have been my first TV role, first TV.
And that's what you would have been known as. Yeah.
And then I would have been pigeonholed as, oh, she'll get them out. You know, she's not got a problem with.
She'll get them out. I love it.
She'll love them out on camera.
Boys out. Get those bad boys out. We'll get the cameras ready. Get them out.
And so I was like, no, I can't, because all I could imagine was the look of horror on my parents' face. And no, I couldn't do it. And I just didn't.
Yeah, I remember one film I did where the director suddenly decided to write a new scene and put the two girls that were the main protagonist girls in the movie in a shower scene together. And they were both like, we didn't sign up for this. And then he said, okay, well, you don't have to do it. But then he kept pressuring them for 2 weeks to do it. And eventually they did it. And I felt terrible. Like, I felt dirty. I wanted to get out of there, you know? And meanwhile, I have this part that was supposed to be the main male, and I have like 4 lines in the whole movie. It was really about the girls. I was just there to be a supporting character. Yeah. I don't miss this. And I don't know about in England, but in the United States, everybody thinks they're a director. So there's all these basically there's a lot of like rich trust fund kids that wake up one day and decide they're a director and they're going to make a movie. And that you go there. I got hired a bunch of times for projects. They never finished the movie because they just didn't have the ability to actually make a movie, but they tried. So I drove 12 hours someplace, and you know how it is. You wait around for 12 hours for your one thing. It's exhausting.
For your one line.
Someday I'm going to try it again, but I decided I'm going to be the director, and I'll get the project done at least. You know.
Yeah. You want to be in that position rather than the cattle. That's how you feel, like you're just like cattle being one place to the next. Yeah. It's interesting. I'm glad that I was able to see that for what it was, though. I was sort of relieved in the end when I got pregnant with my son, and I was like, well, that's it for me. End of the line. And you know,
well, I don't know. A lot of women bounce back. My wife is still the same weight, and you know that she was after 2 kids. She's amazing. I was surprised, and I don't know.
She's a lucky woman, then, isn't she?
I'm a lucky man. Yeah, she's, you know.
It's not anything I don't think I could. There's so much pressure in that industry as well, and you know, no, I don't miss it. I like the control that I have now doing what I'm doing. I can still be creative. I can still write.
That's exactly how I feel. That's exactly how I feel. I feel like I stumbled into the perfect gig for me because I have all these skills that I wasn't using. Like I'm good at video editing. I'm good at making music and scoring a video piece, or I'm good at graphics. You know, I've done some acting, and so I went, I'll just make my own career here somehow, you know? And you're right. We're both completely in control. We don't want to do something. We just don't do it.
We just don't do it.
Yeah. We don't have somebody pressuring us like, take them out with the cameras, pop those bad boys out, oil them up. We'll get you some water, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll start with wet t-shirt and move on. You know, it's really, yeah, but unfortunately, the industries are like that because sex really does sell.
Yeah,
you know, that's just the reality.
The silly thing is that for that one that I refused, it was for a reputable TV channel, and it had top actors in it and everything else. It was it was just the fact that that would have been the role that I played.
And, you were the meat. Yeah, basically, you were going to be the meat.
That's what I would get the reputation for. You can book her again, she'll do that again. And I thought, no, I wanted to work for the RSC. That was where my head was at.
Yeah, to do more serious projects. Right?
I did not want to be, second prostitute from the left. That wasn't. That was not what I trained for.
Says Steve felt so bad he had to get out of the shower. No, I wasn't in the shower in the scene. I was married at the time, and I don't think my wife would have appreciated that. No, we had certain rules of things I was allowed to do and not allowed to do, and I wasn't allowed to do anything like simulated sex or makeout scenes or anything like that. So that severely limits your leading man ability. You're like, oh, I can't do this. You go through scripts and you go, no, can't do this one. So back to the skits that you're doing. Do you have plans to expand and do more characters and things we haven't seen yet? Or are you going to stick with your crew that you got?
I think, I'm on character 13 now. I think I've got 13 different characters. And yes, I would like to expand out of the grifter circle, because it's I don't want to just keep doing the same thing. It would be nice to. I've got my eye on a couple of characters that I want to do, and it would be.
I keep expanding mine, and for those that don't know too, we're going to be doing this online UFO conference, and I'm sorry that it's taken so long, but it's busy doing the live stream show a bunch of times a week, and so I'm pecking away at it, a few characters at a time. So this online UFO conference is going to be like a joke UFO conference, and we've got my characters, Dr. Stephen Greed, and all these other ones, Corey No Good, and we've got Intel ladies. Oh, we got Richard Doe Scam, and so we're going to have most of the major players in conspiracy land, UFO land, doing this honest UFO conference where they try to sell people stuff, and it's going to be great. And Intel Lady has graciously given me a few characters for that we're going to use. It's going to be great. And I'm hoping I'm going to get that done next, and we're going to debut it next month. We'll have a watch party, debut premiere party. And listen, just so everybody understands, I didn't make her take them out. I let her stay fully clothed during the whole production of the event because I'm a quality director of creative projects, right? Yes. But it's not too late. Just put it out there, if we want to get some views, right? No, actually, you have to be careful on YouTube. That intro I have with dancing girls, they keep flagging it as as bare breasts, and I'm like,
yeah, you can't have that.
They're covered, you know. I don't know. So, are you still making the woo content as well? Because I haven't checked in on that.
The woo. How dare you? Yeah, I do. No, I have to say, this doing Intel Lady has completely taken over, and I'm focusing much more on my Intel Lady channel and slightly neglecting my other channel. But my other channels, I don't know. I don't get a lot of views on my other channel particularly. I used to, and then I think I know why. I think I got a little bit shadow banned on YouTube actually because
it's the deep state.
It was a deep state. They're after me. I think it was actually to do with people commenting on my videos that were very much into the boo anon stuff.
Yeah, so they might have shadow banned you because.
And I think I got shadow banned.
Talking about that here, yeah.
Yeah, and I, as much as I would try and go through my comment section and remove stuff or try and steer people away from talking about stuff like that, it was impossible to keep up with. So I think that I got shadow banned because I actually have quite a lot of subscribers to that channel. And if you look at my viewing figures on my videos, you think doesn't correlate. How can she have that many subscribers and like a couple of hundred views per video? So I think YouTube did a number on me for that, and it wasn't my fault. But there you go. For me, I'm happy to focus on Intel Lady, and I'm really enjoying the creativity of doing that. And you know what? I've watched these people for long enough to get the measure of them. And
yeah, we talked about this. Sometimes you write, right? And sometimes you just wing it.
Most of the time I wing it. I have to say, like the latest one that I did, Tarot by Janice. I just made it up as I went along and just winged it and winged it in more ways than one. And was just silly with it. And I didn't write anything. I think I write the QFS advert I wrote, and the MedBeds advert I wrote, and maybe one or two others. If I'm teaming up with somebody else, I will. I'm releasing one hopefully this weekend that I teamed up with a guy who's playing a character there's no way I could have played. And so I had to write that down because he gave me a bulk of what he'd filmed, and I've had to piece my character in.
Yeah, I did that. I did one where I was both characters, so that was fun because I had to film both and try to make it convincing that they were really talking to each other. So
I do that a lot. Yeah,
I know. I see that you do it. Yeah. I was going to ask you for advice on mine because I was having a hard time, but I think I got it figured out.
Yeah, and actually, do have to write
I gotta share this MedBed advert because this is gold. This is absolute gold.
I love making that.
The MedBeds are a big, just so everybody understands the context, the MedBeds are a big scam that a lot of new age and UFO scammers are running around trying to convince people. We have Sarah R. Adams is selling MedBed sessions where she's telling people you're going to go through a Stargate, up through a star spaceship, meet the ETs, get in the MedBed, and then at the end, she admits it's just a Skype call.
Yeah, amazing. But people are paying for this.
$250. Yeah,
it's mind-boggling, isn't it? That people would go up. Sign me up. It sounds good to me.
Oh, look, you're in a lab coat and everything. I have seen this previously, but I haven't. Look, we gotta watch. Look, this is the official, not just regular. This is the official MedBeds advert.
Is your body failing you? Do you struggle with the basics, like climbing the stairs? Opening containers? Oh! And completing household chores? Oh! Are you frequently visiting your doctor? Don't you wish there was an easier way? Introducing Quantum MedBeds, the newest medical breakthrough brought to you by the good guys at the QFS. Our unique technology consists of a co-function interface for the good guys at Hasbro and the Galactic Federation of Light. Our scientists have worked diligently to produce a medical miracle that can cure anything from acne to angina, colds to cancer, problems to brain aneurysms.
Oh, that's
No
good to know.
legs, no problem. Our unique quantum technology can grow new limbs in the time it takes to watch an episode of Grey's Anatomy. Fully funded by the QFS, our incredible tech will be offered completely free of charge, only if you're one of the good guys.
You're
Quantum
right.
medbeds are only available to those truly awakened and experiencing 5D. For more information, please pay €11 a month to our Insiders Club at wardywardywardy.qfsmedbeds.com.
Oh no.
Those who question or disagree are simply just underdeveloped and will have to make do with paracetamol and antibiotics. Quantum medbeds. 5D yourself into better health.
Oh geez. Oh, that's just gold. And you know, but it is also sad that some people
Yeah.
are actually falling for that scam, you know.
Do you know what's worse, actually, is if you go into the comments section on that video, there is at least 2 comments of people who have seen the title and the thumbnail and gone, oh my God, yay, can't wait for the medbeds to roll out. I'm so excited and all this. I'm like, oh,
Yeah, they didn't even
no.
watch it. And they didn't even
No.
watch it. But I love that you put the word quantum in there, because that's another
yeah.
buzzword that a lot of these
Quantum.
clowns are using. All you have to do is put the word quantum in front of it. They talk about quantum computers. And look, I got a background. I have an education and background in computer science. And I can tell you with some degree of certainty that every one of these clowns that is running around talking about quantum AI and quantum computers has absolutely zero idea what they're talking about. They know nothing about quantum computers, which are really in the beginning stage, and people are still trying to figure out how they're going to make it work and whether it is even going to work and what they'll be capable of. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah. My husband's a techie guy as well, and he's just amazed by the fact that they're even trying to, and they just make up stuff like Charlie Ward's like, it can read your heart. The quantum computer just reads your heart. It knows if you're a good person.
No.
And that's when, but this is what they're going with. And Simon Parkes is doing the same thing. You know, if you're a good person, if you're a good guy, you'll get on those medbeds and you'll get the QFS. It's coming to you if you're good. If you're not good, then you're just going to have to settle with a normal bank account because it's not happening for you. You're not developed enough. But that was his excuse for everything. You know, if you're questioning,
you gotta have it out. You know,
yeah, you're underdeveloped.
I love this. Sarah R. Adams, you know, when I tested her superpowers and then they weren't working on me, she came up with this elaborate excuse saying that I have some cursed ring, and I said, Sarah, I don't.
That sounds painful.
Used to. When I was in rock bands, I had 6 earrings in each ear, and I had all these necklaces, and I had rings on each finger and stuff. And I said, I have a wedding ring. And if that's the cursed ring that you're talking about that I have to get rid of, I don't think my wife would appreciate that.
That would be expensive.
But that was her out. Her out was, my superpowers aren't working on you because you have a cursed ring that's blocking my energies. And I'm like, oh, come on, you know. And we sent her a fake cancer patient, and she fell for it hook, line, and sinker. She was telling him that she was shrinking his cancer cells, and he's going, knowing that he's not even sick. She had no idea he wasn't even sick. And thanks, Jackie O, for kind and generous £5 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. I don't know where law enforcement is with some of these people, because if you're telling people for $250 that we're going to take you through a Stargate up to a spaceship and you're going to be healed, I don't know how law enforcement doesn't get involved and say that's outright consumer fraud.
I do. It's because it's all for entertainment purposes only. If
I
they
haven't
put
seen that
that,
disclaimer. I think some of them are going to start doing that, but I
they
haven't seen that
are.
disclaimer.
They are. Charlie Wood's been doing it for a long time. It's only a
Oh, it's
matter of time.
entertainment. Yeah, it's only entertainment.
These videos are for entertainment purposes only, while he's telling you how to make your own hydroxy, moxy, floxy, woxy, loxy thing that we can't really probably say.
We can't say that. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I
uh,
heard. And he's got some kind of secret water that's infused with that.
It does look like a wee
can't
sample to me.
You can't get sick if you drink this special water that we're selling on our website, you know?
It's just it's
And M Seeker of Truth is here. Big shout out to M Seeker of Truth.
Hey,
offline. We're gonna. I'm supposed to be on that show, and I can't wait because I think it's great, right? And you know, I know you guys have been doing a lot of these grift busting shows, and somebody left, and there's only so many slots. I was pissed because you got the slot. I was going to contact him and go, get me on there. And then I saw you on there, and I went, dude, she got the gig, and I didn't get the gig.
You do know we have guest hosts as well.
Yes. So that's what we're going to work out. I'm going to be a guest, and that's fine with me because I like what you guys are doing. And it's cool to have a whole panel of people that are familiar with these scams and these new age grifters to kind of educate the public. I consider what M Seeker of Truth and you and others there are doing. It's like a public service. Try to, you know.
Yeah, and we all have very different ideas about things, and we all come from very different backgrounds. And what I absolutely love about Griftbusters is we do not live in an echo chamber, and we do not encourage echo chambers. We encourage a diversity of opinion, which is why we were happy to have Jordan Sather on as our guest host for Griftbusters 6, because not all of us agree with him. And some of us have been very vocal about not agreeing with everything Jordan has to say and believes in. But we had him on anyway, and he was perfectly polite and lovely and nice to chat to. And again, we don't live in an echo chamber, and we can agree on many things. And we did agree on many things. I have to admit,
I've been very harsh with him based on things that people have said he said that I have no proof that he said. So I have to take a step back and say, if I can't listen to him say what people told me he said, and it was specifically around autism, because I have an autistic child. And so, you know, I threw him in with maybe the wrong crowd. And the other issue is that, you know, maybe he did fall in with the wrong crowd, and eventually he woke up. He recently has come out against David Wilcock and Corey Good and others. So to me, I'm going to keep an open mind, and I'm going to give him more of the benefit of the doubt. And hopefully someday I'll get to have a personal conversation and say, look, here's this email that somebody told me you said this. People said you said this about autism. I would prefer, before I crucify the guy, that I know exactly what he said or what his real beliefs about that specific issue are before I throw him under the bus. You know, it's easy though. You know what it is that people that are, you know, really don't like Corey Good and David Wilcock. They put him in there with those two guys, and it may not be the case. So, but I applaud M Seeker of Truth, because I saw that he was going to be on there, and I went, whoo, that guy's brave, because this could go sideways real fast, and people turn against people. So Rick B, thanks for your kindness, your generosity, and support. A £2 super chat saying hi, everyone. Thank you for your kindness.
Can I just say, Rick B edits all my videos.
Oh, thank you, Rick B.
For both my channels.
That's a good friend to have. I got to do it. I got to do it largely myself, but now I have help in the form of Kari, who's English, by the way. So see, I have an English. I have some English help, right?
Yes. Yeah. It's spooky.
And M Seeker of Truth says, yo, Stephen, Will of Cold Beer Confessional is here with his crew repping. Yeah, good to see you. We're having great attendance. I got to tell you, Intel Lady, I thought 1 p.m. All my audience is still hung over at 1 p.m. from the night before. There's going to be 10 people, but we have 95 people or something watching right now. I'm very happy with the attendance. And that's awesome. People that you brought in that probably maybe different time zones, whatever it is, I'm glad to have it. So, as far as Jordan, then were you surprised, or did you have preconceived notions that he was going to believe this or believe that, and were you surprised?
I went with an open mind.
Good for you.
And obviously, I spoke to him backstage before we went on, and he was really lovely, very polite, and very
Yeah, I watched it, and I was
supportive.
I was surprised myself. I expected something different.
I mean, I watched him while he was on YouTube. I watched a lot of his videos, and you know, he's sort of grown up. I don't mean to sound patronizing because I'm not that much older than him. Well, I am. Who am I kidding? Of course I am. I sort of, without patronizing him, I have watched him grow up a lot. And I think once he separated, and I said this to him on Griftbusters, I was so happy the day he walked away from Boring No Good and David Wilcock, because he needed to separate himself from that craziness, because he's a smart, oh God, I almost said he's a smart kid. I'm just making myself sound old now. He's a smart guy, and, you know, I think he'll do just fine by himself, go in his own way, and you know, you grow and change. And as I've said, you know, I've been very open and honest about, you know, my background, and I've told you that, you know, the woo side of things as well.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with that. I'm trying to keep a more open mind myself. And well, you know, I'm not going to learn anything about people if I just only have skeptics here, you know.
You've got to have people from all different backgrounds and whatnot. But I found with my journey, because I started my channel in 2015, and with my journey, it was amazing what I thought I knew at the start of it, and what I know now, which is I don't know anything. I set up that channel, and for me, it was all about just doing my little card readings, and then it became much more, and I started being more interested in conspiracy stuff and ufology and all that kind of stuff. But watched in horror, as in particularly last year and maybe even the year before, people that I admired were moving to Taboo, and seeing that, it was like, I'm sitting there going, am I on my own, guys? Is anyone else here? Am I just sitting here by myself?
You know, it's so crazy to me is I have so many friends and family, and they know I'm in the, you know, they all know that I'm Mr. Conspiracy, and they would all bring me the boo stuff, and I would say, this is garbage. This is all garbage. And then, you know, people get upset with me because they so desperately want to believe that stuff because it's telling them what they want to hear, you know. Yeah, and Spooky is Kari, who helps me here at the show.
Hey, Kari.
She is currently editing together an out-of-context video of Lyman Sharks. It's pretty awesome so far. So what Kari does is she takes stuff from the internet and just mixes it up, puts different music on it, puts these weird pans on it, and it's really good what she does. She does that for CW Channer largely, but she's starting to do other stuff. But
she did my David Shilcon one. The first David Shilcon one I ever did, she mixed with him and Corey doing the Cosmic Disclosure. I think the Gaia show that they did. And she mixed my David Shilcon in with it. Oh God, it was so funny. I loved it. So yeah, it was brilliant.
Yeah, and I'm kind of pissed though, because I haven't gotten an out of context video yet. But she's doing you and CW Channel. You know what she said? She said, your whole show is out of context, so I don't need to do anything. Exactly. I'm like, thanks, right?
That's you told.
Yeah, I you know, I don't know. Some of this stuff is so, I want to applaud you for doing what you're doing, because for me, the first time I did one, I went, this stuff is so ridiculous that we should just make fun of it. We should just make fun of it because it's just so stupid and so ridiculous, some of the things these people say. And I was happy to find out that I'm not the only insane person out there that agreed with that way of doing things. And I think, you know, from an educational standpoint, you and I both have more chance of waking people up doing it this way, like just showing like this is so stupid and so ridiculous and so funny. maybe people will wake up and go, yeah, this stuff these people are talking about is really weird,
Which is why I do it, because I've always said to people, these sketches write themselves. They really
Mine
do.
too, yeah.
Because I'm literally just repeating what they're saying to their BitChute audiences, which is mainly where the stuff is now.
The ghetto of the internet now.
Yeah. And it's so ludicrous. But people are going, wow, yeah, no, yeah, that is, oh God, yeah, you're so
Especially
right.
the boo stuff. It's so stupid.
Oh,
Biden's not in the real White House. He's not the real president, and Trump is still in charge of this and that.
it's
And I'm like,
amazing.
you people are
amazing.
Delusional, absolutely delusional.
But I never run out of material ever, because it's just, and these new characters, they just pop up. New people pop up all the time. They usually end up on Charlie's show, and they start there, and then they start going on each other's shows and round tabling and all this. And this is what I saw.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of liars. Yeah, it's just a bunch of liars that reinforce each other's lies. They all live in this delusional fantasy world where they have this secret information, right? And they, one thing I noticed, and it's funny, is like Kerry Cassidy and Charlie Ward and Simon Parks, they all get together and they really do like pump up each other's egos when they have their conversations. They're like, Kerry's doing such amazing work to wake people up to what's really happening. She doesn't know anything. She's nuts,
She visits a guy in prison.
Yeah.
Who claims to go off planet, doesn't explain how he's going off planet and then taking himself back to prison again.
He's teleporting out of there. The aliens come in the middle of the night and they teleport Mark Richards out of his prison cell, and then he saves Earth, and then they teleport him back before the guards notice that he's gone. That's what happens, right?
I know, and you would. How wonderful of him to be so law-abiding like that. That those aliens could take him anywhere, but he's like, no, guys, come on, fair's fair. Take me back to prison. That's where I should be for a crime I didn't commit. This all makes perfect sense. Let's do it that way. And it's like,
and it also shows the desperation of some of these people. They're so desperate to sell these stories that they're willing to use literal convicted murderers as sources. And another dirty little secret that people don't know is that a lot of the sources that people like Kerry Cassidy and others have been using are convicted pedophiles.
Yeah, so many of them.
There's so many of them. It's so crazy that people, and we have Mikey Horn here from the Billy Meyer case, and he lost his mind because I called him on using a pedophile as proof that Billy Meyer got a laser gun. Billy Meyer got a laser gun from aliens, and what's his proof? A pedophile saw the hole in the tree, so it must be true. He lost his mind. Nobody calls these people on it, though.
No, they don't.
Or they don't know. They don't know that the person that they're quoting or using as a source is actually someone convicted of child-related sexual offenses.
And then there's the other side of it, where they use the children to garner sympathy and believe us because there are children here and children there, and they must be rescued from this underground, deep underground military base, and this is
they're harvesting their adrenochrome,
and it's like, but where there's no one's showing any proof of this, which is why I did one of my earlier videos was a video called Dumb Raider, and it was based upon
I saw that one, going into the underground bases to rescue
but this is what
children.
She claims she does. She claims she's come out of nowhere and claimed that she's rescuing children from all the hundreds of deep underground military bases in the UK. So our tiny little island has hundreds of deep underground military bases filled with children. I mean, seriously, but everyone seems to believe her. And then she suddenly became a Christian. There's a pattern that they follow. They're like, oh, okay, I think I actually need to be Christian now. So she starts giving it,
because the boo people prefer those people. So
and that's what they grift on, that but I'm a good Christian, blah blah blah. So I really stretched that character out to be somebody who talks about all of those things, but is also a Christian. And you know, I embellished the story. I said, you know, she's got this woman called Glenda who does Bible studies with her now. And at the end,
you fleshed out the character,
yeah. At the end of each one that I do, I call it the Great British Turd.
What do you think of the Griftbusters panel? I think that you have an interesting mix of people that I can tell have different beliefs, but you can still agree on some things, and I think that's very healthy. Have people, you know, that have different beliefs but can agree on some things and find some common ground between everyone, you know. When I have gone out on a limb to try to interview some of these more woo people, I always try to find some common ground, like things that we can agree on before we get into disagreeing on many different things. I think what M Seeker of Truth is doing with the panel is very good, like, because you got to mix. You know, on the subject of these deep underground bases, there's another guy I covered named Jason Shirka, and he was telling people that there was these military operations under, you know, Washington, D.C., and they saved these children and all this different stuff, all the while collecting donations, right? And getting people behind his paywall. Yeah. And it's just, when you hear he does these videos where he's like, you know, operation update, and they all act like they have, and the other thing I love is briefings. They all say, the latest briefing I got, by the way, this is our briefing from Intel.
This is our briefing. Yeah.
But this idea that they're getting briefings is so ridiculous, because I always say this, like, generals get briefings, senators get briefings. Some clown on the internet talking about aliens and adrenochrome is not getting any briefing. No. It's garbage.
No, I mean, one of our Griftbusters, Will, served in the military. He knows what getting briefings is. He got actual briefings when he was in the military. So he's great at busting through this nonsense with people, because even the child rescue stuff that they talk about, will be able to talk about how you would do an extraction, and how the team would work, and how they would you know, organize who went where, and who communicated with who, and all this stuff. And then some woman comes along, ex-porn star, who claims she's rescuing children, and just comes and tells this absolute cock and bull story about how she rescued these children, and there was one that was like dying in her arms, and all this nonsense. And I walked into that building and I punched her in the face and dragged her out by her hair. And it's like, no, Will would just sit there and go, yeah, no, that would not happen. It would never happen. She wouldn't even be allowed to be anywhere near that operation. They would never pick some random ex-porn star.
It just wouldn't happen. Random crazy. And then we have this Lauren Pritchard, which we had here and we were covering. She's right now losing her mind, like yelling about me on her channel, saying that she's already rescued all these children and it's history and it's already done. And I'm like, well, show me one child that you rescued. Show me one. And she can't do it while she's still collecting donations. And she's almost defiant about it. Like, I don't have to work. God provides for me. No, you're begging for money on the internet, telling people you're saving children. And you can't show us one. She can't show one child she saved.
It was such an interesting interview. I don't know quite what happened before that interview started, but it's almost as if you went, here is this lovely field we're in now. In this field, there are a number of rabbit holes. Don't go down the rabbit holes. And she bounced into that field and went down every single rabbit hole. And you're like, oh God, come back.
And people were kind of critical. Like, as soon as you realized how nutty she was, you should have stopped the interview. And I was like, I want to see how far this rabbit hole goes. Exactly. Let's get into it. Let's see. Yeah. And lately now, her story gets even crazier, because now she's talking about she's saving children by remote viewing because somebody left a maintenance door open, as if you can remote view inside a building if they leave the maintenance door open for you, for your consciousness to fly in there. But if they don't leave the maintenance door open, that was her explanation for how she was able to remote view inside this beer factory. They left the maintenance door open, so she remote viewed in there, found out where all the children were. I mean, it's so ridiculous. People believe them, though.
They do. Why do they? It's so disappointing. It's so disappointing.
And I think pay rent. She refuses to pay rent, and she's still. people went after her, and I don't blame her for this, but she mentioned on my show that she doesn't pay for the internet. She just uses her neighbor's Wi-Fi. So people are like,
steals.
she's stealing her neighbor's Wi-Fi to accuse people of being pedophiles all over. And, you know, on a serious note, one of the reasons that I went back and forth, I almost flipped a coin and canceled on her. But then I talked to one of the beer companies that she's accusing of being satanic pedophiles, and very nice family-run business. They employ about 100 people, but it's still a family. It's not a huge corporation. It's a family-run beer business. They've been in business for 25 years, you know, and they talked to me about all of the trouble and the damage that this woman caused, getting on local media even to them. She was on like Austin websites and stuff, accusing them of being satanic pedophiles, and all the damage it did to their reputation, people harassing them, believing those stories. And she was happy about it. She was glad that they, you know, and she has no proof of it. Her proof was, there was a child's, girl's bow, like hair bow on the ground out in front of the beer place. And that's a sign that they're satanic pedophiles. It's just, I don't know.
But this is the world that they live in, and it's exacerbated. It's stirred up by the Simon Parks and the Charlie Wards of the world, and the, you know, Madison Marquettes and the Great British Birds, and they do this, you know, oh, it's for the children, and you know, this is happening. That's like the Wayfair cabinet stuff that can you remember that Wayfair cabinet story and all this stuff, and it stirs people up. And if you use that subject, it pulls on everyone's heartstrings, and it makes everybody angry, because no one ever wants to think. But the thing is, when you're listening to these people and they're saying, it's all right, we're going into the DOMs, we're rescuing children, we're putting them on the med beds, it's all happening. Your eyes are taken away from looking around for anything suspicious in where you live. You know, that guy down the street who could be doing awful things. And, you know, you're not looking at them anymore, because you're listening to the people that are telling you they're rescuing all these children and being the heroes of the hour. And so you're like, oh, it's all right. It's all in hand, everyone. It's okay. This random woman from the UK is raiding DOMs and rescuing kids, and this ex-porn star is doing the same thing over here in the US. We don't need to bother about rescuing anyone. We're just, you know, I
gotta find that porn star again. I'm gonna ask her for an interview.
She won't go on. This is the thing. She stays within her echo chamber, and this is the problem. This is the problem that I've got. And for all of those that were giving us Griftbusters heat for having Jordan Sather on, I repeat again,
hey, he's brave enough to come on with you guys. I would do it because I could get to ask him, because I would do it for an opportunity to ask him some questions, you know, just a few questions, and I would be respectful. And
he would be respectful, because he is respectful, and you can have a proper conversation with him. But we do not. Griftbusters is not an echo chamber. We are from very different sides of the aisle on many, many things. I mean, you know, I would imagine, much like you, Will's not into any of the woo stuff. Will finds the woo stuff hilarious and makes fun of it all the time, and probably would have no interest in my other channel whatsoever. And most people who watch Cold Beer Confessional would have zero interest in my other channel, but they like Intel Lady and they like what I'm doing there. And that's why I'm like, you know what, this is fine. You could take and leave me however and watch whatever you want to watch. But I'm pretty grounded, and you know, I appreciate that people come from different backgrounds and have different ideas and opinions, and I'm not going to sit in a bloody echo chamber nodding along like all the grifters do, nodding at each other's nonsense. I'm gonna say, okay, this person I don't fully agree with, but it's okay to talk to him, because his opinion, we can find common ground. That's the other thing. You've got to find you will find common ground no matter who you're talking to. Because that's life. It's just the internet makes you believe that there isn't common ground, that you're with that team or you're with that team. But in reality, in real life, when you're, in amongst regular people, you find common ground with people. They might not support the same sports team that you do. They might not have the same religion, but you could probably stand in a shop with them or in a petrol station and have a conversation with them to pass the time of day. That's reality. But the internet isn't reality. It's stirred up crazy pockets of lunacy, and everyone goes to the separate pockets and thinks that pocket is right and that pocket is right, and that's why I like being around diverse, different people with different opinions from me, with different ideas about things, so long as you are respectful and you're not rude or horrible, then we can have a conversation, a calm one, and disagree calmly. And it's all good.
And respectfully, sure. Yeah, and respectfully. Yeah.
That's it.
You're right. I've been thinking lately that I don't want to have a bubble here or an echo chamber, and I've been welcoming more people of diverse interests, and I think that's very, very healthy. One of the things about the satanic pedophile rings that people see everywhere, though, don't you think that it's easy for people to believe that, because there are some things, like somebody mentioned Jimmy Savile, and we've got this information. Savile. Sorry.
That's all right.
And we have this information about Epstein Island and Prince Andrew. So this is what there's some little tiny kernel of truth to some of it.
There is, and this is what does our heads in. And what I think I can speak for all the griftbusters when I say this is what drives us up the wall, because there is a lot of truth in what has been said about. So there's a lot of dodgy stuff. I don't think for one second that my government is full of really honest people any more than I think American politics is full of really honest, decent people. I mean, you've literally got Commandant Lassard from the Police Academy movies running your country at the moment. It's horrifying.
I haven't thought about those movies in forever. I grew up on those movies.
So did I, and it's like he's Commandant Lassard. When you see him at the podium, it could be any one of the Police Academy movies, because he never knew what he was talking about.
I don't know how it is in England. Actually, I think your system might be a little bit better, but here, I just think they're all bought and paid for criminals, because the corporations own everyone. They own the judges, they own the senators, they own the congressmen, they own the president even.
Yeah,
totally. You're not getting there unless you sell out. And we have to get the money out of politics so people, get elected for the right reasons, not because they had the most money. And then they owe the most favors to the people that gave them all the money. So, we see it time and time again. These things, the politicians in this country, whatever the corporations that got them there want, they do. They've even shown that, like, Big Pharma wrote some of the laws and handed them off to the senators to get put into law what they wanted. It's crazy.
Horrible.
I don't get into politics because I'm like, they're all criminals. I don't care. We only have two sides. Your side is just as criminal as this other side. They're all criminals.
Yes,
right?
I agree, and that's kind of how I feel about British politics as well. I have yet to find a political party that I can relate to in any way, and I didn't vote for who we've got in, but
I didn't vote in this last election because I thought. But I didn't even vote. I'm like, I cannot vote for either of these two clowns. There's no way. One of them is a maniac and the other one is senile. Like, neither of these two, I wanted to write in Mickey Mouse, right?
Yeah.
He would have done a better job than these two. And right now in our country, things are going bad. Things are going
not good.
So bad. We're going to have these major supply chain, inflation's out the wazoo. Hey, let's turn off all the drilling here. So now gas is going to be twice as much as it was a year ago. I mean, it's up like 50%. It's crazy.
We've got an energy price hike here as well going on. And we're already panicking about how we're going to heat our house and afford to pay the bills this winter.
Yeah, I'm a real big guy. I'm real big on wood burners. I got access to lots of firewood because of my cabin. The cabin is 100% run by firewood. I have a backup propane heater and whatever, but the whole place is run from firewood, and I do that here too. But here I'm in the suburbs, so it's a little harder. But yeah, we supplement with the wood burning fireplace, and we have to. You got to do whatever you got to do. Armis Alion is Ali Owen is here and says, "Can I share Intel Ladies wig fun link, please?" Yes, absolutely, you can. But I may need to make you a moderator to do that. So I'll go over the chat. And I want to remind everybody that there is a link to subscribe to Intel Ladies channel. She really should have more subscribers than me. I think you work harder than me on some of the stuff that you do. So there's a link right in the About section of the video here. Go over there, smash that subscribe button, and let's encourage her to continue more of this great work that she's doing. And I'm trying to find this. I have to make this person a moderator here in order for them to be able to share a link. So 1 second.
It's not so much a wig I need. I need a new green screen because this one's got a big hole in it. So that's going to be my next purchase.
It's a little funky. You know what I did? I finally have done it. I have enough green screen to do like full body shots, like to stand in the scene and do the entire feet to head. And I'm excited about that because I haven't been able to do that before. Awesome. I got to clean out my garage and take over my garage. My wife will be very happy that I'm taking over yet another room in the house for my craziness, right? But there's nothing going on in that garage. It really is just junk, We moved 2 years ago. I still got I got 25 boxes. I don't even know what's in them,
We have the same problem, and it was more than 2 years ago for us.
So. Yeah, I saw you did that big kitchen remodel, and I wanted to show my wife, but then I said no because then she's going to start making me do that. So I said nope, I won't share it. She doesn't need to know, right? Our house is in pretty good condition, but it really does need a new kitchen. So it's got these old wooden, crappy cabinets, and she's going to want me to redo the countertops, the floor, and the cabinets. So we're going to do that soon, though.
It's a nightmare, but it's worth it in the end.
You can buy Intel Lady a coffee and encourage her to do some excellent work. Or maybe it should be tea because, she's British. Did you know my mom? My mom was English and Irish, and I grew up with a lot of English and Irish culture.
Excellent.
And, to this day, I've never drank coffee. We always drank hot tea, so I still do that today.
Good, excellent. You don't put sugar in it, though. You shouldn't put sugar in it.
Yeah, I do. Or honey.
Oh, dear.
Or honey. Yeah, I do.
No, yeah. See, I'm a Yorkshire girl, so no, you don't put sugar in tea if you're
MC Truth encouraging everybody keep on subbing, guy. This lady deserves the views.
Thanks,
yes, she absolutely do. If I can do nothing else but to help you today, then I will consider today a good day because when I started, not a lot of people were helping me, and it's tough to get those subs up, and especially I remember to get to the 1,000 was like. To get to the YouTube pennies was like, it was so hard. And now it seems like, I'm getting a lot better with more people are finding me. It's like a ball rolling down the hill. That first part, you're pushing that boulder up the mountain by yourself. That's the hard part. But I think right now you're in a good position, and so am I, that now we're going to start pushing the boulder down that mountain. And that's a little bit easier.
It's so nice to see. I've got so many, YouTubers and I've got to shout out to CW Chanter as well because I've been on his show and we had a great chat, and he's always been really supportive of my work, and it's just so lovely to have so many YouTubers that are just really supportive and sharing my work. And
those are the good ones though, because there are a lot of people that are too bitter and angry and competitive. Somehow
tell me about
I hate this. Like to me, it's like, I want to tell you something. I want to get something off my chest. Really,
go for it.
Because when you first start doing your thing, a few nasty negative people sent me links and I go, "Look, she's ripping you off," and I go, "What? I don't own an idea. Like,
Oh, I wonder who
anybody
that
do
could be.
anybody could do a character, It really was one person, and I went.
Yeah, I think
and I
I might
explained to
know who
them.
that was.
I said, first of all, it's like it's basically we're both doing the Saturday Night Live version of ufology and conspiracy land, and I don't own that idea. Anybody can make characters. Anybody can, but people are bitter and nasty, and I always think that somebody else's success never takes away from mine. I'm happy for people, and I was happy to find somebody as insane as me, quite honestly. Like, she's just as insane as me for doing this, right?
It's fun though, isn't it? It's at least we can have. I do make myself laugh sometimes when I'm putting ideas together. I'm like, oh God, it's just if you're passionate enough about it to be amused by stuff that you're doing, then I guess you're doing it properly, aren't you? You need to keep doing it.
And some of the stuff just gets absolutely ridiculous. And then it's so funny for me is that, I got a lot of family that doesn't really watch my show, and I don't blame them. They're not into the subject, so
none of them watch mine.
Yeah. But the funny thing is they always catch the worst. They'll tune in on the worst. Like, I did the thing with David Jacobs because he was asking girls for panties. And I was like, and I'm on the internet, like sniffing panties and a mask and stuff and talking about alien spooge. That's the one that my relatives tune into.
Of course.
They're like, Steve, what the hell is your show about? I'm like, what do you mean? They go, I don't know. I turned on your show and you were like sniffing panties and yelling and screaming in some mask. And I went, yeah, that's what we do. And that's just what we do here,
Yeah. And thank God my family don't, my relatives don't watch my stuff. I had a conversation with my dad today, and he's like, and I said, oh, I'm chatting to somebody tonight. I'm doing a little interview with someone tonight, and he's like, on the telly, and I'm like, no, Dad, not on the telly, on YouTube. He's like, oh right, oh is it your spiritual stuff? I'm like, no. Dad, no, Dad. And he's like, what then? I'm like, doesn't matter, Dad. It doesn't. I can't explain it.
Yeah, it's me dressing up like crazy people.
Yeah, I dick around in wigs, Dad. Yeah. I dress up in old man jumpers and I crawl across my garden. Oh God, people keep saying to me, what on earth must your neighbours think of you when you're doing your Mad Max Maddie adventures and running around your garden, low crawling across my lawn and stuff? I'm like, I think that God knows there must be a lot of questions. No one's ever asked me.
You mentioned a lot of props and weird stuff. You're probably in the same boat I am. Like, I go to thrift stores and look for weird stuff that I can use. I just went to a thrift store and bought some dresses. That'll tell you a little bit about my life, because my wife is 5 foot and I'm 6'4". So I tried to borrow her stuff and she was like, what are you doing? You look ridiculous. That dress doesn't fit you. And I'm like, this is not a conversation we should be having, And it's so funny. I had to get panties to do the panty sniffing, and she's like, I'm just going to buy you new ones because that's gross. You're not allowed to sniff my panties live on YouTube. So we got some new ones. It's okay.
Yeah. Sometimes you got to go new for that. I'm very lucky. I've got a supplier now. I have the wonderful Caroline who she works.
You got a wardrobe person.
She's my wardrobe person now. She works in, what would you call it, a thrift store. We call them charity shops here, and or op shops if you're in New Zealand. And she'll send me pictures of like sparkly dresses, just the ugliest clothes, but all the Lyman sweaters. She keeps me in Lyman jumpers, which is brilliant. So it's great. When
you guys have a lot of weird
to Lyman
terms
as well. It's brilliant.
You guys have a lot of weird terms for stuff. Like, I worked with a British guy. And I swear he comes to my desk one day and he says, excuse me, hey, Stephen, you got a rubber? And I was like, and no, but let me tell the story because it's so funny. I go, yeah, do you really need one right now? I keep some in my wallet. And this is a long time ago before I was married. So he goes, yeah, I just need to borrow a rubber, mate. You got a rubber? And I went, okay. So I go in my wallet and I hand him a condom. And he goes, no, mate, I need to fix something. He needed an eraser. right? An eraser in England is a rubber. I'm handing him condoms. I thought he wanted, and then the funniest thing is I go, "Well, you're going to use it right now?" And he goes, "Yeah, I need it now, mate." He was talking about erasers. Or the term "knock me up," right? And he, if a girl in England says, "Oh, come on and knock me up later," she doesn't mean bang her and impregnate her. That just means to knock for her, right?
No. We know that as if you've been knocked up, you've got pregnant. We know
some
that
term like that. Yeah.
We know that term. Yeah. Oh, there's loads. Yeah. There's loads.
Yeah, I'm probably remembering it wrong. Yeah, but there's a lot of weird language differences. The British English and American English are two completely, totally different. Well, they're 90% similar, but that 10% difference is really, really strange. Right?
It's such a different culture. I know we speak the same language, but having been married to my husband for 11 years, we still have
that filthy American. Yeah.
We still have moments where he has to stop and go, "Jen, are you being sarcastic or I'm not sure?" And he says, I have to check with you because I've got such a dry sense of humor that he's like, I don't know I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not. And that's after 11 years of marriage. So he treads carefully with these things. It's probably the right thing to do, but there's all sorts. But Simon Parkes does that classic where he talks about the difference between British words and American British words. So in the UK, we say we're going to turn on the tap. Now in America, it's the faucet. But we say tap. It's the extra patronizing. I'm going to teach you about Americanisms and the big difference.
There's Aussies as well. Yeah. Aussies have their own weird stuff as well. Yeah.
Yes.
So I don't want to keep you too much longer. I'm sure you got things to do with your family, and I've got to get my kids off the bus shortly. So what are your plans for the immediate future? You're going to be on M Seekers of Truth's Grift Busters. You're making new sketches. Is there anything else that you're working on that we should let people know about?
I think that's more than enough, don't you? I mean, good grief. I've got 2 kids and, a household to deal with as well. So it's a wonder I can get everything done. And I'm loving being on Griftbusters, and I hope that I do them proud.
I was proud to see. I was glad to see you there, even though I think you took my gig, So,
look, you come on,
took my gig.
It's not my decision to make.
I'm just busting your chops, and I will be on there as a guest. So I'm still going to get my shot. That's fine. When I'm on there, I'm going to try to knock you out of your square. And
I was hoping I could bring you on as like a show and tell, so I could say, well, today we're going to be talking about, say David Wilcock's hover cars, and then go, and here's my research. Here's Stephen Cambion from Truth Seekers, and I'll take credit. You talk for me.
I told M Seeker of Truth, I said, I've got a lot of information that I could bring that would benefit people, and I'd be happy to do that. And I think, some collaboration between the channels that are exposing these cons and these grifts, it would amplify both of our voices. So I'm all for it. Absolutely all for it.
Yeah. Oh, it'd be great. It'd be awesome to have you on board. And bust some grifts. It's all good.
Yeah, I'm all about that. Okay, well, I'm going to throw you out of here, and we're going to wrap things up. I want to thank you for taking the time and finally getting to do this. I've been wanting to do it for a long time, but the time zones, and you're a busy lady, right? She's got a real life and stuff. And probably got a social life. I don't have
a social life. I
got nothing. I got nothing going on. Yeah, I'm still in lockdown, and even though I don't need to be, because I just don't like people. So
I'm the same. I'm quite happy in my house by myself, not socializing.
Yeah, isn't that funny? It's like I've been an introvert my whole life, so I didn't know it, but I was preparing for the pandemic my whole life. What do you want me to do? Stay in my house, not talk to people, not go outside? This is perfect.
Okay.
Yeah,
no
this
problem.
Is absolutely perfect for me. Yeah, so I want to thank everybody for joining us. And I want to once again remind you the link to her channel is in the description box. Let's get her a boost. We've had 100 people watching. If we could get even half of you guys to go over there, that's a big bump for her. Get over there and smash her subscribe button and hit the notification bell, and you'll know when she's got new things coming. And yeah, we're going to throw you out of here so you could go. I don't know what English people do. Are you like drinking
dinner?
drinking
It's
tea
dinner
and
time.
eating crumpets? My mom used to make crumpets. We used to have
I
tea
love
and
a crumpet.
crumpets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love a crumpet.
Are English muffins really English muffins? Do you know what those are?
I mean, I eat them when I'm English. I don't know the origin.
And they must be real. Okay, I thought that was the thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no, they're real. They're real.
All right. Well, you have a good evening, and try not to be a stranger. And I'm hoping that I'll see you on M Seeker of Truth's channel and become a guest. That would be great. I would love to do that. Let's make it happen.
Definitely. Thank you so much for having me on, Stephen.
Yeah.
Love your channel, and thank you. And it's been fun chatting.
All right. Thanks for your time. All right, boys and girls, we finally got Intel Lady here, and it was a fun and lighthearted conversation, and I knew that it would be, which is one of the reasons why I wanted to do it. And there's not many people doing this strange, weird thing that both of us seem to be doing, which is to lampoon and make fun of the ridiculousness of all of this stuff. I'll give a little bit of time and attention to the live chat. I have a few minutes here before I got to bounce out of here and get my children off the school buses. I'm happy to say that these things, doing a 1 p.m. show, are now going to be possible for me because my children, I explained this in case you didn't know, there was a COVID scare at one of my child's school. And what ended up happening is they send my children, both of them, home for 3 weeks, or I think it was 3 weeks, 2.5 or 3 weeks. I don't know. And as you can imagine, a 5 and a 9-year-old all day doesn't leave me free to do these shows. But if they're in school, I can schedule daytime interviews. I'm seeing from the attendance today that this is a good idea. So I'm going to try to schedule more interviews at around 1 p.m., which is a perfect time for me to do an hour or two and still be able to make it to the bus. I've got the time, and quite honestly, I'm always honest with my audience. If I have 2 boys for 10 hours or 12 hours, it's draining and exhausting, and I don't have another 2 hours in me to do a show some days. And you may have noticed that in this last week or so, we're doing more content, and that is because I'm not drained by my, and hey, God, I love my children, but ask anybody that is a father or a mother and is responsible for those 2 children all day long. It's exhausting. And also, my children are of the age that I can't just close my office door and leave them alone for 2 hours because they're boys. And bad things could happen. Really bad things could happen. So, it looks like things are getting slowly back to normal here on the home front. My children are back in school all day long. And as long as I wake up, relatively early, which for me is, 10 a.m., I'll be able to do some daytime interviews, and we'd like to start producing more content. You asked for it. We want to give it to you. And Jackie O is saying it's 7:40 p.m. here in the UK. Yeah, it's 2:40 p.m. There's a 6-hour difference. That's why we did this at this time, because I didn't want to make Intel Lady stay up till 3 o'clock in the morning to do our normal show time, right? Cat P is here and says, I have a 5-year-old. Well, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. I am Cat P. I am the snack bitch. It's like every 5 minutes, he needs a snack or he wants, chocolate milk or something. And 10 hours of that gets exhausting very quickly. But, love my sons. It's been, I try to remind myself that it's been a blessing to be able to spend more time with them and not consider it like a drudgery. Like, oh, no, they're home for 3 weeks, Try to do some things. Took my younger son to the park, and other things. Somebody said, "Oh, that's for Kat. Send me pics on Telegram of your boy." You know, I don't have a Telegram account, right? Yeah, and the Althea Project is mentioning real good time for these interviews. Yeah, we had absolutely great attendance. I expected, 20 or 30 people because this is not our usual showtime. But it turns out I got to always remember, I have to remind myself that we're blessed to have an international audience. So the international audience means that there's always somebody around to watch a live show, no matter what time I do it. I should not think, oh, that's not a good time, and also YouTube tells you when everybody is online. I should pay more attention to that, right? Alexander Supertramp is here and says Telegram is awesome. That girl Jessica is going to be a cat lady. There's things to aspire to, right? And I want to thank M Seeker of Truth. Big shout out to M Seeker of Truth and all of his panel members and guests for coming here to show their support for their fellow grift buster Intel lady. I'm hoping to become a grift buster myself someday. You got to have goals. And our Miss Arion is reminding everybody where they could buy Intel lady a coffee, encourage her. I'm sure she could use some new supplies for her characters. I always need new supplies. So I'm assuming that she always could use some new supplies, right? Cat P says, we are a big community, Stephen, and all follow and support each other, as it should be, Cat P, and glad to see you here in the live chat. Johnny T says, yeah, by the time I do the rounds around the world, it's morning again. Armis Arion says, unified against scammers. Yeah, I really like this idea of a few of our channels hooking up and supporting each other because we can amplify each other's voices. Some of those scammers have huge followings, 100,000 subscribers and things. So if we're not careful, the voice of reason in this debate or this conversation may get lost because they have a bigger bullhorn than us. But if we band together and amplify each other's voices, that would really be helpful and I think may help more people. Unidentified S4 is here. Welcome back. Good to see you back again. Panel member from last night. The show was excellent, Steve. Thank you for your kindness and for your positive words, right? And also says it's all about supporting each other. Rogue Status says, what are you doing at this hour, Cambo? Intel lady is in England, Rogue Status, so we had to do an interview early so that we wouldn't make her stay up until 1 a.m. Also, I just want to take a moment to remind people that we're a viewer-supported show. So if you would like to support the show, there's a super chat button down there. You can throw all the money that you want at us. And you can also support us on Patreon for as little as $1 a month or send a PayPal donation. Links to do that are in the About section of this video. You could buy me a coffee. We've shared the link for Intel Lady. You could buy her a coffee. And we share Kari's link in every video in the About section. Kari's doing a lot to help the show. If you'd like to support and encourage her to continue to give us some assistance, some kind assistance, you can buy her a coffee. And I just want to mention, I want to thank everybody for their kindness and their generosity and their support and the super chats. And, I didn't really know the best way to ask people for money. So I studied the best, right? Televangelists are the best at how to ask people for money. They are shameless. So I've borrowed some help from those experts in order to appeal to people to help us with a few bucks. Brother, can you spare $1 and throw a few bucks in our hat? Every dollar goes into supporting the show, expanding the show, purchasing equipment. I'm happy to say that everything here I've been able to purchase from the Patreon dollars and the super chats. It really does help move the show forward and help us to praise the cash, friends.
Here's what I want you to do. If the Lord is speaking to you, ushers, bring some baskets down. Just leave them there. I'm not finished. I got one more point to make. This is what I want you to do. Thank you, Miss Marguerite. I brought her because I want you to understand that the work must continue. This is not a plea for money. It's a plea for partnership so that we can be what we're supposed to be. I just need 497 people to say, I'll do 300.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. Thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your generosity. Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
So yes, indeed, praise the cash. And Maggot says, give money or Jesus isn't coming back. Hey, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I think Jesus is coming back whether you give him money or not. And I've always liked George Carlin, who had this riff in one of his comedy specials where he said, God is all powerful, all knowing, omnipotent. He cares about you, but he always needs money. Yeah, very interesting. And God rest his soul. I miss George Carlin. He was a great, great comedian, great person. And he's sorely missed. I really would love to hear what he would have to say about politics and the state of our world today, right? So the other thing that I would remind everyone is that, I said, brother, can you spare $1? I know it's rough out there. So if you're really a big fan of the show and you're in a reduced circumstances, I don't need to know the details. Just write me a message and send it to truthseekershow@gmail.com and say, can I have the Patreon links? And I will send you all the Patreon links. I don't want anybody to not get the Patreon content because they're short of a few bucks. We want to be respectful and supportive of the audience that is respectful and supportive of me. Yes, Spooky reminding everybody that tonight we have Alien Girl 111 at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is quickly becoming our normal showtime. Matthew Brown is here, says, great show, Mr. Cambion. Great. Thanks for the comments, the supportive comments. Means a lot to me that people are supporting our work. Glad you said dinner and not tea, Intel Lady. Yeah. This sounds vaguely familiar to me, but I don't know myself. No One's Flower asks, who was the guy who kept promising to go on an icebreaker ship to the North Pole, find the hole of the hollow earth, and never did it? I'm not sure, but that sounds really familiar to me. I'm sure I heard about that story, but I don't know his name after all, right? The Hidden Underbelly 2.0 is here saying, hello, guys. Little late to the party, but that's what replays are for. Happy to see you here. Thanks for joining us, right? Planet Lupa says, oh no, that is midnight for me. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're doing our best. We are going to try to do some 1 p.m. shows like this a few times a week going forward. If I can get the guests, and there are guests that have refused to come on my show because they don't want to be up until whatever wee hours of the night to do the guest spot, but if I can do an afternoon for them, that may accommodate them. So we should be able to accommodate more guests, have more guests, do more shows. And again, I definitely want to thank Intel Lady for coming here. It's been a long time coming that I wanted to do the show with her, and M Seeker of Truth and his whole crew from Grift Busters was here. I'm really excited to be doing any kind of collaboration with them. I think they're doing amazing work. And M Seeker of Truth, really good guy, gave me some good advice about recent controversy that I appreciated it. And it was just weird because I've had on my list to contact him and say, hey, come and be a guest on my show, or I could be a guest on yours. And I hadn't done that. And he reached out to me right at a good time when I really needed to hear somebody who's been there and done that. And he's certainly way higher up. I don't know. What does he have? Like 30,000 subscribers? God bless him, man. I don't know how he built that. But he has a monster following and has been through much of the same growing pains as I have. Offered me some great advice, and I was thankful to get it at the time, right at a time that I needed it. Sometimes, it's like that saying, the mentor appears when the student is ready, maybe. I just mean that he just poof out of thin air showed up right when I was having, I wasn't anything major, but I was kind of back and forth in my brain trying to figure some things out and deal with the controversy that was going on. There's always controversy here, right? And hey, I'm not going to apologize for there being controversy here. People like controversy. I mean, look at shows like, Howard Stern. He built a show on controversy, but sometimes that controversy can get to your brain and affect you not in the best way. Cat P says M Seeker is a great guy. Yes, so far. Big fan of his work. Big fan of his work. Spooky, not sure if you did or not. Wait, what did I miss? Brooks was the guy that was going to go on a ship, but not sure that he did. Okay, Brooks. Yeah, not sure. Yeah. So anyway, I want to thank everybody for joining us. We're going to wrap things up here. Again, thanks to Intel Lady, our great guest today. It's always, I got to tell you, it's always easier to do the show when I know I've got a great guest coming. It makes me relax because I know that, it won't be like a difficult grind. Some of these interviews, that one time I interviewed a Catholic priest, and that was nerve-wracking because I was educated by Jesuits, Catholic priests, and they make me nervous, right? But today was really a pleasure to do, and made for an easy one. Rebecca Turner is here and saying, "Bye, I'll see you tonight." Absolutely. Welcome to the show is here, just sharing some stars. Johnny T says, "F 'em, you did well, mate." Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the support. Althea Project says, "Great show." That girl Jessica says, "Bye, everyone." Great show. See you at 9, says Alexander Supertramp. Yeah, today we're doing a double shot. So you people who are asking for more Truth Seekers content, you're getting it this week. We've got a lot planned for you. So just to review, we've got 9 p.m. tonight with Alien Girl. Tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Wednesday night, we're going to be doing a show on the Georgia Guidestones with Will Ellis, who was heavily involved in the Guidestone story. And let's see. We've also got, on Thursday, we've got a real world-renowned author, researcher, and journalist, Art Levine. And we've got a little taste of that last night on our panel show. And he and I will be discussing the horror, really, that is the opioid epidemic in this country. I consider him one of the world's leading experts on the opioid epidemic, and we're thankful that we're going to be able to bring him here. Friday at 1 p.m., we're going to be talking to VCMD Propulsion, who is working on strange and exotic propulsion systems for spacecraft. And, again, we're going off the beaten path a little bit here this week, but I think these are good subjects that people will be interested in hearing more about. So we're going out on a limb and, changing things up a little bit. Can't always talk about the same thing here. It gets old, it gets boring. I don't know how. Honestly, I see these other show hosts and they talk about UFO stuff for 6 days a week. I don't think there's enough in UFO land to talk about it for 6 days a week, but God bless them. That's just not the way that I want to do things. Also, just a final note that there was some drama, between someone came into the live chat and said something like, Rich from GoofOn is distancing himself from Third Phase of Moon. And I said, good for him. And I didn't mean that in a derogatory sense. My thoughts on Third Phase of Moon are irrelevant. If Rich from GoofOn thinks it's beneficial to him and he likes their work and he wants to work with them, then I support his decision to do so. I assumed that the person who said he was distancing himself from them was correct that he said that. Apparently, I don't think that he said that. So I'm sorry for the misunderstanding, but there doesn't need to be drama between Rich from GoofOn and myself. I support him and any decision he makes. So to be clear, if Rich from GoofOn said, I'm going to keep working with Third Phase of Moon, I would say good for him. And if Rich from GoofOn said, I'm going to start distancing myself from Third Phase of Moon, I would say good for him. I think Rich from GoofOn should do whatever he thinks is in his and his show's best interest, and I support his decisions to do that. Someone else said that Rich from GoofOn is distancing himself from me. Look, I don't feel that way, and I don't think he feels that way. I think it's just he's a very busy guy running the show. I'm a very busy guy running the show. And yeah, we haven't talked for a little bit, but I have nothing but respect and support to offer insofar as Rich and Goof on. And I think, the feeling's pretty mutual. In other words, there's no beef, okay? There's no drama that I'm aware of. I'll talk to him later today just to clarify that there's no beef or, reason for a beef. I think it's a misunderstanding. And, these things can get out of hand if we let them. So I just wanted to address that and, make sure that people understand, because we have a lot of crossover. A lot of people like his show and my show, right? And they should be free to do so and not. I can't stand it when people want people to take sides, like don't watch that show. I'll try to never say that. Welcome to the show. It's here with the kind and generous 99 cents, or is that $1 a pound? I'm not quite sure. Super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Just a final note, I want to remind anybody that's listening to audio podcast land that you're missing half the fun. We record all the shows live here on YouTube with a live chat. You hear me taking comments, questions, and things from the live chat. We're highly interactive here. If you're listening to the audio podcast, you're getting the replay. So please do come over to YouTube, search for Truth Seekers, one word. Look for me, the strange guy in the sunglasses, your host, Stephen Cambion, and smash that subscribe button. Hit that notification bell, and you too can come here and be a part of our vibrant and now growing community. You, whether you're a skeptic, a believer, are most welcome here. We talked earlier today that we don't want an echo chamber here. We welcome all points of view as long as you're respectful to others in the live chat. You are most welcome here. And see, this is how these rumors get started. Somebody is mentioning, is Rich distancing himself from that? No. As far as I know, no. And it's really up to him to clarify that. I don't believe so. I believe somebody misunderstood something that he said, and it turned into a misunderstanding. So again, there's no beef. I have nothing but good things to say about Rich, and whatever he chooses to do for the benefit of him and his own channel, I support his decision to do that. So that's where we're at. That's the state of my world. Thank you for coming here and being a part of my world for this time. No place, my friends. You always hear me say this. I'm always happy when there's an audience. There's no place that I would rather be than right here. So thanks for coming here and spending some quality time with me. I'm glad I got to spend some quality time with you. And remember, tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we'll get to spend a few more quality time together. We'll be interviewing Alien Girl, which again is one of those things that's a long time coming. She has a great channel and does a great show, all centered around UFOs and aliens. Her and I agree on some things. We disagree on other things. But I think we're going to have a lively and fun conversation tonight. Please do tune in 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight for my talk with Alien Girl. So until next time, friends, thank you so much for being here, all of you. What great attendance we had today. I was so happy to see that. Thanks to my guest, Intel Lady, and M Seeker of Truth, and the whole crew for being here to support that. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to Truth Seekers. Tonight, we're going to be exploring a topic that I have kind of avoided, and that is the topic of alien abductions. I've always been fascinated by this topic because it appears that it is a worldwide phenomenon that crosses ethnicities, races, religions, geographies, and there are recorded so-called abduction events throughout history, which we can look into. My guests tonight, Jamie and Brianna, have a podcast that I have been enjoying lately. Sometimes I take a comedic look at these things, and I fully support that because I do as well. And their podcast is called That One Time I Got Abducted by Aliens. There is a YouTube channel and a website. The links are in the description. I'd like to invite you to come and sample their work, because if you just want to have a good time and talk about strange topics, cryptid creatures, aliens, alien abductions, all matter of strangeness, really, it is a fun ride for them. So let's bring in our guests. Here we have Jamie, and the other part of the team, Brianna, is here.
Hello.
I'm glad that you guys are here. I'm glad that you guys are here.
Yes,
Yeah,
we're super excited.
We have, and we've been hanging out lately on Sundays. Cambian's been showing up too. We host a little thing where it's like a stoner chess on Sundays. It's not anywhere. You just got to be there to be part of it. So we've been kind of hanging out with Cambian behind the scenes lately. So it's nice to finally be on camera with you.
Yeah, I like those laid back sort of panel things where you just go and have a good time. It's like how I blow off steam from doing the more serious stuff. And you guys do a great job of just everybody has a good time. Lately, they've been talking about butt stuff, though. So maybe we'll get into anal probes and butt stuff.
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
Why are aliens so interested in people's butts? I don't know.
Isn't
but
that
here's
just
how I come
it's a topic
It's
of
a fun
question.
hole.
It's a fun hole, exactly.
from.
It's a real rabbit hole.
Lee Guy just sent a kind and generous $4.99 super chat, and he says, "Strippers for my
Hey,
birthday."
Lee.
They're
Nice.
dancers. They're not strippers, okay? And I
As
got in
that whole-
trouble.
As that
You
whole thing
have
was
to
playing,
say
I was like
intro.
dancing. I was like, that's a whole
Yeah.
vibe. I love that.
Yeah, I love your intro.
And
I
I got in
"Damn
trouble
it."
because I mentioned on a previous broadcast that I'm a Christian, and somebody said, "How could you be a Christian and have strippers in your intro?" And I said, "They're not strippers; they're Christian dancer girls.
They're dancers.
They're
Yeah,
And it's
dancing
okay.
with
Jesus.
Christ.
It's okay." Thank you, Lee Guy,
Exactly.
for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. Anybody wants to throw some money at me, we love it. So
Absolutely.
I've heard you guys talk about all different topics, and I was pissed because what's the Thanksgiving cryptid? I was going to do a show on that, and then I saw you guys did,
Oh.
and I said, "Forget it. They already covered it."
Hey,
And everybody's
you know
watching.
what?
Yeah.
There's not that much to it anyway. You
There really
probably
Like
wasn't
a
could
much.
turkey squatch or something. What is it
It's
called?
Gobble
It's-
squatch.
Gobble
it's-
squatch.
Yes, it's the pet of Bigfoot, and it is coming to angrily get mad at people killing other turkeys.
Revenge of the turkey killers.
Mhm.
Oh God, I love it. And then you had the other. What was the other one for that show?
Puckwudgie.
Puck Wedgie. That is a cool one. I
Yes.
never heard of that one, so I had to look that one up. But you guys talk
It's-
about some. Really
It's interesting how
stuff.
many cryptids are out there. We kind of started just talking about cryptids, and then the more and more we digged into it, we realized how big the cryptid rabbit hole is. It's very reminiscent of like the UFO rabbit hole that you go down. You go down thinking it's one thing, and then you start to dig and realize,
Yeah.
oh my God, this is like a lot more layers, and there's so much more information out there that a lot of people don't know about the topic.
Yeah,
It's a
I
fun-
love
it's a fun thing to do.
Bigfoot and all the variants. So I've done shows on Bigfoot. We did the Hairy Man of Alaska. That's a scary one because it's a 15-foot tall Bigfoot that likes to rip people apart and is very
Oh,
aggressive
shit.
and nasty.
Ooh.
And what is it? Orang Pendek. We did a show on that and some other stuff. Look, Rich, leave it to Rich to come with.
Yeah.
He's all serious. Rich from
Yes.
Good Fun says aliens go to the butthole because that's the place that shows everything we eat and digest. It shows everything.
Exactly.
really.
I couldn't agree with that more. That's absolutely 100% Rich. And also, hi, Rich.
We gotta
Yeah.
investigate. Easiest way to investigate.
So I've heard you
Nasty.
guys cover all of these subjects, but your podcast is called That One Time I Was Abducted by Aliens, and I don't get too serious here, but are you guys both experiencers in one form or another?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Mhm.
Can I, if it's not too personal, can I hear a little bit about each of your
Absolutely.
Yeah, of course. Do you want to go first, Brie, or you want me to?
I'll go first.
Go for
Jamie
it.
and I have very different types of experiences.
Mhm.
Although I will say over time, maybe not so different. I will tell you the first experience that kind of led me into just exploring more about my past and things that had happened. I had no interest in the subject. I don't even think I thought about aliens, to be quite honest. I lived a completely different life back then. Not even into fringe topics like ghosts, anything like that. And I was hanging out in my room one day and I was laying in bed watching a movie. And then all of a sudden I went completely paralyzed. And it wasn't like a sleep paralysis where I drifted off into sleep and then woke up and then couldn't move. It was like I was wide awake. And then all of a sudden I was totally paralyzed. And the only thing, it was scary. The only thing I kept thinking over and over and again in my head, almost like a tape recorder, was just over and over and over. I just kept saying, oh my God, they're coming, they're coming, they're coming, they're here, they're here. And then it was a strange instant knowing that whoever they were a thing, and that they had always come for me, and that I had done that many times. It was like an instant knowing. And then I don't remember anything else other than waking up after, like snapping out of it. And I was really upset at the time because it was like, what the fuck was that? And I couldn't really remember anything after that. It was just, they're here, they're coming. And then, oh my God, they've always been coming for me. So then that led me into what was that? And then I started to really research alien abductions. And I started to see a lot of similarities. And then it wasn't later on, a lot of it in the podcast, actually, as we started to talk about things, that then I started to get a lot of weird memories back. Memories of, like, as a child, waking up, banging outside the door because I was locked outside in the middle of the night. Like, the door is locked and my parents having to let me back inside the house. It wasn't like I was just sleepwalking and walked outside, because then the door would have been unlocked. It was like I somehow was able to lock the door behind me, and it was like it was a deadbolt at our old house.
Well, and do you have any conscious recollection of the beings themselves and what, like what they look like or what they wanted?
No, and not at all. And the only thing that I've ever seen has been in dreams. Because it was shortly after that first paralyzing experience that immediately after I started having dreams. It was like every single night. I started to see craft in my dreams. I started to see little beings in my dreams, tall beings. And then there was like a weird remembrance of some type of connection between them. So nothing in my waking life where I've ever seen an actual being. Everything's been kind of like in a weird dream realm where I seem to get information from and then actually can see different beings.
Well, I can imagine how that would get you obsessed with the topic. And what about you, Jamie?
Completely obsessed. Whew.
And what about you, Jamie? And isn't it funny how you two hooked up having had these crazy experiences? That's cool.
Well, and that's also a big part of our experiences too. So my experience is completely different from Bree's. It's almost the opposite, where I've had more what I would consider physical, like on earth experiences. So at the time, I was about 18, 19 years old, somewhere around there. And I was living in Oakland, California at the time. I spent a weekend down in my hometown with Bree, and I was driving home. It was very late at night. I was with my boyfriend at the time. I was in the passenger seat. And just as we were getting into the East Bay area, I noticed like a weird kind of light off in the distance next to us as we were driving. And the more and more I looked at it, the more I realized it wasn't a light, it was a craft. And it was flying really like low above like houses and stuff. It was too low to be a plane, and it was too low to be a helicopter. It didn't look like a helicopter and make sounds. And so I was really intrigued by what it was. And I was just watching it for a long time. It was kind of going along with us on the car. And we started to get off the freeway, and it kind of moved and went up and went towards the city of Oakland. And I watched it fly and like land on top of this building. And I was like, I can see that building from my house.
That's bizarre. Yeah.
So it's like I can see this from my house. I know exactly where this building is. If you know the Oakland skyline, there's not a lot of tall buildings. And so I went home, ran upstairs to my, up my stairs, went there, plopped right in the window, and I could see this craft sitting on top of this building. And the light on top of it is what really made me think, like, what the hell could this be? And this, I'm talking like this is like early 2000s, maybe like 2007, 2008 kind of time. And it was a light, and the single light changed from green to red to blue to orange. And it was like almost pulsating all of these different colors. And
that's not something a plane does, or
exactly. And so my
my
immediate mind thought is, oh my God, I don't really know. Like, there's no plane or airplane or anything in the world. LED lights weren't even really a big thing back then. So having a light do that was like super off. So I stared at that for a really long time. I have no idea how long I looked at it for, but eventually what happened was I saw a red light kind of come in through my window. And it almost looked like a laser pointer. And I initially kind of looked down to try to see if I could find someone with a laser pointer, but it's like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. There's nobody out in the streets in Oakland, and nobody sure as shit has a goddamn laser pointer. And I realized that the laser pointer is coming from where that building and where that craft is. It's coming straight across. It's not coming from up or down or sideways or something. And once I realized that's where it's coming from, it seems to start to scan the room, almost like going from like the one edge to the wall to the other edge to the wall, almost like it was trying to figure out what was inside the room. And at the time, I had a friend named Rafa, and I called him and I was like, hey, this really weird thing is happening. I think that this is a freaking alien. Like, this is what's happening. I was really scared. And I think he thought I was joking. So he told me at the time to get water and lock myself in a closet because aliens can't open doors and they're afraid of water. And if you know anything, well, it's literally the plot of the movie Signs.
Oh, yeah.
So again, so I take this very seriously. I grab a bottle of water. I, at the time, smoked cigarettes, grabbed my cigarettes ashtray, went inside the closet, locked myself in it. I remember like smoking a few cigarettes, and then I don't remember anything. I wake up the next morning in bed, tucked into bed like I had tucked myself in. It was really weird, and I had no recollection.
So you have some missing time then, which is a common occurrence.
Exactly. And so at that moment, I had no idea what had happened. I just had woken up. I knew for a fact that I did not put myself in bed, and I woke up in bed, and I knew immediately that something was wrong, but I had no memory or recollection of anything like that. And a few maybe days or weeks later, I kind of told Bree in passing, I was like, hey, I think I saw this UFO and had this weird experience. And she literally goes, okay, that's cool. That's nice. And then
like it was no big deal.
Like it was no big deal. Well, what was interesting is a few weeks later is when she had her experience. And so we had our experiences really close to each other, but we never after that time talked about it ever again until like 10 years later.
Yeah, there was 7 years had gone by.
Yeah, we didn't look up UFOs. We never talked about UFOs like with each other. Like we zero interest. I moved to a different state. We lost contact for a long time. And then we got back together, and then we would be hanging out, and on Friday nights was kind of like our time to hang out. And Bree started watching Ancient Aliens, and she was like, hey, you want to come over and watch Ancient Aliens with me? And I was like, oh yeah, actually I'm kind of into that stuff. Yeah, sure. Let's watch it. And then it just kind of started from there. The more and more we talked about it, we would, get a little wine drunk, smoke a little marijuana. And then eventually we were like, hey, we've both had experiences. And then we started talking about how we had these experiences about this same time, and we never talked about it. So it really started the two of us really deep diving into this subject, and really it was just trying to figure out our own stories and what it is that had happened to us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could definitely understand that situation. I started down this rabbit hole because I saw a flying saucer when I was 10 years old in the woods, and I got obsessed. And I wish to God I would have had a friend that I could have talked to about it, because I never told anybody about it until I did my first audio podcast on UFOs. And, 20 years later, I didn't have anybody to talk to, nobody that could help me understand the experience. So it was good that you guys had each other to lean on, because this is like, wasn't it traumatic for both of you to have these things happen? Didn't you like?
For sure. Especially because, man, that's hard to say, actually. We see UFOs a lot together. I think, like, for me, it switched over to just seeing UFOs all the time.
Yeah,
so
I don't have any like
process
conscious
of remembering
Yeah.
And
I don't have any
then-
conscious experiences with beings like in my day-to-day life. Like I'm not fucking calling in aliens and having conversations with them daily. I see a lot of UFOs, especially when I'm with Bree. It seems to happen when the two of us are together. But my big experiences, a lot of it I don't remember, nor can I say, do I really want to remember? A lot of people say, do past life regression or this or that. I'm good with knowing what I know. The universe will tell me what I need to know.
Yeah.
And
I'm a little bit suspect of hypnotic regression and past life regression.
Yeah, I'm personally just not into it. Not my cup of tea. For other people, I'm sure it works.
I considered doing a hypnotic regression of my experience to see if I could get more details, but I decided that I don't want to mess with my memories. My memory, I remember what I remembered. I remember it pretty clearly, pretty succinctly. I didn't have any missing time or anything like that. Whole experience took, minutes and it was over. And I'm afraid that somebody, I know. And I'm afraid that somebody's going to get in there and implant things that weren't part of the original experience and ruin the experience that I did have for me somehow. So I just,
then that's understandable.
Barbara Lamb actually offered to do it for me for free when I interviewed her and got to know her a little bit. And she said,
I would trust her.
You might, she said you might find it really therapeutic and this and that. But I was just worried that my experience has been what it was. I remember it a certain way forever. And I'm afraid that I'm going to come out of that seeing aliens or going up to the ship that never happened. Or,
you never
because
know.
I've seen people do this. They saw a UFO. Next thing they know, the hypnotic regressor is guiding them through it, and they've got missing time. And then, now I remember I was on the ship when I never remembered that before. So I said, I'm just going to leave my memory intact, right? I'm sure it could be a good tool. I'm sure it could be a good tool for some people.
Oh, and that's what I mean. I'm sure that it works for some people and it could be beneficial to a lot of people. Me personally, like I'm good with what I know. I don't want to know about the weird stuff that happened.
I'm half and half. I feel like if the opportunity presents itself, I would, but just because I have a lot of, I feel like blocks in my memory. Like there's a few things that I remember, and then it's just like blackness, and so a part of me wants to know.
That's got to bug you, right? It's got to bug you.
Yeah,
like, what's behind that black wall?
Yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of instances like that, especially the more we started talking about things. I was like, oh shit, that was a memory unlock, and then it's like, but what else happened? So I'm half and half about it. But if it comes my way, if Barbara Lamb offered herself,
I will get her to do it. I will call her and see if she will do it for you. If you want to do it,
I feel like it has to seek me.
So the one thing I'll say is, Barbara Lamb and I disagree on many, many things. I interviewed her about her book, Meet the Hybrids, and I offered to do genetic testing of all the hybrids in her book, and none of them would agree to genetic testing at all. So that was suspect to me. But what I will say about her is that she is a very, very well-educated woman. She's not just some nutter that said, I'm a hypnotic regressionist. She's very, very, she's got degrees in psychology, and I think she's got a master's in something else. Like, she's very well-educated. And at least as far as the regressions, I've talked to 3 or 4 people that she's done them for that found it to be tremendously helpful to them. So I decided, like, who am I to talk, negatively about that with her, because I know people that they did it and they found it helpful, right?
Yeah, it's that whole thing is really kind of murky if you think about it. You never really know. Is it real memory? Is it kind of, did it, she leads you there and your mind kind of puts pieces together? All of it is like,
there's
you really
so
can't
much
know one way or the other.
Yeah, there's so much that the mind is capable of that we don't understand, especially when we're talking about like memories and things like that. We only use a very small percentage of our brain. So when you go
10%.
in there, when you go in there and start messing around with things, at the end of the day, we don't really know the ramifications of any of those things.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Like, I for a time was very interested in hypnosis, and it's actually been proven. There's an English mentalist and hypnotist, and they did a whole study on like this guy hypnotized people. They gave them a gun with blanks and told them to go kill people to see if they would, and they did.
Holy shit.
Yeah, some of that stuff is scary. You don't know what the mind is capable of while in that hypnotic state. There's
100%.
It's a big mystery. That's why I said I'm staying away from that. I'll stick with
Same, and I'm the same way. Exactly.
Conscious memory and like. Do you guys ever do some sort of a comparison to see when you've had these experiences if there's a common denominator or causal effect, maybe, or like if there's like it happens on certain days or you know lunar cycles? I don't know.
I was like the one thing I will say when it comes to the phenomenon with me and Bree specifically, it happens a lot when we're together, especially when we're around other people too. Like we're very much, I feel like, a little bit of a beacon sometimes. And so I don't know if it's necessarily a certain day or something like that, but I know that the two of us together, I think because we're super, super open, it makes people around us be a little bit more open. So they have more experiences. And I know that because we're so open, we have our own experiences together a lot.
Yeah, like other people in our lives that have never seen a UFO tend to have their first experience or see something when they're with us. Or
you guys gotta come. I gotta come hang out with you guys.
100%, please.
See some
but
things.
you know, it's really. I would never feel comfortable saying, "Oh, that's because like we bring UFOs." It's not.
Yeah,
like
no,
that.
no.
I think
it's not like that.
I think it's more that we took. And especially when we're together, we take the time to be outside and to actually night watch and to know the difference between different planes and, you know, satellites and things like that. So I think it's just taking the time to go out and look.
Yeah, most people don't. You know, who's going to spend? Yeah, I've been doing at my cabin. There is it's the highest elevation in the state of Pennsylvania, and the stars are amazing. First of all, you're going to see all kinds of shooting stars, and that's pleasant. So even if I don't see UFOs, I could sit out there for a few hours and just watch the skies. But I was thinking that myself recently, like how many people will just take the time to spend 2 hours looking up at the stars in the sky to see what's up there. But up there, it's such a high elevation that we see all kinds of stuff. So I have to have a satellite map nearby because it turns out a lot of the things that I'm seeing are satellites because we're so high up in elevation that you see. And plus, there's no light pollution. So you can see the Milky Way on some nights if it's clear.
Beautiful.
You know?
And one thing that's important too when people are night watching is like to use tools or resources that are available to you. Like one thing that I have is like a star map on my phone that tracks satellites and things like that.
Yeah, I use something called Stellarium.
Yeah, and so as long as people are using those, it's not like we're just going out there and looking at the sky and saying that anything that moves is a UFO.
I've been with people that do that, and it was annoying.
Yeah,
it's like it's a light in the sky. Calm down. We don't know what it is. Let's take a step back. Make sure it's not a satellite first. Make sure it's not a plane, right? And even with binoculars, usually you can tell. That's how I usually do it with binoculars, or even a cheap telescope. You can zoom in and go, okay, I see FAA compliant lights. That's either a helicopter or it's an airplane. I don't care about that. Move on to the next thing that, you know.
Yep, exactly. And that's really what it's about. It's just about, and you have to sit out there for literally hours. And like a lot of times people don't know that one of the best times to see UFOs is before the sun is rising because of the way the sun is sitting and the angle it has towards the sky. And you get the reflection a lot better. A lot of people think you just go out there when it's dark and it's night. But if you talk to a lot of people who go to night watches, it's literally like early morning hours that you're out there looking for these UFOs. Yeah. And not a lot of people are up during that time out there just looking at the sky.
I think I could do it because sometimes I drink till 5 a.m. at the cabin, so I'll just have to.
Love it. I want to come to the cabin. Invite us to the cabin.
I was like, let's have a UFO retreat at the cabin. Yes.
Everybody was joking, and we were before the current health crisis hit. Everybody was joking, and I got like the cabin. There's enough land next to the cabin that's kind of woodsy that I can make some. We were going to do something called Contact in the Mountains and make it free, and whoever wants to come can come. I've got a bunch of tents, and we'll find a place for you.
Let's go. I'm in.
Know?
That's fucking awesome.
And we had Stan Gordon on my show, and he gave me a map. There's all kinds of Bigfoot sightings, all within 20 miles of the cabin, 25 miles of the cabin, because it's in the Pennsylvania mountains. And there's Indian places and burial grounds and weird stuff all around the cabin. So we're going to start something called True Seekers Road Trips, and I'm going to start doing.
Oh yes,
that's amazing.
And I just got some drones because what I thought would be fun is if I know there's Bigfoot sightings in the area, I'm just going to fly drones all over the place and get footage and see if we see anything. Yeah,
that's cool.
So Bree's actually been Bigfoot hunting before.
What was that like, Bree?
It was really hard for me.
Yeah, you're not a camper kind of girl. You don't look.
No, I love
Bree.
camping.
Bree looks
No,
like
camping's fine.
she's high maintenance. She looks like
she's a little bougie.
she would not
She's a
be
little
good
bougie.
without a shower and.
But she loves camping.
Bougie.
She is
I
bougie,
love
but she loves
camping.
camping.
She
Camping,
needs
it's
a
like-
glamping, right?
It's so different. No,
No,
actually,
not even.
You know what? My husband's more about the glamp. I'm not. I'm down to just sleep in the tent with, I love camping, period. I just love it. I love everything about it.
Me too. Me and my wife started with tents and all, but then after the kids and all, you just say, forget it. I'm building a cabin and we're going to be comfortable.
That's nice. No, it was just hard for me because I was with a lot of people that seriously do this. It was, we had like all kinds of people. And some of them were actually on Finding Bigfoot. It was just a huge group. It's almost like a chapter, and they have a area that they go to that they don't give out their location. So you have to like follow written directions with zero service for like 3 hours.
Yeah, that's what it is near the cabin.
My husband and I almost got lost at one point. There's just like coyotes, wolves. I mean, like left and right, just one way. I thought we were gonna just die out there.
Oh no!
Before we found the campsite. And then I just felt like they were very excited. They were so excited to find Bigfoot that I felt like they were
embellishing
easily, like they
right?
were, they would just like jump to anything, like,
Yeah, I heard a knock
in the
That's
wood.
Bigfoot
It's like, it's a
in the
knock.
woods, yeah.
Everything was a knock. Everything was a knock. You hear that?
Yeah.
Did you hear? Like, they were just so desperate, I think, to believe that he was there that I was just very kind of on the outside, like, no, just a bit skeptical. I was the one skeptical person out of the whole group of like
Alien
25
Girl
people.
111 is here. So
Hey,
welcome,
Amy,
Alien
gorgeous
Girl.
lady.
Hey, girl.
And I'm sorry that I made a comment that somebody didn't like in your live chat. It was a joke. I apologize for my crude and rude remarks about somebody wanting to get their hole drilled. I apologize. I own up to my mistakes. I will not talk about women wanting to get their hole drilled in your live chat again. My apologies.
You know what?
you,
Some
Amy.
women want to get their hole drilled, and we should always have things sensitive.
We should just
Right?
accept it. Jesus, I
We're
know.
just way too sensitive in this world.
So sensitive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do some
Absolutely.
butt stuff.
So I wanted to also ask, because of your personal experiences, like, what do you think about the prevailing theories out there? Like, some people think that the abduction experience has something to do with reproduction. They're trying to, make alien hybrids. And some people think that it is all a mental or consciousness experience and not so physical. And I mean, there's all these different theories. One thing that gives me pause is when somebody tells you, this is what the abduction phenomenon is all about, and they say they have the answers. I'm a little suspect to that. But what do you guys think about these theories?
It's
and you
all
think it's
the
related
above.
to your experience?
just-
All the
it's-
above.
It's
Huh?
all
It's
of
all
the
the
above.
above.
That's the thing, though. There's not a pinpoint. There's not what we can pinpoint on it. And if you think about just like mathematically the possibilities that are out there of what aliens could be and what they're trying to achieve by coming here and fucking with us, we probably have never even said the answer because that's how many possibilities they are, right?
Yeah,
So like
interdimensional, intergalactic,
So who are
consciousness.
who are we to put it in?
Ultra-dimensional.
Yeah, who are we to put it in some type of box and say that why can't all of it be happening? You know what I mean?
Mhm. Not only that, but also just to think of there's just the aliens. Like there's just one other extraterrestrial type when no, I mean, all the planets out there, God, there could be thousands and thousands of different civilizations that are also living the way that we are. So how
I
can we
always say
say
if
that
there's
they
no
all have the same
aliens,
goal?
what a tremendous waste of space it would be if there's no aliens.
Genuinely.
So they don't all
Mhm.
have the same goal.
I
They're
think it's
not
a law
all
of
gonna be about the
averages.
same thing.
I think it's a law of averages. And I did something with computer science to go, like, let's do a procedural generated world. And on some of the planets, just by chance, the signs for life would all the ingredients necessary for life would happen by chance. And it may only happen, like in one solar system, and then the next 25 solar systems have no life because by chance the odds, the dice roll didn't work out. So I think there has to be. John Paul Fardier with kind and generous $20
Thank you,
donation.
love.
Hey, Steve
Thank
Cameron, keep up the
you.
great work you're doing. Hey, Brianna, Jamie, I enjoy your channel. Lots of fun. Yes. And their channel link is in the about section. So everybody go
Yes,
over
thank you,
there and give
guys.
them a bump. They got to
Yeah.
get to the
We got
magic
lots
numbers.
of shows going on there.
You know, a lot
You
of
gotta
people are
get to the magic
mentioning the
numbers.
in the chat, and I think that that's also valid. We do
Yeah,
have to
DMT.
consider
So yeah,
a
so people are
physical-
actually making fun of DMT. They're saying DMT elves are definitely some sort of entities. Things like
Right,
so.
but-
I highly recommend everybody, before you continue, Brie, I just want to get this out. I highly recommend everyone who look up Andrew Gallimore, who wrote a book about DMT and contact modalities when it comes to extraterrestrials. Go read that before you make any comments about DMT and extraterrestrials. Just go read it before it'll completely change your mind about what's going on when it comes to DMT and extraterrestrials. Go ahead, Brie.
I just was going to say that I think we really have to open up our minds to all the different possibilities. And, we have no idea what life even is. So how can we just assume that aliens are one thing and that they can't be other things? And so I think for me, it's the same thing when people say they know what it is. I get the exact same feeling when people say that what it isn't. Because you have absolutely no idea. This universe is huge. Who knows if we're only in one? We could be in a multiverse. There could be parallel timelines. We have no idea. So we have to stop trying to put this phenomenon in a box. That's why it's a phenomenon. Because we have no fucking idea. It's all over the place.
But DMT is interesting in that, and so many people that do a DMT experience have similar experiences. But I think, again, that could be chance. I don't know. I saw a purple being, but I like Anjali did. And that's why when I heard her story, I'm like, she got dosed or something, because so many people report seeing a purple being. In my case, I didn't think that it was aliens. I thought it was interdimensional. I thought that the veils of perception just got pulled away and that I could see across dimensions or something. And
it's interesting that you say that, though, because I think that's what Bree's talking about too, is like when people say alien, you think about alien from space. But when I think about alien, I also think about interdimensional beings and extra-dimensional beings, right? Like, I don't think aliens necessarily have to come from space per se. I think that an alien, to me, I would consider not a human. That is an alien. It's not human.
It's not terrestrial. It's everything. It's an ultra-dimensional or interdimensional. So they're all over the place. And I also think that's why there's different types of contact experiences, because we could be dealing with something physical that's on the same place with us. We could be dealing with something that's just consciousness, because maybe it has to do with all different types of dimensions. So there's other beings that can come in and out of that. And so I think we really have to just I think we just need to create more space for possibilities and consider that we're not just talking about one thing, we're talking about many things. And that's half of the fun. It's like, we'll never get to the bottom of it, but it's just fun to even consider all the different possibilities and the different types of contacts that are happening.
Yeah, and somebody in the live chat was,
part of our story. Somebody
in the Facebook live was asking, what is DMT? It's dimethyltryptamine. It is a hallucinogen, but it's also naturally occurring in our body. It's interesting that some people, 75 or 78% of people who have a heart attack also have a DMT experience. Near-death experiences have been attributed to DMT, and it's been called the soul molecule, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's in not just humans, but it's in most organic material, most plants, animals. So it's already in our bodies. And so there's a part of me that wonders if that's also for a reason. I don't really believe in coincidences that much.
It's the same thing about having THC receptors inside of your body, right? So there's only two ways that we could have had THC receptors. Number one, we as a species were born with them. Or number two, we evolved over time to having THC receptors, which means at the end of the day, we as a people have always been using cannabis. It's always been a part of our life.
Yeah, probably, yeah. Or there's that stoned ape theory that maybe we started evolving because we started eating mushrooms and our brains started getting bigger and we started figuring things out during these hallucinogenic trips, things like wheels. And I don't know, it can be a creative, drugs can certainly be a creative helper,
Absolutely. Anything that opens up your mind to other possibilities, I think, has value.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. So what about these? I noticed that you guys talked to Grant Cameron recently. He's still on my list of people that I like. There's very few left. Because I interviewed him before a couple times, and I'm very interested in the fact that he was all about nuts and bolts.
And then switched to consciousness kind of
switched to all consciousness and experiencers, and every person that has an experience he wants to talk to and hear about the experience. He believes that a lot of this, including the craft, may be conscious related. And recently we have this news that there are some people that have some part of their brain that may make them more receptive to seeing these things. What do you guys think of this stuff?
Well, I
love Grant Cameron.
We love Grant Cameron. And one of the big things that drawed us towards Grant Cameron is the same thing as you. He went from this very nuts and bolts over to this very consciousness side. And that's kind of been my personal journey as well over the years that I've been investigating this. I started off very like government documents. I want to talk about the old stories and things. And then over time, I evolved what it is I talk about in this subject. And Grant is one of those people who did that switch, and it hits home for me because I recognize so much of what he has. It's just, you keep researching for so long that you just get to a point where you realize it's so much bigger than just what you're looking at on your computer, you know?
Yeah, I reached that point. And there was a time when I wouldn't have talked to any experiencer. I would say, well, because I guess experiencers kind of let me down, or, you know, I want like you said, the nuts and bolts stuff. I want, like, you know,
proof and evidence and documentation of what it is,
and, you know, something that I can scientifically check. And with many experiencers, they just have the experience and they can't offer much more.
Well, if you're just nuts and bolts, that means you always need something that has a physical trace, right? You always need that tangible proof. But a lot of this phenomena is not. It's not tangible. It is not. It's not physical in the matter that we expect, and that I think we need a lot of the time to believe in something. So it's challenging for people that don't think like that, because it's just totally out of their realm, that I think there's so much hesitance to even dip your toe in that because there's no proof. And if there's no proof, then you're like, how can I believe it? You know?
Yeah, but to me, there's got to be some value in this, because so many people are having similar experiences. So even if it's not a physical real experience I could prove, I want to know why people all over the world are having these experiences.
Let me ask you a question, Camion, then. So you know, you had your experience, and are you someone who entertains the idea that aliens are real?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Right. So, but what you have, that you believe that because you had your experience, right?
No, I think I would believe that even if not.
Regardless?
Because just from a scientific standpoint, all the exoplanets that are being discovered, there's got to be some other intelligent life. And then sometimes I think that we might be missing things. Like, how do we know that octopuses aren't smarter than us? Some people believe that whales and porpoises are smarter than us.
So are
they
dolphins.
Just didn't develop, dolphins.
Have you ever seen an octopus open a jar? That shit's batshit crazy.
Yes, I saw a video of that. It's great.
Did you guys watch that? It's like My Teacher or something like that
on
Netflix.
My Octopus Teacher.
My Octopus Teacher. No, I heard it was sad, so I didn't want to watch it. Yeah,
I cried so much, but it was like, wow, there's an interaction there. There's fucking smarts. They are so smart. It's mind blowing.
Yeah, so for all we know, we have intelligent life right here. We just don't know how to communicate with them, because especially octopuses, I think they communicate with like colors and ink and stuff. It's like a weird, it's so strange. Yeah.
We as humans have this defect in us, I feel like, where we just think we know everything and we're just as smart as it gets. And it's just pure ignorance.
So much ignorance.
It's fucking crazy. And Grant Cameron's book, Contact Modalities, is so good. And he really breaks it down scientifically, the different parts in your brain and what they're responsible for. And I think if anyone's interested in even dipping their toe on the consciousness side, that's the book to read, because
I haven't read that one. I read
he takes you from the science to that.
And I have that book, but I got a shelf of books I never read, because I'm always like, you know, I think when I buy a book, what I'm really buying is the thought that I'm going to have the time to read it.
Yes, you know I do that too.
You know, I'll buy this book and I'll put it on the shelf, and some night I'll
take it off and read it.
Yeah,
yep.
I'll start the fireplace. I got a nice chair here and a reading lamp, and I'll have a nice time to read this book, and then I just don't get to some of them.
I do worse sometimes. I'll read a whole book except like the last
two
chapters. or like I'll read halfway and then just assume that I know the book, and then put it down and then start a new book. So it's like it's typical ADD. It's like I'm buying another book before I'm finishing the first book, and then I'm just like, oh yeah, I'll get back to it. I've definitely got ADD. I've had it all my life, and I'm
I'm an expert at getting many things 90% finished.
Same,
right?
100%. Yep.
And then I start something new before I get that other 10% done. But eventually I focus enough that I come back to the things, and then it makes me look like a super genius sometimes, because then it's like, how the hell did this guy make like,
five things at once?
I made a 7-hour-long concept music album, and I just pecked away at it for a few years, and then eventually, and it was 90% done for months and months and months, and eventually
That's amazing.
I said, I'm going to sit here and finish it. Everybody's like, God damn, this guy's a genius. No, I just, I didn't finish it for years, and then I finally got to it. Yeah, it's a shame,
I want to answer Randall's question here.
I did too. We're going to say the same thing.
Okay, go for it, Brie. I'll let you take it then.
You go.
Which is the question? Oh, Randall.
Yeah. No, I'll let you take it, Brie. You're on a roll. Go for it.
Is it the question or is it the next one?
Yeah,
that's it.
Okay.
So Jamie and I have both come to this conclusion that for sure, whatever you believe in, you give the most power to. So I think a lot of things happen literally just because we solely believe that something else has the power over that thing.
Mm-hmm.
So in a lot of these instances, people are jumping to conclusions that all of these alien experiences and whatnot are all demonic. Because when they say something like, in the name of Jesus, be gone or whatever, and it goes away, they're just thinking that it was literally Jesus. But I guarantee you, if you also believed in something
Buddha,
yeah. Who knows? Candles, it doesn't matter. It's the fact that you 100% believe in that higher power. You gave that power.
Mm-hmm. It's not about the words that you use. It's about the meaning and the power behind what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I grew up with a very religious father who he thought that aliens were demons and trickster spirits and things like that. They're not from other planets. That's from the devil. And like, he would get pissed off if we had like, alien stuff or books or, like, it's kind of crazy, but he was that religious, and he was convinced that the whole thing was trickster demon spirits that were trying to trick us into believing that they were from outer space. And I always wanted to say, like, for what reason would they do that? But whatever, everybody's got their own beliefs, and Catholic brainwashing will do that to you, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I can understand where they're coming from, because they've stuck to a certain
belief system.
It's a complete belief system. You've convinced yourself of that, and then also just to block out anything else that doesn't exist in that box. And it's just automatically, if it's not in that box, no, it's not that. And I think that more and more people are starting to break out of those boxes and are still keeping their faith, but then also realizing that there is room for more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's very profound.
That's a hard step to take for a lot of people.
Well, I think for a long time, spirituality and religion had a cap, I think, on it. And I think that in our new society, that cap has been taken off. There's not a cap on it anymore. And it's really scaring a lot of people who have been like in the old world when it comes to religion, because the new world isn't going to stand for that anymore. It's, you think about it the same way, like the Queen had to adapt to the new rules, right? The Queen had all these crazy rules over in England that she follows, but all of that is drastically different now compared to what she did 40 years ago.
Yeah, and you're right that the subject is now becoming so much more mainstream. Before, it was just people would chuckle when you mentioned aliens or UFOs, and now, because of recent admissions, they're like, well, they're real. Oh. We don't know what they are, but they're real, and that's an important first step, I guess.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think? One of the other things that I've been thinking about is people with absolutes. Like, there's some people in this field that say, all the aliens are benevolent, and then there's other people that think they're all evil. I think it's absolutely
naive.
Yeah,
I think that they're neither, because I think that at the end of the day, what we use are earthly words to describe things, and we describe things as good and bad, what is here on earth. But saying good or bad or malevolent or not malevolent, how are we to grasp or understand that when we are only looking at it from our perspective, right? Think about it when we tag animals like whales in the ocean. from a whale's perspective, it looks like we're being very aggressive. We're kidnapping them. We're literally stabbing them with things that track them. And to that could seem super bad and negative. But realistically, what we're doing is we're trying to help them. We're trying to further along their species. But from their perspective, we're the asshole.
That's a very good way to look at it, actually, because they could be. I've often thought, people ask me, well, you've been looking at this for a long time. What do you think they're here for? And I've often thought that it's some kind of anthropology project. Like maybe they're, tens of thousands of years ahead of us in technology. And of course, they would be interested in a species that's so far behind them. Like, let's study these people that just discovered how to split the atom, because we did that 100,000 years ago. And we don't really remember what that part of our technological development was like. And maybe we can learn something about our own history from this species that is going through that now.
100%, that could be a possibility.
Yeah,
there's also another huge possibility that's out there. A lot of theory that people have been talking about, that a lot of these UFOs and stuff are not actually aliens, but it's us from the future trying to go back.
That's a good weird theory. Yeah,
and look at us, and that's
called something. I forget it.
It's the name of it. Dr. Michael Masters. There we go. Everyone look him up.
Dorothy Hawkins with a kind and generous $5. To what extent?
Hey, Dorothy.
Jamie and Bree think that religious, spiritual experiences could be contacted. I often have thought this.
I think that
used to be people saw angels. After
so
1947, people started seeing aliens instead of angels.
Yeah, so if you just look strictly at the Bible, and we talk about the same sense, I'm talking about how we have earthly words for things, right? When you talk about things like angels or chariots in the skies with fire, to me, that is textbook describing of aliens, right? You have something that looks like an angel, etheric, it hurt my eyes to look at it kind of thing. That could be an extraterrestrial. And these flaming chariots in the sky could be their UFOs. So I think when a lot of people have these experiences with things like maybe guardian angels or angels and things like that, who's to say that they're not extraterrestrials, especially when you think about extraterrestrials on an interdimensional realm and not necessarily only coming from space. So I think that there's a huge parallel in that, and I think that a lot of people probably have a lot of experiences with aliens, but because of their religious upbringing think that it's something completely different than what it actually is.
Yeah, I mean, we all see things through the prism of our culture that we've experienced.
Exactly.
So, like I have a Jewish friend, and he had poltergeist or weird activity in his house, and he saw it through the lens of being Jewish. That this was like a Jewish bad spirit. It wasn't. It wasn't the Christian version. It was the Jewish version of a bad spirit, or whatever the case may be.
I was raised Jewish, and I will say I did within the past year or two actually talk to my rabbi about aliens and what the thoughts are, what's inside the Torah. And he came back to me a few days later and absolutely said that there are aliens inside the Bible, and for us as a human to think that God couldn't create more than one thing in this universe is incredibly selfish of us as a society. And I felt that super refreshing coming from somebody who's very serious about religion. And I think it's because he also realizes that it's a time where we can't, like, you have to think about that way. You can't keep putting your stuff into a box, or people are not going to be subscribing to your stuff anymore.
Yeah, it's a big, I mean, I went through a strange time in my life where I was very Christian at the time, and I was stuck with people tell me that because I'm Christian, these things aren't real and it's something else. But I've experienced something totally different where I knew it was something different. And I was in this weird, back and
forth,
not compute. Does not compute. I thought my brain was going to explode. I was like, what do I do? What do I do? And at the time, the only thing I knew was to just pray on it. And I prayed on it, and I prayed on it, and I prayed on it. And I just was like, tell me what is real. Like, tell me, like, show me. And over time, it kind of led up to a huge UFO sighting. Mm-hmm. And in that moment, I realized that both things can exist. And you can still believe in God, you can believe in Jesus, and you can believe in those miracles. But at the same time, we also, I think, should be aware that people did write those books. And there were things that were left out of those books. And who's to say that some things were added for more control over the people at that time?
Oh, absolutely. The Council of
book
Nicaea,
was-
where they decided what went in and what got left out.
Exactly.
I'm a big supporter of the lost books of the Bible. And one of the most interesting things is, if you want to know why they left some of those things out, the Gospel of Thomas says there should not be a physical church. You should worship God outside.
Outside,
in
absolutely.
nature. But here's the thing: if they didn't have churches, they wouldn't have donations to support the
no money.
church. No money. Yeah. So thank you, Dorothy, for your kindness, your generosity.
Thank you, Dorothy.
And also, I wanted to mention this because if we talk about religion and some of the things that have to do with angels, there's a fascinating article or written work by Pope John Paul II, and it's called the Catechism on Angels. I highly recommend that if you're interested in aliens, you got to read this, because in this, it's a pope, and I'm fascinated by him because I thought, well, he's got all the secrets of the Vatican, so his writing's he's got to be on point. And in this Catechism of the Angels, he says that the angels are separate beings from humans that God created also in his image, but different, and they have been with us throughout all of human history. They predate humans. They were made first, and they have always interacted with us since the beginning of our species, and they are, to his view, a brother species also created by God to us. But there's distinct differences, of course. They're not physical. They're, incorporeal, or whatever the term that he used. But it's just, this whole thing that he wrote is so fascinating because it does kind of relate to what some people could consider interdimensional beings or aliens. It's all related.
It 100% is. And I think that a lot of people are very scared and afraid to admit that. So that's why you don't see a lot of, I think, people reading those type of documents from the Pope. You know what I mean? Because it's still a taboo subject when it comes to the religion side of the world, especially people who are very deep inside of religion. And I don't know, man. I wish more people would be open to that kind of stuff. I wish more people who were preachers and pastors and rabbis and things like that would go out there and start talking about things in a more university realm and not so earthly.
Yeah, some of them are interested, but some of them are like, that's kind of taboo. They don't really want to get into that.
Exactly.
It depends on who you ask. Growing up, I knew some priests that were into demons, which is a strange subject, but it's interesting that he's a priest. And I had one growing up that was a Jesuit, and he was one of my teachers in high school, and he was obsessed with demons and demonology. And it was cool because I could talk to him about these things and not. Some of the priests, if you start bringing this stuff up, they're like, "Why are you asking? Are you into Satan? Are you casting spells? You got a Ouija board? You got to come to confession." Like they're not into that stuff, but he was into it. He was way into it because he believed that these demons were the rebel angels, and were cast out and all of these things, and he studied each of the demons and the hierarchy of the demons and this demon's name.
That is so interesting.
And stuff throughout history. Yeah.
What's the fascination with that? That would seem a little off to me.
Yeah. We interviewed a Catholic priest exorcist here. That was a trip. The guy was an actual Catholic priest exorcist that had performed exorcisms for years.
Wait.
And
what's his name?
Does he have the Fifth Kind TV? Paul Wallace?
No, I don't believe that was his name. I could look it up, but he was involved in that Hell House with Zach Baggins for a time.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
that tripped me out when I saw that. I was like,
yeah, that guy's creepy, and the stuff he does is creepy. I don't like it.
He has his hotel here, or not his hotel, his museum here in Las Vegas, and it's like $50-something to get in to walk around to go see his haunted dolls.
Yeah, and it's just a bunch of crap.
It's just a bunch of stuff in the room, I know.
A bunch of crap behind glass walls, right? Yeah.
You can get possessed in there? I don't
know.
Yeah, maybe. You never know, right?
I don't like that dark stuff.
See, and I live for the dark stuff. I'm always trying to conjure the dark shit up.
I joke, but I'm not like actually down.
I had a lot of books on magic and all that kind of stuff growing up, and I just read them. I never did anything because I was always afraid that I would end up in a horror movie. Right? You're like, yeah.
That's why Brie won't let me play with Ouija boards.
Really?
No.
Yeah. She won't. No.
According to Catholics, those are dangerous. That's a gateway.
I've played with them before. I've had weird
Exactly.
experiences with Ouija boards before. She won't let me play with them with her, though.
No, I don't think
Wow.
she should play with them even without me because it'll transfer over to me anyway.
Yes, bring the demons.
Who's gonna bring all that crap towards me? I don't think so.
Talk about a lot here, but it seems like a lot of show hosts that I see, they never talk about all the frauds, fakes, and criminals in this world of UFOs and aliens. And I'm sure you're aware of some of them, and
yeah,
you know, I think that there's a big problem here, and that is that most people aren't even willing to acknowledge that there is a problem with that, and you can't fix a problem until you acknowledge it. So I say, let's talk about these con artists. Let's expose them, and let's say you're not welcome here because you got caught selling fake stories, right?
Here's the thing, though, with I think a lot of the people who are in this society, and I'm not on anybody's side or against anybody when it comes to that stuff. What we always tell people is if there's a person in ufology and they are saying that they are the proprietor of information and they want to be the only person to give it to you, red flag, right? That's like very like I am a leader and I can tell you what it is. Immediately,
Corey Good does that. You
know, like only I know.
Yeah, the only I know the information and only I can tell it to you, and it's behind this paywall and this is where it is. So those kind of people immediately red flag out. But there's a lot of people out there who I think are just like, at the end of the day, we're all human beings, right? And there's people who have some good information, but unfortunately the vehicle of that information is not the greatest in the world. So I don't like to fault a lot of the people who are in the subject for doing whatever it is that they do, because I think a lot of people, regardless if I like them personally or not, sometimes they have good information regardless of their personal politics or who they are as a person. You know what I mean?
People also change. Like David Wilcock changed a lot. I think David Wilcock started off as someone that did have good information. He was genuine. He really meant it.
Yeah.
And then it is, I think it's a fame thing. And I don't even know like what went wrong there. Maybe he was like cloned and possessed or something, but he took a hard left turn.
New theory. You heard it here first. David Wilcock got replaced with a clone. And that's why he's out there scamming everybody.
Because he wasn't like that for the longest time. Like I loved his books. I was about him. He seemed down to earth, genuine. He didn't have as big of an ego, and all of a sudden the ego just went. It turned into a monster.
And that's what I mean. The vehicle that is giving us this information, a lot of times it's because we're human and our egos get in the way. So it sucks that gets in the way of sometimes good information that's getting out there, and it gets misconstrued and gets wrapped up in this weird, sometimes culty bullshit. and then we have people again looking down on the things that we're looking into in the subject that we're researching because shit like that exists.
Yeah, and then also I do realize once in a while I've said I have to soften my tone because I don't care if somebody makes a mistake and then they admit it and they say I was misled by this witness or whatever. But when you got people that are like pretty much caught selling 3 completely fake stories over the years, it's like how many times am I going to give you? So I'm all for a 3 strikes rule. You could do 3 hoaxes, 3 fake stories, but then you're done. You're done. So you got.
But I think part of it too, though.
One strike for me and it was done.
part of it too, though, is like we also keep giving attention to these people by continuing to talk about them, regardless of whether or not we're talking about positively or negatively about them. It's creating more buzz about them. So sometimes I think it's better to just not mention some of these people because eventually they're going to fade away over time. And I do feel bad that a lot of people fall into their traps, but like we can't be out here saving everyone, though. Like at the end of the day, if you're a person who's susceptible to that kind of shit, you got some work to do.
I agree with you.
It's kind of scary,
though. I
Like,
say, if I got a guy that's a famous UFO celebrity and I've got him dead to rights interviewing a dead man to sell a story, the guy died 5 years before you interviewed them. So come on.
Okay, wait, who is this?
This is Richard Dolan and Jeremy Corbell. They interviewed this CIA deathbed confession video. They made this video. They sold that story. And Linda
he was already dead?
He was already dead 5 years prior to the interview they did.
Okay, but
according
did
to
they
Linda
do
Moulton
the
Howe.
interview and then they released it 5 years after?
No. He died in 2008. They did the interview in 2014. So somebody has to explain to me. And Richard Dolan said that he would be making a statement on this 6 months ago, and he's never come and said this is what happened. And I think he has a responsibility to. He made lots of money selling that story. It got millions of views, him and Corbell, and it's completely fake because the guy died. And it's fake for more reasons than that, but
I think
we could start there.
I think that Richard Dolan is a very handsome man.
Jamie is not objective here because she wants to bang Dolan.
I'm
disappointed that Jamie wants to bang Richard Dolan. Okay?
I will say I think that Richard Dolan is the most attractive man in the UFO field right now. So I give him that tip of my hat. So
Jamie, do you have daddy issues? Come on.
No, we call him Daddy Dolan.
We call him Daddy Dolan. That's our nickname for him.
I think Jamie has daddy issues.
Of course I do. Who doesn't?
Who doesn't have daddy issues?
Who doesn't have them these days? Jesus, come on now. All of us do. That you remember.
How do we know? Like, I feel like this could happen to anyone, and that kind of scares me too. Maybe like once you reach a certain level in the field and people come to you all the time and you think that you're vetting them out, and then is it too late to back out? You already made a big deal out of it. So,
and you need something to sell. That's the other thing. It's financially motivated. He needs to constantly come up with new stories to sell to keep the ball rolling, new books, new stories.
But that's what, then we get into the bigger picture of what is UFO-tainment and difference between UFO-tainment and UFO education, right? And there's a big divide between that. And I think that's something that I've said a lot of is what this field needs is a lot of new faces, specifically not old white men talking about UFO.
That's why I was happy to see you guys.
We need new perspectives and we need new people talking about it, because as much as I love Daddy Dolan's not giving me a lot of new information these days, right? And I would love if just new real shit came out. And I just don't see a lot of the old white folks giving us that information these days. So I welcome new people coming out, new whistleblowers who are coming out daily.
Bunch of old white dudes, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the same information, and but I don't really know who could enter the field other than who's already here now, the little people, the three of us, kind of, I don't.
And I think that's the thing, though. It's not about one person getting super big and taking over the UFO world. It's a bunch of all of us small group together who are changing the course of the UFO topic. I think that what we need to do is we need to stop idolizing people and turning people into celebrities, and that will solve a lot of problems in this field.
There is a huge hunger for this information, and people want so desperately for it to be true and real stories. We've got people out there using child molesters as sources for their alien stories. We've got people out there using murderers in prison, saying that they're teleporting out of prison, and people eat this stuff up, and I can't believe the views they get. I'm like, are you kidding me? There's a guy in prison,
No.
Well, hold on. The chat is hating that I said old white people. Listen, I'm not hating on old white people. I'm just saying we've had that for a long time. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of diversity. We've had nothing but old white people. I'm not hating on old white people. It's just
guys.
We've had that for a long time. It's just time for some different perspectives. I'd love to just more people to come out and be talking about this instead of the same 10 people over and over again. That's all.
Yeah, and
that's really the point.
If you notice, there is a cast of characters that is in so many different documentaries, and it's all the same five or six, seven people.
It's like you're watching the same documentary over and over and over, or the same show over and over and over again. Especially because, again, they talk about the same topics over and over and over again. That's what I'm saying. I want to hear more new, fresh stuff.
Exactly. It's really not about the white people. I feel like a lot of people are really stuck on that.
So upset about it.
It's really not. It's just that it's true. You can't say that it's not true that when you think of the typical lineup for ufologists,
that's just what it looks like.
That's what it looks like. It's what it is. You need young people too. How about that?
I'm all for that. I'm a big supporter of
people.
I want to see that I kind of feel like some of these people, it's like you've had a nice run for 20 or 25 years. Like move aside. It's time for other people, because there are some people, and I'm not talking about me, but I have seen some guys that are doing some amazing, incredible research and work into this topic. and they get almost no attention. And it's
No, and I agree
sad,
with you in that sense. I think that there's people who have been out there for a long time, and I think that there's a space and an opportunity for new people who are doing new and different things to come forward, especially with a lot of the way that they're scientifically researching the topic right now, and a lot of these like new companies and groups that are forming who are really looking into investigating UFOs. I would like to see some of those companies and groups be quote unquote famous and celebrities instead of individual people.
Yeah.
Even, you know, it's hard. Like, as much as I just said I wish that there were new people, sometimes the new people that we get, I still don't like. I can't help it.
I agree with you on that. Yeah. I don't know.
Like,
I
who
see
are
some, you know, well, I try not to worry about anybody else's show because I have enough of my own problems.
Exactly. Yeah.
But I do like to look at other shows and go, what are they doing right? What are they doing that I disagree with or whatever? And there's some shows that I call it the UFO circle jerk. They just have these people on that are extremely problematic, and they just let them talk, and they don't call them on their past fake stuff that they were selling or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like there is a game out there, and for people that don't know it, it's the circle jerk game. There are some of these UFO celebrities that just will only do the shows where they know they're going to get the softball interview. They won't go to someplace like Alien Scientist or me because they know that we're going to press them, you know. I mean,
see, but that's a bigger problem with inside of ufology in general. Then again, the problem is you're idolizing these people and assuming that they're supposed to answer to you guys in some way, right? And as because they're putting themselves out there as a person, you're assuming that they have to answer to you. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, they don't have any responsibility to answer to me.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but like we just assume that these people are out here to answer us, and they're just at the end of the day human beings, you know?
Yeah, you're right. I will think about what you've said. And I'm trying to be kinder and gentler to some people.
You know what? Don't get me wrong. Me and Bree really make fun of this subject, although we are very diehard believers. We crack a lot of jokes. We poke fun at people.
Sure,
but
you have to laugh at it.
But one thing that we do is like we try to be super respectful and open to everybody's ideas and opinions, regardless of what it is. And we're not somebody to like trash on people at the end of the day. You know, like as much as we joke and make fun of, like everybody's entitled to their own weird opinions. And
you guys are much more diplomatic than me.
Well, I truly believe that
nice. You're very nice. I respect that. I
want to live in a world with a lot more niceness and positivity because I think we've had enough hate and bullshit and tearing this community apart.
Sometimes there's people like Michael Horn that you have to say, "Shut up, Michael Horn, you dummy!" Right? You went off on him. Didn't you?
I did. No, I 100%.
With his
I
fake
tried
garbage
to warn
can
her.
lid.
But you know what? And that's you learn shit along the way, and that's what I mean. And we try to be, I guess you would say, diplomatic. I like hearing everybody's side.
They were the
that's
victim
all.
of a crazy UFO cult, just like me, because they disagreed with something.
Yeah.
It's not even that we
much.
disagreed. It's like the thing is that he wanted to come on the show and trash a bunch of people, and I was just it's not what we're into and what we do. We wanted to talk about the story, so we left all of that in, and we edited out him.
Editorial rights. It's your show.
Exactly. It was our show, and
But
so
it's more than that, though. It's so much more than that. We had done an episode on Billy Meyer.
Mm-hmm.
And we tried to present everything that we had learned. And we both kind of came to the conclusion that he was full of shit.
Mm-hmm.
And so we let Michael come on to try to show us evidence that he isn't full of shit. So that's what the episode was supposed to be about. He was supposed to be there to prove his case. Not to shit on other people.
Exactly.
So it's like, what are you doing here? We invited you to prove to us that Billy isn't full of shit.
And he couldn't do that. He just wanted to talk bullshit about people. So it just showed us
if they don't believe me,
he was there to settle a score with everybody that ever said. And that's what he does. He targets anybody that says the story is not true and real.
But a big reason why nobody wants to investigate that story or even look into it is because he's this weird gatekeeper who acts like that. That's exactly why nobody wants to look into the subject, or he gets mad because he's like, nobody wants me on my show. Nobody wants you on the show. It's not about the Billy Meyer story. It's you as a human being.
I gotta say, growing up, I saw those pictures in a general book on UFOs. It wasn't about Billy Meyer, but they had a few of the Billy Meyer pictures, and I loved those. I thought, wow, this is cool. Mm-hmm. But even as a child, I was like, yeah, it looks like glued together stuff on a string. And then I tried as a child to do something like that, and you could. It's not hard to do, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody on the internet even did it. there's a guy on the internet who did all this debunking, and he built the models, hung the strings, and filmed it all with one arm, just to prove. Because that's an argument. That's been an argument for years. Oh,
how could he
do this all with one arm? So, so this guy on the internet, on YouTube, he did it all with one arm, and he filmed himself doing it. So there's no way to argue with that. And Mikey Horn is crazy, and you know, they're real big on like saying that Billy Meyer predicted all this stuff, but he could never show me copyrights or proof that he predicted it before the events.
Yeah.
It always seems to be after the events. It's like, oh, this happened. And suddenly they dig out some book that they say was published 20 years prior that he predicted. And
they were like, here you go.
But nobody else had that book, just them, you know?
And it's vague. It's all super vague. And they're just saying that's what they're talking about. But it could be about a million things. And so it's not like...
my wife says my next old white guy is going to be a sugar daddy. So thanks for that. I'm surprised she's listening. She never listens to the show. She must be bored as shit or something.
Hello, wifey.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, she's interesting in that she has zero interest in any of this. She just calls it, you know, once in a while she'll say like, "Who's on the show tonight?" And I try to explain it to her, and she's like,
okay.
Okay.
Okay. She's like, what is that? My husband's the same way, pretty much. He's a believer, but yeah, he's just like,
Brando, thank you very much. Brando, just
thank
to
you.
These ladies.
So
cool.
nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, everybody go down there. There's a link in the description to their channel, and I'm going to be sharing that as much as I can. We want to help them get to the magic numbers.
Thank you.
Everybody deserves a couple of bucks for all they put a lot of hard work, time, talent, and dedication into what they do.
We do. I will say though, we're new to the YouTube world. We've been doing our audio podcast. We're going on our 5th year now, and we've been living in audio land for a long time. And we recently, within the last about 6 months, been kind of transitioning over into this whole YouTube world. So it's kind of a journey for us. So you guys if you subscribe, you're along for the journey for what the hell our channel is going to be. It's just ever evolving and changing.
It is weird to be like new kids, it feels like.
And somebody's mentioning they only use PayPal and not Super Chats. There's PayPal donate links in the About section, and we'll call those out later. If anybody makes a PayPal donation, be sure to include your chat room user ID because you don't want me calling out your real name, and add a line and whatever you want me to share.
Yes.
You know,
Jamie,
so far people have been very nice. I'll say anything they want though. So far nobody said like I love to suck big dicks or anything like that. So
do people do that? Love that.
No,
I would love that. Read it.
You could make me say anything you want. I'll read it. Right?
Ooh, okay.
Are they American?
I'm gonna do that next time. I want you to plug something for me.
Yeah. Well, I have planned to try to help you guys. I know that I helped Amy get over the hump, and that was cool that we could help her. You know, you guys. I don't remember how many more you need, but
oh my god,
Amy needed.
I think
a million.
I think right now we're almost at 400 subscribers, so I think we need 600 more.
Yeah,
so if you guys could go and make like 20 accounts each and just subscribe to all of them.
That. It's against the terms of service, and we don't do that.
No, we don't do that. We don't do that.
But
if you have a lot of cousins in Siberia,
there's 75 people watching us right now. So even if half of you went over there and clicked that subscribe button, it would really help them out. Get them a bump.
They're not
tonight.
Going to. They're upset still about the fucking white comment.
God damn it, Jamie. You had to insult the old white guys.
You know what's funny is out of all the things that I could get in trouble for, it's saying fucking white. All right.
The white girl calling out the white.
You didn't mean it in that.
Steven is
I am a white person.
You had a good point there. It's true. It's a bunch of old white guys in this thing. And, you know, I'm all for diversity. But you know what I believe? I really, truly believe that I'm all for diversity, but people should get there on their own merit. I don't care what your skin color is. I don't care what your sex is. I don't really care. I respect good work. And I see people out there, I could care less if they're white, black, Puerto Rican, Indian, whatever, or woman, man. We had the coochie controversy here with Kelly. I don't know if you remember that.
No.
Remember? Kelly, people were accusing them of using their breasts or something.
Some channel.
So she went off. She was like, why? Just because I have a coochie? I can't do this? I can't talk about UFOs?
somebody was like, it's so interesting that women in ufology are just shaking their tits around on their YouTube channel. And then, she just like went off. She lit up that motherfucker. Who gives a shit? If we want to listen, if we want to show our tits and talk about fucking aliens, who fucking cares? I'm sorry, I'm saying the F word a lot. So one thing I was said not to do.
You know, you're going to cost me 27 cents in YouTube revenue.
God damn it. I'm sorry.
Jamie owes me 27 cents in YouTube
I'll Venmo
revenue.
it to you, I promise.
She is a shapeshifter, that's indeed.
I think that what's interesting is that the guy...
Randall really dislikes me, and it's all right, Randall, I love you. I'll pray for you.
I don't think he dislikes
you. Know,
I think
the guy who was making those accusations and nasty, he then decided to make a hit piece on me because I was supportive of women in ufology. And he said that he said in his hit piece video that people threatened his mother that had cancer and that he had to make police reports. And I said, well, hey, I apologize. Send me a copy of the police reports. And
what does that have to do with you?
Give me your mom's number, because I was supporting women in ufology. And I said, hey, we should support women in ufology. Yeah. Oh, no, they attacked me because you started it. But
exactly. That's not your fault.
He literally asked for the attention.
This guy claimed that all those women went and threatened his mother who had cancer and that he had to make police reports. So I called him. It was a bluff. I said, give me your mother's number. I want to call her and talk to her about what happened and apologize then.
Yeah, and hang out.
He would not let me talk to her. And then I said, well, give me the police reports and I'll show them on my show and I'll apologize to you. He wouldn't give me those. Then I called I got his address. I called his local police district. There was no police reports of harassment. He just bluffed it all.
Good investigator.
Because he looked like a dummy because he went and attacked these women for no reason.
Well, the thing is, I looked at his account too, and
it seems Patrick Sheehan with a kind and generous $9.99.
Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate that. I appreciate
Who cares about 27 cents? I just got $10.
Jesus, $10. I think that
Thank you, Patrick.
Sometimes what happens is like people just get confused when they're like. So I looked at his channel and he is somebody who is really, really into trying to start shit with people because that's how he gets attention, right? So I think that at the end of the day, you can't look at what it is he's saying, but look about the context of what his channel is trying to like show out to the world. And he's purposely just trying to pick fights with people so people talk about him so he stays irrelevant.
Drama clicks.
Exactly. It's stinky.
Which actually, I can't lie, that works sometimes. Right.
And that's the thing, though. It does, because we live in a society where they love drama and they love like the whole reality TV of bullshit. So 100% people are going to go out there and go and look into it and subscribe it. And we're just perpetuating that by continuing about talking about it. You know what I mean? Because it's going to make people want to go and click and watch that video and see what he said about you.
Oh, I never talked about it because I didn't want to drive traffic to him.
You don't want to drive traffic to him because there's no point. What's the point of giving him the attention?
And I'm real big on I don't punch down. So if it had been a much bigger channel than me that did a hit piece, and then he did a separate hit piece on me before, and I made him take it down because he made all these factually inaccurate statements. And I said, do you know what slander is, bro? You said all this as a statement of fact. You don't have evidence to support anything. Oh, he said that I took advantage of a mentally ill woman in the form of Anjali. And I said, she said right on the show she's not mentally ill. You don't have any proof she's mentally ill, and you made that a statement of fact. You have to take the video down. And he was like, what? I'm not taking the video down. 20 minutes later, he took the video down because he knew he was wrong.
I have a question for you. What is your top sketch ufologists out there? Since you do good research, writing them down. Like, what's your top?
My two
at least
favorites.
Your top stay away from.
My top two favorites are Corey Good and David Wilcock. I think they have zero value to anything that they do. And I've caught them in so many scams and dirty dealings that you just know, like, these are not people that you should listen to because they're all about the money, and all their information turns out to be fake. They use fake sources. They use fake insiders. They manufacture fake stories, I mean, both of them have been caught manufacturing fake stories, using fake sources. David Wilcock he always cites Pete Peterson, and we did a whole 2-hour show on this guy, Pete Peterson, being a complete total fraud. Like, every line in his bio was made up and not true. He said he worked for the Russian space agency. We checked with a Russian space historian. That wasn't true. Like, everything in his bio, his education was fake. He said he worked for Ronald Reagan. We checked with the Ronald Reagan archives. That was fake. And David Wilcock loves citing that guy. Completely, totally fake, made up source. And the same for Corey Good. Like, that guy just makes up stories and has been 7 years, no proof. But I time traveled, and you know what? I would forgive him, and I wouldn't even bust his balls if he was a decent person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you ever heard of Jason Quitt?
Yeah,
Jason
I guess he's back.
Yeah, he's back.
Mhm.
But Jason Quitt tells what I would say are similar stories, that not space adventures, but he's had these metaphysical
Space adventures.
But Jason Quitt has had these metaphysical weird time jumps and weird. I
Right,
have his book
but it's
here.
not.
It's very
not
interesting.
like physical.
But the thing is that Jason Quitt is such a nice, genuine person. He would never hurt anybody. He would never vengefully attack somebody that said his story wasn't real.
Well,
so for me, I gave him a pass. I go, I'm giving him a pass.
And he's also not out here saying that he's the only person with the information.
Sure.
And like, he's not doing all those red flaggy things that we don't want with people who are giving information inside of the society. You know what I mean?
Like, use that term. This person is doing red flaggy things.
They are. It's a red flag.
Yeah.
It's 100%. We as a society need to start looking at red flags more when it comes to people and stop just blindly doing shit.
Wait, what did I miss about the titties? I missed something about the titties.
Totiwaba, because our
Totiwaba. It's
Totiwaba. That one time I was abducted by aliens. It's our initials, and he said Totiwaba.
I love that. That's cool.
Oh yeah, that's
Thank you for
cool.
that.
Can we see your Totiwaba?
Yes,
on our OnlyFans account for
show.
lots and
Subscribe
lots
to the
of money.
Patreon.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
gonna start an OnlyFans account, but on mine, people are gonna pay me to keep my clothes on.
See, there you go,
Oh, man.
That'd be a better strategy.
Be like, threaten them
Hey.
emails. Be like, if you do not send me $5, I will send you a picture of my nipple.
See, 1980s David Wilcock. See, he did a good job. He was legit. He was a cool guy. And then all of a sudden, he just fucking took a left turn. I'm surprised that people are still into their shit, to be honest. I'm just like,
now.
what?
It's so ridiculous. And all these psychic predictions he makes, none of them come true. He predicted that Trump would win the election in a landslide. Then when that didn't work out, he said the results will be overturned and Biden will never step foot in the White House. And you know.
I look like Jenna
Yeah.
Marbles.
Keep your
Thank
mouth
you.
shut.
That's actually sweet. I like that.
The
Thank you.
second that Corey Good tried to sue people for using the term
Oh my god,
SSP for
secret space program.
I
It was like, I'm done. Yeah.
You just he was gaslighting himself. Like that just looks so
Yeah, it's sketchy. It's not about disclosure. You know what else is interesting about him? Everybody that works with or for him has to sign a non-disclosure agreement, but he's Mr. Disclosure. It makes no sense. Like, really, Mr. Disclosure? I got to sign a non-disclosure agreement to do your website?
That's some other red flag shit. Anytime somebody wants you to sign a fucking disclosure like that for no reason, there's a reason.
I think the day that he didn't sign my book is when his head got so big that I was like, I'm not in.
Oh, please tell the story. Tell the story. Tell the story.
Oh, come on. He went inside your book?
Yeah,
a long time ago, I was a big David Wilcock fan. I used to read all of his books, and it even like the first time I saw him lecture, I was too shy to ask him. I used to be super fucking shy. I was too shy to ask him. So the second time I went and saw him lecture, I did bring all my books, and Jamie and my husband basically like pushed me to go ask him because I was still fucking shy as hell.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked him to sign my book, and he said no. He was like,
He just said no?
Not now. He was like, no, not now. And he wasn't doing anything.
Yeah,
and
you know what else?
He's literally standing.
He's very interesting in that
so
all the other
hurt.
guys.
I was like a tear. I like walked back.
She
with my
literally,
book.
like the rest of her day was ruined. she was so upset.
Right?
Yeah, she was.
You know what's
Because she
funny,
had like
though?
all her
I was like,
books.
Yeah, he's
a little
more
tear. They're
important.
like, what happened? I'm like, he said no. They're like,
Yeah,
what?
he wouldn't do it. Yeah, nice
For
guy.
real?
Well, you know what's funny though is that a lot of the
Never
guys,
meet your heroes.
a lot of the people,
Yeah.
Thank you,
are, like,
Ryan.
they're regular people, and they walk around the conference. And if people come up to them and talk to them, they stop and they talk. They're like regular people, like Nick Redfern and a few others that are down to
For
earth
sure.
people.
Yeah.
And, you know, like John from the Black Vault and a few others I could think of. But Wilcock and Good are always like they need to have their own room.
Yes.
they need security. What do you need security for? Talk about stupid nonsense, you know?
I know. And it was a small
ridiculous.
conference. He wasn't doing anything. Honestly,
Nope.
I swear it was like from that day forward. Because he didn't used to be like that. He didn't have security. He was
Bree.
more down to earth. And then
Yeah,
he
so
went fucking
thanks for your
sideways.
20. Thanks for your $20. And look, from my perspective, I would, if somebody asked me to sign a book, I have a book on Amazon, and
You'd want to sign it.
I absolutely, like, I feel like a rock star. Really? You want me to sign
Exactly.
it?
That's how you get your money. He's getting his
Yeah.
money from people
Yeah.
that buy his books.
And he didn't even stop to think, right? What did you say? I bought all his books. I read all his books. You asked him to sign a book, and he didn't even stop to think that this person may have spent $100 buying every book I've ever written. And as a supporter of mine, I should take 10 seconds and just say, I'm very busy right now. Give me the book. Thank you for your support, and sign the book. That's all he had to do, right?
All he had to do.
He wasn't even busy. He could have been like, in a minute. He
literally could have scribbled anything. Exactly.
All right, I'm doing a new
anything.
video. I'm clipping out parts of this, and we're going to demand that he sign the book.
That he signs the
What
books
book?
at this point.
I need to know what book it was. I'm gonna buy one, and I'm gonna
She had
send
like
it
multiple.
to
She had
all
like
his
five,
addresses.
She had
I'm gonna
like
send it to all his
five.
addresses.
She had like 5 of his books in her hand. She was like, she went up there with all of the stuff, like big eyed, like, please, sir, can you sign this? And he was just like, no, I will not.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
like that orphan thing.
That was a
Please,
good
Exactly.
lesson, though.
Can I have some more?
That was a really
I was
good
like, we
lesson.
learned early that meeting your hero. That's
Yeah.
why I say
Oh, no,
when
no,
we
I
talk
know
about
that.
these
I
people,
know
we talk
that.
about them as being human beings, because me and Bree, one thing that we do is we go to a lot of conferences, and we've actually spent a lot of time with these speakers, just sitting at bars and drinking with them, because it's a big
I was
part
gonna
of
ask you
going.
about some of the inside baseball and that
Yeah,
stuff,
there's
right?
that happens, and you learn very quickly that these, at the end of the day, are human beings just like we are, and the versions that you see on TV of them are not the same versions that you see when they sit on the couch. They're completely different kinds of people.
Yeah, but if someone's writing a book telling people that it's about service to others, but they won't take 2 seconds to sign a book for one of their fans and someone that's actually
and that's
buying the
even
shit,
worse. Now
that's
that
not
I know
service
that
to
you had a
fucking others.
stack of his books in your hand, he could have looked at that and said, "She must have bought all my books."
And
She's
109
worth 10
degree
seconds
desert.
of she's
But he
worth 10
couldn't.
seconds
No.
of
He was
right.
too
And thanks,
big.
Lee Guy, for your
He was
kindness,
too
your
big.
generosity, and support. Lee Guy's going to start at OnlyFans. It's just going to be me laughing.
Yes.
Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your
Lee,
support.
shit,
So-
with that kind of money you keep donating, I think you need to start an OnlyFans just so you can continue to donate.
Yes. Well, listen. Now we got to get into some of this drama. So who's the wild ones, right? I've heard like Laura Eisenhower likes to pound a few down, and a few other people.
So here's the thing.
I'm the
partiers.
wild one.
I was like, here's the thing. When it comes to the UFO, no, she really is. But when it comes to the UFO conferences and stuff, it's not one person over the other. It's everybody is completely relaxed in themselves, and everybody gets trashed and does whatever the hell they want. It's not like an individual, like everybody. I'll tell you guys something here. Nick Pope got really drunk. Me and Bree might have got him drunk by buying him tequila, and he ate all of my nachos. This is a true story that happens. I have no idea if he. I have no idea. We have pictures of it. We have no idea if he remembers eating my nachos or anything like that. But he did. That's the kind of stuff that happens there. So it's not that like there. It's not like there's too much to dish, because everybody is just like hanging out and having fun, and you have to be there and in the moment at the night when everybody's been drinking, they've been hanging out all day and learning new information and wanting to talk about things, and it's a really super cool vibe to hang out with these people and just talk to them and like learn more about the subject.
Yeah, but I have a bone to pick with Pope, because that's not the first time he's done that. He's done that a lot.
It's not actually.
Nick
Pope eats
we've actually. So we've called out Nick Pope a few times at this point. For a long time,
listen,
we didn't.
I will say in his defense that when you're drunk, nachos are delicious.
No, and that's
It's
fine.
not about the nachos.
It's not about the nachos.
It's not about the nachos.
It's that we've hung out with them. Yeah. Multiple times we've gotten drunk with them, and he actually doesn't know us. Exactly. That's the bigger picture. Is it's like
I was just like, what the fuck?
Never, yeah. But we've hung out with him like multiple times. Like he, at one point, he actually like lived not that far from where we were living at, and he like invited us to hang out with him and his wife at a local place that they hung out at. Like, but he still pretends like he doesn't know us.
And then we're like, we come on the fucking show, and it's just like, I'm too busy.
He's like, I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. I'm too busy. Thank you.
Like, this is COVID. No one's busy.
No one's busy, Pope.
We're in lockdown.
Yeah.
No one's fucking busy.
I started my show right at the start of this thing, so I had a captive audience. I'm praying for more lockdowns. That's what I'm doing.
It keeps your audience in.
Come on, Omicron. Let's go.
Let's go.
Lock these people down. Make them so bored they watch my show more. Yeah.
Exactly.
No,
We
I
did
don't
not
think
pay
have
him
any good
$50
information
to talk
anyways.
to him, but we did buy him some drinks to talk to us.
Oh,
I've
yeah,
bought
that
him
was the
lots of
thing.
drinks.
I was
We
very
bought Nick
critical
Paul a
of
lot of
that.
drinks,
I
yeah.
was very critical of that. He's doing $50 Zoom sessions. You get 6
Oh.
minutes.
Get
You
it.
6
All right.
minutes for $50.
Okay, wait. Let's talk about something when it comes to ufology and people getting money.
No,
Listen,
you know what I'm
we
going to
all-
do?
We all grind.
I'm going to
We
do
all
it.
grind. Let him do it.
I'm going to do it. I'm going to
First of all, Nick Barra is one of our greatest friends.
Nick
Don't you dare
Barra?
talk.
Mike Barra.
I mean, Mike Barra.
Oh,
Sorry, Nicholas is his name.
I
Don't
wish
you
I
dare
could show
talk bad
you
about
the
Mike Barra.
picture.
He's our best friend, and yes, he did hit on both of us. We love Mike Barra with a very deep-seated passion.
I have a picture. I have a picture.
No, you know what I'm going to
of
do?
Mike Barra.
Please, Bree, please show it. Please, right now, please show
Jamie
it.
and Brianna, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to give him the $50, and then as soon as he comes on the Skype, I'm just going to start yelling and screaming at him for eating your nachos, and I'm going to record it, and then I'm going to play it on my
And send
show.
it to us. Beautiful,
Like,
beautiful. I love that.
you
If
eat your
Nick comes on
nachos.
your show, I will be pissed. At that point, I'm going to be
He
like,
won't.
he's
He
fucking
won't come on my
sexist.
show.
That's it.
No,
I've
but-
been very critical of his claims, of many of his claims, so he's not coming on my show. He
Well,
blocked
that's
me on
okay. It's
Twitter
just
too. Yeah.
boring.
Oh.
Yeah.
Boring.
Yeah. He doesn't like questions.
Boring.
Anyways,
like
everyone
that.
hates Barra and his bullshit. And listen, we
You
all live in
like
our own
it.
world. And I love Barra because I love him as a human being and he's my favorite.
No,
see,
Barra
sometimes
is
you-
unapologetically himself, and that's
What
I like
we
him.
love about him. Regardless of what his
He's like,
politics
I don't
are
care.
or what he's into, he doesn't give two shits and we vibe with
Oh,
that super
I
hard.
couldn't place him, and now I know who he is.
Yeah, Barra.
I think he's a J.
Barra's been on our show 2 or 3 times, and then
Really?
recently we interviewed him for Contact in the Desert when that was going on this year for their website. But we're big. We love Mike Barra. Mike Barra, like I said, is one of our dear friends.
And they hit
Yeah,
on you
but
both.
he doesn't care. And he has, all those people are his colleagues. He does shows with them and
Mhm.
conferences with them,
Yep.
and he still doesn't care to call people out on their bullshit. And I think that's kind of crazy. When you're at a level where you're getting paid to be on TV with certain people, I think it's very ballsy, and it just shows that he isn't afraid to
He's just
speak
himself at the end of
his
the day.
mind, and he's really the only person I felt like that was out there that was willing to say that he doesn't believe any of the
TikTok
videos that came out. He
from the
picked
government.
apart the TikTok, picks apart Lou Elizondo. He was like the first person that was just like, fuck it. I'm not jumping on the bandwagon that everyone else seems to be all
And he never
over.
has jumped on any bandwagon. That's what I love about him.
No, maybe I've been unfair to him. I don't know much about him, but I do know that
We love
some of the stuff that he was pushing were like really grainy, crappy photos from the moon that can be disproven easily and some other stuff. So sometimes I just turn off to certain personalities and I go, not credible, not listening. And he's one of those.
Well, and
people
here's
turn
one
off.
thing that I really love about Mike, especially because he's in this, because Mike doesn't stick to one topic, and he definitely jumps on and is always constantly giving new information to new topics, regardless of what his opinion is on it. He's not just like giving you the same story over and over again. He has his books, so he does sell those. So he talks about shit that he's done before, but he's talking about recent topics and things like that. He's not just like trying to give you some bullshit like buy my cult stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he's underappreciated, guys. We're big Mike Barra fans. Honestly, I'm gonna clip this and send it to him because I love him.
And I don't agree with a lot of shit.
Hey,
he
I
says.
would interview him. But I would have to.
You should.
He's a
I would
great
have
guy.
to read a couple of his books first before I do.
You should. He's a really good guy.
I've seen him around. I just
If you want a shortcut, you could go listen to. Like I said, we interviewed him twice, 3, 4
I would
times on
listen
our
to that.
show. Go listen to it.
You mean you're gonna buy his books and not read
buy it.
them, but you're gonna
No,
buy
I
them
will.
in hopes
If
that you will.
I interview somebody, that forces me to read them. Sometimes I book interviews. Like we had David Halperin, and he had this really amazing book on spirituality and UFOs and mythology. And I wanted to read it, and I knew if I booked him as a guest, I would read it, and I did.
There you
'Cause I didn't want to do the
go.
interview
Motivation.
unprepared. So yeah, it motivated me to get it done. Right.
Evidence that UAP a lot.
Oh, and people are commenting that he hit on you both at Contact in the Desert, right?
100%. Look, there you go. Look, there's Mike Barra and Bree.
Oh, you planning one
when I
on
was
it,
really
right?
bald.
Wait,
And
let me
I
tell
fucking-
let me tell the
I
story.
sat on George Norrie's lap. I was just doing whatever the fuck I want.
So we were at Contact of the Desert, and they have this like award ceremony, and is it George Norrie's birthday? Whose birthday is it every time?
It's George Norrie's birthday.
It's George Norrie's birthday every time at this
That's why I say
Contact of the Desert.
I'm the party animal.
So we paid money to go to this banquet. It was like $50 or $60 each. And you get to pick a table where you sit with one of the speakers. And we were very late and last in line. And one of the only tables that was left open for enough people that we had in our group, because it was me, her, and her husband, was Mike Barrows. And we're like, fuck it, we like Barrow, we'll go do that. And honestly, ever since then is when we've been best friends with him, because we sat at his table. He bought Brie a drink, but I ended up drinking it. It was just like the craziest time. And then we went downstairs and was hanging out with Nori. And like, it was one of the craziest nights we've ever had, where we just had so much fun. And it was Clyde Lewis was there, if I remember correctly. It was crazy. It was so much fun.
Oh, I was on his show. I like him. He's got a best radio voice ever.
He does have a super good radio voice. But yeah, like that's what the conferences are about. I highly recommend, as much as they're a shit ton of money and they're a pain in the ass to get to sometimes, they're worth every fucking penny. You have so much fun and such cool experiences with people there. Even if you don't have them with people like speakers and stuff, and you just hang out with random people that are there. We did that for years, just like random ass people.
Yeah, I've heard that that's most of the fun, right?
Oh, for
That's
sure.
most
You
of
make
the
so
fun.
much
It's
friends.
not about the
so many
lectures
friends.
or whatever. It's about the camaraderie, and you know that you're among friendly people that aren't just going to go, boy, you're nuts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
exactly.
for
It's
sure.
a safe space. As much as I hate that word, right?
No, but it is.
Yeah,
though.
it is. It is, though. It's comfortable. It's like we meet so many people there. I remember the last time we went, it's the first day, and it was before the conference even started. And there were like tons of people in our hotel room. And at one point, I was just like, who are these people?
Yeah, I think there was at some point. I think I have a picture. It was just like, yeah, there's
When I go to the conferences,
random people in our
if I
hotel
ever
room.
get
Yeah,
to them, if I ever get to them, I'm going. Where is Jamie and Brianna? Because
Definitely
I
not
want the
groupies,
party.
just making
I want
friends.
the party. Galactic groupies. Yeah.
We've
come on,
actually
that's
been
funny.
called that, but that's not the first time we've been called that. That's funny. And listen, it's not that we're groupies. It's like we just hang out and want to have fun with people. Like you would understand if you were there. It's a whole party vibe. You got to be there.
There's
Everyone
lots
who's
of
there
people
does that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You need a lot of these people we've just made friends with, and they stick around, and then
Yeah,
you know,
some of
it's
these
like a
people
meeting
who
point.
are
It's
like
hey, are
we
you
meet
going?
every year there. We're like, are you going to this one? Are you going to that one? Honestly, we met UFO Jane at Alien Con. We met we've met people. I think we met the UFO Garage guys and Dave from SRO at conferences. Like we just meet people along the way.
about the
Glitch wants a
fun.
tall Nordic girlfriend.
Hey, don't we
Well,
all?
it's like think
They're all
about it.
hot.
People come to the chats, right? You see people talk, and then you come to the chats. Everyone like makes friends. People recognize each other in the chat. It's like that, but in real life.
In real life.
And then it's like, hey, you want to take a shot? Like, you can't tell me that's not fucking fun and that you wouldn't want to go. Doesn't mean we're all groupies with each other. It's just literally that we all want to hang out. It's so
Exactly.
much fun.
No, I can see
And
it,
you
and I've
can't
heard
make
from so
these
many
kind of
different people that
people-
they had more fun with just when just hanging out in the conference rooms and stuff before the actual event, you know, and meeting people, and you know, like I said, it's a strange niche interest. So it's just like if you're hugely into Dungeons and Dragons and you go to a Dungeons and Dragons convention, you're gonna have a good time because you're with your
Hell
peeps.
yeah, because
that
everyone
are
accepts
interested.
you. The
Exactly.
conversations too that are had, oh my god, it's like it goes all over the place. People aren't
Mhm.
afraid. Where obviously you're not going to go down to local Starbucks and have a random conversation with a bunch of people there that are willing to talk about alternate universes. So it's like, you know,
Mhm.
it's
Yeah, you gotta find the right kind of people to start.
Yeah, you have to be
To
super
start
specific
being-
with that
To
stuff.
start
Yeah.
being genuine with your crazy interests, right? You know, I don't talk
Mhm.
about any of this stuff to regular people, and it's funny, most people don't know what I do. So, you know, once in a while somebody will find out, and then they tune in and they go, "Wow," you know, like, "Oh, I didn't know."
so
You know?
that's what you're into.
Yeah. I'm into butt
Yeah.
stuff and anal probes and aliens. That's it.
So are
That's
we,
my
I
thing.
guess.
So are we.
We're about the butt stuff. About the butt stuff. And not afraid to admit it.
Not afraid. No.
Yeah,
we-
and you guys mentioned before, I totally forgot about it. I'm sorry, but I have a note here that you guys have some news that you wanted to talk about.
Okay.
So we're gonna dish now. We're getting to the
So-
good stuff now.
as we are trying to figure out our channel and meeting a lot of people in this field and in this group, trying to find our footing, we've decided that what this field needs is a yearly awards and wrap-up show. And so we have decided to sacrifice ourselves as the sacrificial lambs and take on this like huge responsibility of like gathering all of this information from the year and presenting it to everyone and packaging it all up. And so
and you got to do a lot of clip videos for each of the contestants.
Wow,
that's a good idea.
Exactly. So on December 29th, we're going to be live. The time isn't exactly nailed down yet, but we're going to be doing the 2021 Golden Probe Awards, and we are going to be
I love it.
We are inviting all of you guys to come and watch and participate over the next few days and weeks. You're going to be seeing more and more about it. There's an amazing team that's going to behind it. They're called the Crash Retrieval Team, and they're really the ones who are going to be. Ooh. Can you hear us now?
I'm here.
Okay. I'm here. You got us?
Yeah.
So we're gonna have it's the Crash Retrieval Team. They're behind it. They're the ones who are going, and they're going to be behind helping us to make a lot of these videos, reaching out to a lot of these people to come and accept these awards. And so they're kind of the driving force behind it. And me and Bree are just the vehicle for the information. So we just
Spooky made a logo.
Yes, Spooky knows about it. I was like, Spooky knows about it. She's somebody who's involved in it. But like I said, there's a big team behind it. Me and Bree and Bobby are just going to be kind of the hosts who are facilitating it. But yeah, the host was the mostest. And we're going to be giving you guys kind of UFO 2021 in a big giant package. And so we're really excited to announce that here live with everybody.
It's going to be
that's amazing.
Funny and probably not what you expect.
It's again, we really take a humorous approach to the topic because we think that it's super necessary. So all of this is going to be very tongue in cheek and making fun of the topic in a whole, kind of just going over all the craziness that's happened the past year.
I started something like this, and I screwed up and called it the 2021 Conspiracy Circus Awards, and I only got one out. It was for Boldest Liar of the Year award.
Oh no!
So,
a good one.
But I'm all for it. I think it's a great idea. Yeah, you could have all these different categories, right?
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
They're in the works.
Biggest freak out live, or like I don't know.
Be play on words.
Exactly. It's gonna be very interesting. What's gonna come up, and we want all of you guys to help and participate in Cambion. We hope that you come be a part of it with us too.
I feel like Cambion can give us good winners.
I was like, Cambion can get some good.
Yeah, I'll think about it. I had that idea to do it, and I kind of screwed myself calling it 2021. I was going to pick it back up and just call it the Conspiracy Circus Awards and not put a year on it.
I was like, no, you just put a year on it every year. But yeah, it's the 2021 Golden Probe Awards where all the nominees, they're going to be probies.
Oh no!
Yeah, we're going to give out golden probes to everyone. It's going to be amazing. I'm super excited about it.
Those too.
That is amazing. That is a good idea. And Spooky's going to help with some of the production stuff. And she's great.
And we have a lot of special guests who are coming. We don't want to drop any names yet, but there's a lot of behind the scenes happening. It's going to be a very interesting event, and we're super excited for it. Ufology has become cheap entertainment, and that's what we're giving you.
Only sometimes. Only sometimes. You gotta like unbutton your shirt a little bit.
Yeah, people think that it's like Match.com here. Every time I have female guests, somebody's in the live chat trying to hook up. Like, come on, Ryan. But I can't blame a brother for trying, right?
Yes, I am married. I apologize.
Jamie's
but I'm married.
Brianna's married, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm very married.
Everyone here's
so
married.
Interested, but someone said Brie got fucked up watching ET.
What does that mean?
Hey, E.T., remember when you were a kid? That shit made you cry, right? When he died, sort of like he died in it, and then he came back to life, and
I don't think I've ever. I don't think it bothered me too much when I was younger.
No,
maybe not.
Yeah, no.
Close Encounters still gets me. I always cry on Close Encounters. I can't help it because I'm like, I wish I was there for that, and it makes me like, oh God, it's so beautiful.
Somebody's asking about me now, Ryan. Yeah, I'm married too. We're all married.
We're all married.
Hey, so, what is that?
None of us can bang you. Find somebody else to bang you.
Maybe we're swingers and we can.
Hey.
I don't like sharing. I don't even like sharing food. You think I'm going to share my woman? No way.
I just want to share French fries. That's it.
I was like, I like sharing French fries. Yeah, I can never finish them.
No.
Really?
So that's why it's perfect because I don't want to share my French fries and she'll share her French fries.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, listen, I don't want to keep you guys. We're coming up on 2 hours.
Yes.
I'm going to go and read these PayPal donations and do a quick wrap up.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll hopefully have you on again to publicize
Hell
the
yeah.
Golden
Anytime.
Probe Awards.
Yeah.
Listen, I want to thank you because yesterday was kind of really heavy. It was like heavy and dark, right? You know, some of those shows that you got to do, I got to trudge through all this stuff, and it's real. It's a dirty story.
It's a downer sometimes. Yeah,
it was a downer. Yeah, and tonight was fun, and it felt effortless. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much
for having us on.
Yeah, thank you for having us. We love it.
Everybody go, and there's the link to their website where you can catch their audio podcast. But more importantly, we're trying to pump up their YouTube numbers. The link to their YouTube channel is in the description of the video. You will have a good time. Every time I tune into them, I have a good time. You will too. Go hit that subscribe button. Help them get to the magic numbers because they need to praise the cash.
Absolutely.
Right? Jamie needs
make it rain money on us. Yes.
Jamie needs new crystals.
I need more crystals.
And I'm not sure what Bree needs.
More crystals as well.
More liquor.
Yes, that too.
All right, I'm going to throw you guys out of here and do a wrap up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
It was my pleasure hosting you.
Thank you so much.
Everybody will go and support you.
Bye, everybody.
Have a good night, guys.
Thanks.
Throw you all out of here. Boy, what a fun time this was. An unexpectedly great fun time. I love it when the shows are effortless like this. We're just going to do a quick thing here and check in with this PayPal and call out anybody that has made a PayPal donation. I think we've called out all the Super Chat donations, so that's the last bit of business here to do. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Kind and generous $5 donation from Alan in England. I think that was England. Let me check to make sure. I'm sorry, in London, in Canada. So Alan in Canada with a kind and generous $5. We've got BENGT. Ben is the name. And the note that he added with a kind and generous $5.28 PayPal donation says, "Rip the lid off the scammers' barrows." We will continue to do that. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and support. And thank you as well, Alan. And then another one. Okay, call out name is actually Bex. So I got that wrong. I apologize. With another kind and generous $5 PayPal donation, reminding me that his that his chat room user ID is Bex. Bex, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. And we have Andrew with a kind and generous 10 Great Britain pounds who says, "Great work, Stephen. Get yourself some extra eggnog this Christmas. Praise the cash." And that's from Moody Mongol. Thank you, Moody Mongol, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. We appreciate everybody's kindness, generosity, and support. I'm just going to go over real quick and make sure that we did indeed call out all of the super chats. Just so you know, we're a viewer-supported show. We call out every single super chat. And we thank everyone who supports the show through super chats, PayPal donation, or becoming a Patreon supporter. Finally, we have Jean-Paul Farte with a kind and generous $5 super sticker. The rest, I believe, that we read out, but we're going to read them again anyway, just to make sure. Lee Guy with a kind and generous $4.99 super chat saying, "I'm going to start an OnlyFans because it's just going to be Steven's laugh." Patrick Sheehan with a kind and generous $9.99, a little help to cover the F-bombs. Thank you for your kindness and helping us cover that. I lost 27 cents because of Jamie, but it's okay because I'm $10 up on the world. Thanks to the kindness, the generosity, and the support of Patrick Sheehan. We have Dorothy Hawkins with a kind and generous $5 super chat. And Dorothy says she asked a question that Jamie answered, to what extent that the spiritual experiences be considered contact experiences. We covered that tonight. Lee Guy with a kind and generous $4.99 saying, "When I was a kid, I was told I was a devil worshiper playing Pokemon. That is terrible." Jean-Paul Farte again with a kind and generous $20 super chat. Big donator tonight saying, "Hey, Stephen Cambian, keep up the great work you're doing. Hey, Brianna and Jamie, I enjoy your channel. Lots of fun." And again, I'll give one final pitch. The link to their channel is in the description box. Go over there, smash the subscribe button, hit hit the notification bell for them. And if you haven't for us already, I can remind you that there's 2 ways to support the show. The first way we've talked about, you can throw a couple of bucks in the hat. Brother, can you spare $1? But I want to remind everybody, the Patreon, we have some extra content and extra benefits, but I don't want to withhold things from people that are big supporters of the show for lack of $1 or more. So if you're having a tough time, just send me an email at truthseekershow@gmail.com. Mention you're a supporter of the show. You're having a tough time. Don't give me any specifics. It's none of my business. Just say, hey, I'd like the Patreon benefits. And I put all those people on a list, and I send the Patreon links out manually to those people who are experiencing financial difficulties. It's a tough time for everybody right now. And I would much prefer a big supporter of the show just get that extra content. So if you can spare $1, join our Patreon. You'll be glad you did. We do Patreon-only streams, extra content. But if you're having a tough time, no problem. Just email me, and we'll put you on our special list of supporters. And finally, the other way to help us, and this really does help just as much as a couple of bucks, the other way to help us is to like, comment, subscribe, share, hit the notification bell. Send these videos to some friends. Put them on your social media, your Facebook, your Instagram, your Twitter. Share these videos far and wide, and that helps us to get a bigger bullhorn. It helps get the word out. It helps new people find us, and we would sincerely appreciate your help. So lacking a couple of bucks to help us out, clicking a share button, copying a link and posting it costs you nothing but a few moments of your time, and it really does help just as much. Finally, I want to remind everybody that's listening in audio podcast land. If you're listening in audio podcast land, you're listening to a repeat, and we would like to welcome you to come here to our live and interactive tapings where we record the show and interact with our live audience. You are most welcome here. Just go on over to YouTube, look for and put Truth Seekers, one word, in the search bar. Look for me, Steve Cambian, the strange guy with the sunglasses, your host. Smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and the next time we do a live show, you'll be able to come here and interact with us in the live chat we have a great live chat here. You can ask questions of the guests or me, offer comments, commentary. We support that live interaction. It's a big part of the show. So if you're listening in audio podcast land, please come over here to YouTube. Look up Truth Seekers, hit that subscribe button, smash the notification bell. We want you here in our live chat. We want you to be a part of the show. So I'll take just a few moments for comments and questions from the live chat. Then we're going to wrap things up here. I want to thank our guests tonight, Jamie and Brianna, from that one time I was abducted by aliens. What a fun talk we had tonight. Go over there and subscribe to their channel. I would appreciate that. In fact, you know what I just realized? I have to practice what I preach. I don't believe that I am a subscriber. To be very honest with you, I am very, I was at one time subscribed to way too many channels, and I cut it all back. But here is what I'm going to do. I'm going over there right now. 1 second. I'm not subscribed. So, I apologize for that. 1 second. Let's go check out their channel. They've got it. I know they have an excellent interview with Grant Cameron because I watched that one and a few others. It's right at the top here, an interview with Grant Cameron. This is one of the interviews that I was interested in hearing. Grant Cameron's one of those personalities that I'll listen to any interview he does with anybody because I always enjoy Grant Cameron's views on things. So here's the subscribe button for them. I'm going to subscribe. And it says subscription added. So that is a good thing. And they're up to 402 subscribers. So it looks like we did give them a pretty good bump. I think it was at 370 or 380 earlier. Thank you all for helping them and helping them to grow and to help us to help them grow their channel. I'm a big supporter in paying it forward. And there was just a few shows, just a few, when I started this show that actually helped me a great deal to get a bump, to get some extra subscribers so I could get to the magic numbers. So I feel like it's my karmic duty and responsibility to help other good content creators get to those magic numbers. You'd be doing me a favor if you go over there and help them out. We are all in this together, so maybe we're all helping each other, and that's a good thing. Oh, it's Lee Guy's birthday. I did not know that. Happy birthday, Lee Guy. I'm just being informed of this, or I would have told you happy birthday before, right? Great. And Dorothy Hawkins said, subscribing to their channel. It took me about 10 seconds just now. Thanks for the link. Yeah, the link is in the description of the video. Give them a bump, guys. They deserve it. I always have a good time when I tune into their show, and I know you will as well. Randall Hill says, happy birthday, Lee Guy Bacon. Lee Guy's the bacon guy. If you see bacon in the live chat, it is Lee Guy, right? Bex says, happy birthday anyway, and thank you, Bex, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support, and the PayPal donation. Much, much appreciated. I am blown away by everybody's generosity and support of the show. Sometimes it's funny, like I go, I could look and see like, oh, there wasn't too many super chats tonight. But then I looked on the PayPal and there was like 5 of them. So blown away by the generosity and support. It warms my heart and to know that all around the world, people throwing a couple of bucks in my hat. It reminds me of street busking. For those that don't know, the street busker will stand there and do whatever he does, play the piano, play harmonica, sing, tell jokes, do magic tricks, I don't know, any talent, play the guitar, and people will walk by and throw a couple of bucks in our hat. What we do here is just a more technically advanced version of street busking. If you like what we do here, throw a couple bucks in the hat. If you're here for the live chats, you can send a super chat. We read every one of them. If you're here listening to a replay, you can still donate to the show through PayPal. Just be sure to add your chat room user ID. Add a note, add your chat room user ID, and any message you want us to shout out. The PayPal donate button links are in the description, instructions on how to do that. And these guys are saying thank you all so much. No, my pleasure. Glad. Looks like we're getting you a decent bump there, Jamie and Brianna. So I'm glad that we could do that and help you move your channel forward. All right. Jill Tate is in the audience, says, I just subscribed and belled their show. Good for you, Jill Tate, and good for them. I'm happy to see so many people going over there to support them, right? It's a good thing. You know, it's a very difficult thing trying to get to those magic numbers. And anybody I can help to do that, that's a decent person and is producing good content, I am more than happy to do, right? Andrew Whitley says, when are you going to do a music review for your subscribers' songs they made? Email me them at truthseekershow@gmail.com. I could use more music. So it is what it is. Okay, Jamie and Brianna says, Camby and Your Peach. Thank you. It was my pleasure hosting you guys tonight. You guys are always welcome back. Oh, they're at 407 now when we've still got, let's see, 65 people watching us, or 60 watching us. So a few more of you should go over there and help them out. I would appreciate it, right? And Walt Corbin says, great show, Brianna and Jamie. Yeah, I very much had fun. Dorothy Hawkins says, everything's coming up bacon for Lee Guy and you. Big fan of the bacon. Well, like I said, yeah, and welcome to the show is here. Sharing a link to their YouTube address. And that is very helpful. Thank you. Welcome to the show. So, boy, it's been a long day for me here. And unfortunately, I'm starting to feel under the weather. I'm starting to feel like I got a throat thing going on. And I just got over a cold and a throat thing. So I'm going to go and try to rest my throat. We have a full week of shows. Tomorrow, we've got John Warner. It's not often you get to interview an actual member of the Illuminati. No, I bust his balls. But he is from one of the richest, wealthiest families in the world. And he has a keen interest in all things esoteric and strange, including UFOs and aliens. So we're going to be interviewing him tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Then we've got an EVP investigation on Wednesday night, which should be interesting. It'll be the second time that we have done a show looking into EVPs, right? And which is electronic voice phenomenon. For those that don't know, this is the phenomenon where people believe that they have recorded voices of ghosts and other worldly creatures, maybe demons, maybe angels. I've heard some people claim that some of the EVPs were angels, some of them were demons, jinn and other spirits, and deceased human spirits. So we're going to have Gary Arnold on Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be sure to tune in for that one. And we're still working the rest of the week out, but I promise you we're going to have a bang-up full week this week. I've got a lot of things on my to-do list and shows to get finished. We're diligently working on that stuff. Comp Lizard is asking, Stephen, will you have a show with Dark Journalists soon? Comp Lizard, I asked him for an interview some time ago, but I understand you always have to remember that when somebody does their own show, they're so busy with their show that it's hard for them to get a couple of hours to do a guest spot or an hour even. But I'm going to reach out to him because Comp Lizard, you and about 10 other people have asked me to interview him, and I would certainly enjoy that. So we're going to see if we can't make that happen for you, the audience, the listeners. We always try to please the audience. If that's something the audience wants, I will. All I can do is ask. Comp Lizard, I'd be all for that, though. Yeah, Randall Hill says, electronic voice phenomenon, don't be messing with those spirit boxes, man, divination. Yeah, some of those spirit boxes seem a little suspect to me. Because I don't know on what theory they work, right? They seem a little nutty. Will there be an annual award show? Who is the biggest douche in the universe? Yeah, I don't know. Thanks, Stephen Broody. Yeah, glad that we could do. Glitch says we'll harass him for you. No, please don't do that. That's the last thing I want anybody to do is harass Dark Journalists, right? But we do have Kate Schneider in our live chat a lot, and that's his girlfriend that he lives with. So I joked with her. Can you get him to, I don't know. I'm going to ask him and her and see what has. Walt Corbin says, great show. I'm off to goof on. Yeah, I'm wrapping things up here, Walt Corbin, and good to see you. And say hello to Rich from Goof On when you get over to the live chat. Maybe I'll stop on in there. I would like that. Haven't checked in with him for a while. And I like to try to keep up. So maybe I'll drop on over there in a little bit. I want to thank once again our guests tonight, Jamie and Brianna from That One Time I Was Abducted by Aliens podcast and Video Show Mail. Again, the link's in the description of this video or this audio podcast. Please go over there, help those girls out. They're really trying to do some cool and interesting work. And they're just fun people to be around, right? It's kind of like they have a good time doing what they're doing. And it's easy to lose sight of that, right? This gets to be a bit of a grind sometimes, and you forget that this is supposed to be fun. I want to thank them for reminding me that this is supposed to be fun. And you always hear me say this. I'm always happy when there's an audience. I can't thank you enough for being here today, spending some quality time with me and my guests, and being a part of my audience. We had great numbers tonight. So I want to thank you for being in the audience. No place that I would rather be than right here with you. But our time, sadly, has run out for today. I will be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time with you all. Can't wait for tomorrow's interview. So until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. Greetings and salutations, friends, old friends, and hopefully some new friends, and welcome back to Truth Seekers. Our guest, Rachel Hoffman, is standing by in our green room, and I'm so delighted and excited to talk to her tonight. You may remember that we did an interview with her all about her paranormal expeditions and adventures into paranormal events and ghosts. Since then, she has embarked on a new career of sorts as a horror movie scream queen. And I've been watching her adventures in movie land with great interest. And I'm so pleased and delighted and excited to welcome her tonight into our show here. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome our fantastic guest tonight, Rachel Hoffman. I'm so glad you're here.
Hi, thank you so much. It's been a while, but we have a lot to catch up on.
Yeah, I've been watching your Facebook, and I can't believe some of the pictures and adventures that you've had in the past. I don't know. It's been a little over a year since we really talked.
Yeah,
and I'm selfish. I don't talk offline with people like you. I say, no, come on the show, and we'll just talk and share it so that my friends can, come along with us for the adventure.
I love it. Yeah, save it all up and let it all out on the show. That's the best way to do it. And some of my friends I talk to like every day. Some of my friends I talk to every like 30 years. So
I just told you because you're much easier on the eyes than me. So I wanted to give people who may have missed your first interview some background into how you got started with these paranormal investigations and the ghost hunting and things like that before you got into the movie business.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I have definitely had a lot of spiritual experiences since I was young. And I lived on a patch of land that really didn't have much going on and still actually doesn't to this day. It's way out in the mountains. And I actually I had an imaginary friend. And so I was actually
This is one of my favorite paranormal stories ever. I tell everybody about this girl on my show. Go ahead. I just want to tell everybody this is one of my favorite stories because it's so just strange and bizarre. And like, if the world really works this way, we live in a very interesting world. So I'm sorry for laughing. Yeah.
No, that's okay.
So tell us about your imaginary friend when you were a child.
So her name is Maybelle Deo. She's 3 years, 5 months, and 8 days old. And I saw her throughout my childhood and I played with her and I wasn't afraid of her, nothing. And one day they found her tombstone 100 feet from my bedroom window. And when they flipped it over, we had to scrape the moss off of it. And you can see it says Maybelle on it. And my family's like, how did you know her name? But I was spelling it wrong because I was just a kid, but I was pronouncing it correctly. And she was, she's still my friend. I still catch her on some of my ghost equipment sometimes.
So it turns out what you thought was an imaginary friend was a ghost girl that was buried right near your home.
Yeah, it was crazy, but I think her entire family's there, but they were indigent. So you can't really tell. The earth has swallowed some of these stones back up, moss and things like that. It was 100 years before I was born. So it had been covered. And, that back then they did the best they could to, memorialize the grave. And they had, people come out and do the letters on the grave. And the UG is missing from the daughter. So it says just DATER, but you get the point, that she's there. And so I spent my childhood with her and she was just amazing. And she really opened me up to everything. And that's the reason I became a paranormal investigator.
And you said that you still have sometimes you still pick her up on some of the equipment that you have, and do you feel her presence still?
Yeah, definitely. It's crazy. Yeah. I turned on my my digital recorder and actually she said she was the first ghost that I caught ever on like my ghost equipment. When I finally got it, I was like, oh, I'm going to turn this on and see. They say not to really use it in your house, but I was like, I was sitting in my living room I was like, oh, let's see what's going on. And I turned it on and she was like, Rachel, and I recognized her voice. And the interesting thing is she's almost matured over the years. Like she was 3 when she passed away, but she's much older now, mature wise. Like she's able to like speak and respond. She's intelligent. It's amazing because even though we change shape, we don't stop learning and growing. And it's just amazing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're gonna have to forgive me too because I have a bit of a cold. Luckily, it's not COVID, but
Oh my gosh.
and you know what? I haven't been sick in like 2 years, so I can't complain. But I've got a terrible cold and sore throat. But I've got all this tea with honey, and I'll be fine. I didn't want to cancel on you, but I do feel terrible.
No, that's
But I
fine.
feel
That's
better
fine.
now seeing you and knowing that you're here because
Yeah, I
I've
totally
got
understand.
I've got so many questions about this. So I don't know if you know it, but I was in a few indie horror movies, but they didn't go well. And one of them I spent a great deal of time on, and the guy never even finished it.
Yeah,
And that's a terrible pill to swallow when you get into these indie films, because
yeah.
in my case, I traveled 3 states away from me for like 6 weekends to do this. And I was so excited, like I'm going to be in a movie. And then the movie never really happened. But you have a much more reputable filmmaker. Can you tell us a little bit about the filmmaker that you've been working with and how you guys hooked up? And
Yes, we have Josh Graves that we just finished The House That Eats Flesh, and it was
I got the
amazing.
trailer. Can we play the trailer? We're going to play the
Yeah,
trailer
do you have
sometime.
it?
Yeah, I have it. It's on YouTube, right? The House That Eats Flesh
Yeah,
trailer.
it is. It is. Yeah. It's pretty amazing. Everybody worked amazing. The production team was incredible. We got thrown a few punches during the filming, rolled with punches, came out so
I
good.
once had to do a whole new weekend because of bullfrogs. There was
Oh,
bullfrogs
the
and all the
noise.
microphones, so they made us reshoot a whole bunch, like a whole weekend's worth of stuff. I was so mad. 'Cause
Oh
again,
my gosh.
yeah,
Yeah, audio is important.
yeah. You guys have got hit with some curveballs. These are the pitfalls of trying to make movies, especially when you don't have like billion-dollar budgets like some people, right?
Yeah, and in the indie world, you have to wait to be paid till after the production has finished, and that's like,
Yeah, I'm familiar with that too.
yeah, it's
And you just
very
gotta hope that you're
common,
gonna get some money. Yeah, maybe I'll get some money someday for this,
right?
right?
And so it's very common. Post-production costs quite a bit too.
Mm-hmm.
So
Editing's not
sometimes
cheap,
it's
and
necessary to run a few campaigns, to get the production covered completely. But when you're not bound to the agreement because you're not necessarily being paid for a long time, some people aren't in a position to leave their job for 6 weeks in a row. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
and,
And then there's a flake
and
out factor. I've been involved in some things where the character we had to reshoot because the guy who was playing this part bailed out halfway through and couldn't do it anymore. So now you got a new guy, and now we got to go back and. But
do
I
the whole
love this.
thing.
I love this idea of indie film production. I want to do some myself. I want to try it myself because I love this. Just get some good cameras, get a group of good people together, and make a
Yes.
great story. Right?
Yeah. That's the biggest thing. And I just recently started my own production company because of that. I like dependable people, and I know that I have to build a crew of people that I trust and that I can live with almost, because that's what it takes on these
Yeah.
movies. You
Yeah.
have to cohabitate with people. It's not easy.
Yeah, but it's also so isn't it like part of the fun of that? There's this camaraderie, and you guys are
It
all on
is.
this mission together. I had one project that went really well that I felt like this was worth doing, even just for the experience of doing it. And I don't care what happens, with the
Yeah,
with the film
I've
part of
had
it.
that. Yeah, I've walked away with a lot of people that are like family to me, so it's been really great. Like I've had a lot of great experiences and also a lot of traumatic experiences. Like I had the movie Axe to Grind that I was in, and it was a dumpster fire, really, and it
I know
wound up.
I saw some of that. So what happened with you? You were posting pictures, you were filming for this movie, Axe to Grind, for a long time. Is
Yeah,
that what?
Axe to Grind and Go Straight to Hell, both of them I had been working on for a year, and I've been advertising. My investors had put in money to make this movie come to fruition, and so when I got there, actually one of the individuals that paid to be my boyfriend on the movie, because I was basically like auctioned off a little. And
wait a minute, you gotta back up. So a guy paid money to be in the movie so that he could be your boyfriend in the movie. He invested some money.
Yeah, two guys did. Two guys paid 6,000, and then I got there, and like there was two guys that were supposed to be my boyfriend, and the movie was like ever changing. It like the script was like changing, like the labyrinth. It was crazy. Like, so I got there, and I was supposed to be like, "Hi, my name's Honey Voodoo." You know what I mean? Like, and that just didn't even happen. Like, there was a lot of distraction. The guy that was paid to be my boyfriend on the set was actually my stalker. And so they wouldn't ask him to leave the set. I felt uncomfortable and unsafe. And he brought prop guns, and one of them was a regular gun, a real gun. And I felt really uncomfortable. So I was put in an unfortunate situation there. You know what I mean? And we were all kind of just, we were put under the wrong impression that someone had the skills that they didn't have to be able to make this movie happen. And
that's the situation. That's the situation that I was in. It turned out that this person,
you have to have efficiency.
They just woke up one day and said they're going to be a director, and I didn't know.
Yeah.
Like I just and it was terrible because I invested a lot of time, energy, and passion into doing this thing, and then just totally. The whole thing just fell apart, and you get nothing for it. Except one thing I did learn is to ask to see the resume and films you've made. Like, because I have a friend in Philadelphia, and they did a film in Philadelphia called Center City, and I just did a small part. But in that case, I could ask him, can I see some films that you've made? Mm-hmm. And he sent me a whole list. So I said, there's a high likelihood that if he's doing a film, he's going to finish it this time. Yeah. So I learned a lesson. And you move forward, and
Yeah, definitely. And I've had people even play me like that. Like so you could be like, you could go get people coffee on a set and say you're a part of a movie. Like, doesn't matter. Doesn't mean that you're part of a responsible piece of the movie. Like I was an extra.
I was an extra in Rocky IV, but you don't see me anywhere in the movie. And I tried like hell to see me. I didn't find. Yeah.
I was in Ghostbusters. I was like Cappuccino Girl.
You were like, in the girl Ghostbusters.
The girl one, yeah.
And I recognized you in that. I laughed when I see that. Yeah.
That's so funny. Yeah, I was actually in it for like 14 days. So if you look at it and you put it on
like a couple of cameos,
Blu-ray, and my hair changes lengths because I was there for like a couple of weeks. It was crazy. That was a lot of fun there. So, but still chaotic, still dramatic, still had my haters like trying to rip me down from the set. And it was funny because someone had lied about me and said that I was posting behind the scenes pictures to try to get me kicked off the set. And so instead what it did was the director called me, and I was like, I don't have any pictures up like that. And so he was embarrassed and he felt bad. And the next day I saw him at breakfast, and we were like, he came and sat across from me, and I was like, I was just like
awkward.
Freaking out.
I
was like, so no, but he was like, so do you want to come back? Because that was my last day. And I was like, yeah, sure. Like, absolutely. I want to come back. I like, my chances of meeting Bill Murray have just doubled at this point, So, I heard rumors that he was going to be on. I never actually did meet him, but I came back.
For those that don't know, on a Hollywood set, you're not allowed to take any pictures and post them on social media. It's usually in a contract.
Yeah.
To not do that. Yeah.
They took our phones, like literally, like we had to put our phones in. Yeah, and we had to put
Come on, Rachel. This Ghostbuster Girl film is top secret, and we can't have any leaks of this film.
Yeah,
you know what? I think that film was. I'm looking forward to the new one. This Ghostbusters.
Yeah, me too. And I thought it was a funny spin. They had a lot of good ghosts and stuff in the girl one. I understand people's feeling about like how it was like lingering in the air with no, like without the thread that attached it to the last story. But honestly, like I just loved it. I thought it was a lot of fun. I was
they could have. It was. I thought it was well made. Like the special effects were good. I thought the actresses did a great job, but I thought the writing was terrible. like all they had to do was make one of those girls related to one of the original characters, or do something more to connect the dots. It was just like you were thrown in, and it didn't
Yeah.
make very
And
much
when Bill
sense.
Murray heard the outrage from it, he actually wrote himself into it as the individual that he was in the story.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
it was
interesting.
really
He tried
fun
to
stuff.
support them. He did try to be supportive of them and their efforts.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, I understand people are diehards, you know, like they want to hear like the every little detail about, you know, how the story connects and stuff. And I get it,
Mm-hmm.
but it was fun, and it was like one of those things. But yeah, so what that person, whoever it was trying to throw me under the bus for something I didn't do, actually like got me rewarded with another 2 weeks on the set.
You got another couple paychecks, so you thank that person.
Yeah, it
Thank
was,
you very much.
and it was also amazing. I mean, they were 14-hour days, and it was freezing in Boston, and they were trying to make it look like New York City. So we were in the
Movie
streets
magic.
in Boston, and they were soaking the streets, and we were free, like they were hitting us with water. It's awful.
Oh
It was so
no.
cold.
Yeah, and so with these other indie films, though, you know, like I said, sometimes they just kind of fall apart. So you kind of had but you know what I want to tell you? I want to tell you, don't stop swinging, because you're not going
No,
to hit that home run unless you keep swinging, and you got to be willing to strike out. And I've had a few that just didn't go anywhere, and it's
yeah,
disappointing and it's discouraging. But you dusted yourself off, you got yourself in another movie that did get made. So
yeah,
there you go, right?
definitely. So I'm very excited about that. And then, you know, I have my recent experience with Go Straight to Hell, and unfortunately, like, you know, there was the drama on the set there where, in the last few days of filming, there was, you know, threats to my safety and things like that. So we're looking at the prospect of going back and finishing the last 3 days of filming for that. The set date for that is 2022. So I'm hoping
Hopefully
that
cooler heads. Yeah, hopefully cooler heads will prevail. I mean, you
yeah,
guys already invested so much time and energy, and they probably have 90% of it done. Or
yeah, it's literally there's 3 scenes left.
it
Like it's
looked
not.
good from what I saw. You guys were posting
Thank you.
pictures, and I just like the idea of that. Go straight to hell. You know, like.
Yeah, yeah, it
But
is cool. You know, like it's to me like I could really grasp onto the story because some of the people that were paying for their sins were judges and doctors, and you know, like there's a certain degree of deserving being dragged straight to hell,
yeah, it's
and it's
justified. It's not
yeah,
like you're just taking innocent people and torturing them. These are people, and the
right.
movie shows why they might deserve this fate at the end of the
Yeah.
day, right?
Yes. And right now I'm doing a television spin-off of the Go Straight to Hell series. So if I can spit that one more time, Go Straight to Hell series.
So we
And
have the House That Eats Flesh trailer. I'm going to embarrass you and
oh
play
yeah,
it.
you can pop that
I
on
was
really quick.
surprised to see your character because it wasn't what I expected. I
Yeah,
expected
no,
like
I
your
think a lot of people,
typical, yeah.
that's typical
You
blonde me.
Yeah, but it's still cool, and
Thank you.
it's still very interesting to me, and it made me want to see the movie more. Seeing your character, who's kind of like scarred and deformed a little bit, and
Mhm.
yeah, very very interesting. So we're going to share this. I'm going to cite fair use, even though we have one of the stars of this movie here. We're still going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about the House That Eats Flesh, Rachel's newest film that she has been involved in. Let's take a watch, friends.
We're all killers, aren't we? It's in our nature to kill.
My, someone here has a very dirty mouth. Someone might be careful, might get that tongue cut out, little girl.
Very nice, very interesting. That makes me want to see it more, really.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a lot of great kill scenes. I must say, even on the fly, they had to come up with some stuff because we had some people unable to show up for different reasons, and you know how that goes too.
Mhm.
So there was a lot of interesting kills that came out of that, and a lot of people were like, "Oh my God, I'm so upset that you didn't make it on the poster." I'm like, actually, I'm on the poster. That intestine is mine.
So part of you made it in, yeah. This one reminds me of a few things. The trailer reminded me of, I think, wasn't it Jason before the hockey mask? He had just this thing over his head, kind of like this. So
Yeah, I
that
think so.
reminded me of Jason, the very first Friday the 13th. And then this also, for some reason, it reminded me of The Hills Have Eyes, like this strange
Yeah.
family of killer weirdos, you know?
Yeah, it's super creepy. It was super intense and it was just amazing. The group of actors, it just bravo. They were so
Yeah, it
good.
looks like a good cast. It looked like a
It was
good
really
and
good.
fun cast.
We
Yeah.
all jived really well together. So it was a great cast in the house. We had so much fun.
I guess it was better experience than some of your previous ones that didn't go so well. So that's good, right?
Yeah. Well,
Since
the
you get
one
some
that
balance.
the last one was good until it wasn't. I was there for 6 weeks and I was only supposed to be there for 72 more hours. And so like I really like that was kind of the most heartbreaking thing, was to kind of make it to home stretch like that and get that far and then be kind of disappointed like that. Like it was just insane. But that's not part of my makeup, to accept something like that. You know what I mean? Especially not being a part of it, that I was so in depth in part of it. Um, but it's up to the production and up to the new investors what they want to do with the remaining scenes for that, and hopefully they recover it, because it's, we put a lot of work into it. So, and it's easily recovered. It's only the last couple little things we have to do. So it's more about cooperation and respect. I'm a female in the industry, and that's really hard for a couple people to take into consideration. But it's unfortunate. I got to put my foot down here and there and be the mother,
Yeah,
and so
I've seen women incredibly mistreated in some of these kind of projects, and it's unfortunate, But I think that attitudes towards that kind of stuff is really changing, and women are
yeah.
getting a bigger voice, because it looks like a lot of the old boys club stuff and casting couch crap and stuff like that is going away, and it has
Yeah.
to. It has
It
to.
is. It is. And what isn't being talked about. That's what's going on, is that a lot of people aren't coming out of this. A lot of actresses, I mean, much like myself, like it sucks to be blacklisted because you're talking about the misbehaviors behind the scenes. And so that's a risk you have to be willing to take when you're calling people out for their bad behavior, which I'm going to every single time. There's not going to be a time that
Yeah.
I'm not going to play
Rachel's
victim.
not shy of telling people what she thinks, though. But I like that. I like that about you. And you're fierce and you're bold, and you're not afraid to like tell it like it is. And sometimes you have to. Like you're not
Yeah,
gonna,
if it can
why
save
would you
somebody
be
else.
Yeah, and why would you be mistreated as an actress or just as a person when there's other people that are doing projects that would treat you with respect and dignity that you deserve?
Yeah, exactly. So that's my play right now, is to find people that are serious about making movies and making projects and passionate. And again, in the indie world, we tend to have to, cohabitate. And that's something I really am kind of going to nip in the bud. Like I want to take a tour bus to people from now on and kind of just be on my own and just have my own space. It's difficult to be around people all the time, 100% of the time. And I had 77 people on that set in 4 weeks.
Wow.
So
Wow.
it was
Yeah,
a
that's
very
crazy.
short, very short
For those
period.
that don't know, Rachel has a converted school bus. That's
Yeah.
interesting. A school bus that is converted into an RV that she lovingly, little bit by, kind of like my cabin, little pieces by little pieces, put this incredible school bus together. Do you live there, or is it like parked outside?
I don't live there. I don't live there. I turned it into a B&B for a short time, and just to kind of, I had some issues. Again, I had my stalker that was local that came off the set from Oklahoma. I had to kind of seek safety after a while, because I feared for my safety. Unfortunately, I could only get a piece of paper in between me and this individual who frightens the hell out of me. So it was
I'm sorry to hear
scary
that.
for me. Yeah, I had to like give up my dream home because of it. But it's only for a short time, like I will find that again and everything will be okay. But for a short period of time, I felt my safety was in danger, and I just wanted to make sure that, I kind of took the measures to hide.
Yeah, and I don't blame you, because people can be obsessive and weird and crazy, and I see it, and I'm not female. I'm sure that for females it's sometimes worse. Some of these guys get like, just obsessed, right, with every little thing that you're doing, and then it could turn into a dangerous situation very quickly. I think I get harmless crazy people. They're not gonna come to my home or anything. They're just gonna send me 800 emails, or something like that.
Well, I
or
think when this
messages
guy, right. Well, I think when this guy paid to be my boyfriend, he took it mentally that he was my boyfriend. That
wow, I didn't know it was that guy.
Yeah, it was that guy. Like, it's so bad. Like, and some people are like, so what did you do to deserve this? I'm like, I never held his hand. I never touched him. I never kissed him. I never, like, I'll show you the messages between him and I. I'm like, look, buddy, we're just friends. Like, there's never going to be anything between us, like anything ever. And he was writing to like my producer when they were writing him into the story for his $6,000 donation. And he was saying stuff like, am I going to have any lovemaking scenes with Rachel? And like all this crazy crap.
Yeah,
I'm
like
like,
he was trying to negotiate. What is he getting for his $6,000, right?
Yeah, and I just wasn't sure what that whole thing was all about. Well, they wound up writing Honey Voodoo in the story without a boyfriend, because once they met me and they actually got to know my personality, they were like, this girl probably wouldn't have a boyfriend. Like, it just wouldn't, like, I'm a tough girl, like my persona is not one that they had originated. The character was supposed to be like beaten up by her boyfriend and stuff, and then kind of they gave me like this badass vibe where I was kind of like
I remember seeing some of the pictures where you were like supposed to be a badass, and I thought that fits her pretty well, right?
Yeah, and
we do have men here offering to be your boyfriend, but I just want to clarify, because every guy that watches the show is going to be asking me later, like, you're engaged now, right? Or weren't you?
No, I'm not engaged. No, I'm single, but
Oh, I thought that you did get engaged. Am I wrong? Maybe I'm
no,
thinking
I
of
get
another
engaged like once a year just to keep things fresh,
And then you boot him to the curb and get a new one? That's a good plan.
Yeah, no, it's like the kiss of death when somebody asks me that. I'm like, okay, no, I just, like, how I am about my personal space. I'm going to live on a school bus for the rest of my life. So
I want to live in a cabin, so there's that. I understand.
Yeah, it's perfect.
It's great, just this feeling of like, let's just go escape, right?
Yeah, that's my favorite. Like, if you don't like your neighbors, you can just leave.
Yeah, I like the mobile thing because where I'm at, I can't just drive my cabin, someplace else, right?
Well,
you have a definite
technology.
Advantage.
Yeah, definitely. I love it. I was actually thinking about getting a double decker like they have in.
That would be my plan. If I ever do a bus, I want a double decker, so it really is plenty of living space. Because I've seen there's some on YouTube that guys have done that, and it's amazing.
Oh yeah, they cut the roof down. Yeah, they cut the roof down to there's a standard bridge size that you don't want to go for.
You got to be careful going under bridges once you have a double decker, for sure.
Yeah, in America our bridges are a lot lower, so you have to be really careful. But I've seen people mod their buses and mod them. I'm really looking forward to getting my hands dirty doing that over the spring. And I was thinking about filming it since last time I got so much interest.
Yeah. And I have the same interest in my cabin, and I keep saying I'm going to start filming projects, but it's just so hard because I'm there by myself to build something and worry about cameras. Then I have to edit it so I take a lot of pictures and I share that way. Because there's a huge interest in this sort of thing because everybody is sick of this place and all want to escape. Right?
Yeah, I started my bus account out like with a like a name without a face. Really, like it was more just like all the bus, and I didn't let anybody know it was me doing the bus. I was just kind of like, hey, this is like the bus account, And then eventually, people got interested in the spiritual wanderer aspect of things. And some people wanted to know more about what I was doing with the gypsy bus. And so I started kind of letting everybody know it was me in there. And I got a couple offers to have people film me while I was doing the bus. But I'm like, I was so gross. Like I was like sanding the buttons on yellow. I'm like, nobody wants to see this.
Yeah, I know something about that too. I always feel like I look like a homeless person when I'm at the cabin. I have my dirt clothes, like my my cemented up jeans with paint and stain all over them and
too.
garbage. I'm
They
in
look
total.
so bad.
If I'm working on the cabin, I am in total slob mode, and I don't really want to be filmed. You know?
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not walking around in my bikini, like, you know, like I'm not, my hair's not done. I
They'd
don't
probably
look
get
cute.
better ratings if you did it that way, though, right?
Oh yeah,
You know, there actually is in the off-grid, you know, like YouTube world, there's a big backlash now because a lot of off-grid channels, guys are doing things like every thumbnail is a picture of his wife's butt or bust. And then the real off-grid channels are so pissed at those people because they're getting huge views. I mean, these things sell. It's clickbait, right?
I'll just wear safety goggles, like, and nothing else. Like,
yeah, safety goggles and a bikini. I'm sanding the bus today.
I'm just using a grinder, you know, just the eye safety is all that matters here. That'd be awful.
This is the kind of YouTube channel that I would do if I was a woman. I'm sure of it.
Well, I did some during the storm last year on my Schooly Foley account. There's a picture of me in the snowstorm in a bikini.
I remember that one. Yeah.
I was trying to be funny. It was funny. Like, actually, as long as you keep your feet warm, and my bus stays so warm because it's so cozy. You know what I mean? It's such a small space.
Yeah.
And it was just like blazing hot in there. But if you wear moon boots and a bikini and you just go in and out real fast
for a few minutes and make some pictures for people, sure.
Yeah, that's it.
It seems surreal because there's snow everywhere and you're standing there in the bikini. Like it seems.
Yeah, it's hard to believe.
Yeah, and Success Design is sharing the IMDb page for you.
Thank you.
Featuring Rachel Hoffman. Yeah, proud of you. I'm glad that, you know, I remember when we talked before, you said, like, I'm going to give this thing a real serious try. And I've been watching and going, well, she keeps on swinging. I'll give her that. Like, you keep on going and trying to get into more projects and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, thank you. I'm trying to put on the director hat now and take over with the filming. And I have a little crew that's going to be with me. And instead, like I said, I'm going to take the trip to people so that I can do these little series filming. It keeps it more personal for people too. And then, like, they have no excuse not to show up. I'm like, I'm here in your neighborhood.
Yeah.
So it's perfect. I have a lot of enthusiastic actors that are very excited, and we have 38 episodes that we're going to be filming. So lots of behind the scenes stuff. And then we are right now kind of figuring out who wants to purchase it, because, you know, I have my affiliates in television. And so people are looking at it and like making their little offers and stuff. But there's quite a few episodes that I plan on filming before I delve into that. But that'll be exciting to see it on TV.
And what is it all going to be about? Like, you're going to do that many episodes?
Yeah, it's going to be on a weekly basis, basically. And it's going to be the victims get their turn to come back and drag their assailants to hell.
Oh, so, like sort of like The Crow. I like that idea.
Yeah, it's like a little spin-off. So it'd be like if Lisa Levy could come back and drag Ted Bundy to hell.
That's very interesting. And people are asking more about your hunting ghosts. So maybe we can get more into that. I know that you've been busy with the movies, but are you still have an intense interest in ghosts and ghost hunting and the paranormal investigation side of things? Have you been doing very much with that?
Yes. So in between this, I'm filming a true crime series. And what I'm doing is I have gotten together with Marlon Yu from Boston, and he's also all over the map with paranormal. And we are going to be doing a show called The Paranormal Ride. And it's going to be kind of, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Like, I am so excited about traveling and going to see the different ghosts in everybody's town. First thing I ask is, I'm like, what's haunted? What's abandoned?
Yeah, where's the haunted house around here?
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm excited. I know that America has so many different treasure troves. And so whilst going from filming to filming, behind the scenes, you'll be seeing, you know, me with my fluffy hair and PJs on, and then going out ghost hunting and everything. So I'm going to be pretty raw with it so that people can see what it's like. You know, sometimes we spend like 14 hours out there and get like one EVP. So it's a slow process.
Yeah, it is definitely a slow process. We started doing EVPs, and I got so bored of listening for hours and hours to hear, did we get anything? It's very tedious to me.
You know what
But
I
we had
do?
some
I
interesting.
do burst sessions, so only 5 minutes at a time.
Maybe
I'll
that's a better way to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it works because if you're running cameras, you're going to catch some audio no matter what you do. Actually, I've caught some really great audio, Class A EVPs and things on video, that it's just like,
Ooh,
you're
that's
like
interesting.
you're watching the audio, and all of a sudden there's this like roller coaster ride on the audio, but you don't hear it, you see it, and then you take it and you kind of quarantine it and then stretch it out, and it's got this whole voice. And a lot of the stuff that I did at the Middleborough Town Hall were these clips of voices, and they all came from my camera.
Wow. And do you think, though, I always wanted to ask somebody that was more on the ghost side of things, because we cover UFOs mostly here. But a lot of people seem to think that there is a connection, that it's all one phenomenon, really. Bigfoot, ghosts, demons, UFOs, cryptid creatures that people are seeing, shadow people, and things like that. Do you think it's all related?
Yeah, I'm a big believer in quantum entanglement. And so,
Oh, there you go. That'll explain a lot of things, right?
yeah, it's basically like that spider web, and it leaks in from string to string, and it's bigger than us. It's so much bigger than us that it's hard to wrap your head around how a Bigfoot creature could be a spiritual, soulful creature, and how it could be related in any way to that paranormal phenomenon. But I notice a lot of places that have this phenomenon don't just have one, like for instance, the Bridgewater Triangle. It's a 240-mile perimeter of the most haunted happenings in
And there's
that.
also Bigfoot sightings, and there's also UFO sightings, all in the same triangle of space, which is bizarre to me. Yeah.
And it's also, I've been out there a multitude of times. I spent a summer out there. And
wow, really? Did you see anything?
I saw everything.
Oh, wow. You got to tell us about it. We got to break this down. What did you see?
So I went out there at first, and I was really excited. I started hearing things that people said were like Bigfoot noises. And I'm like, okay, so here's what I'm looking for, because the cryptozoology aspect was something that was very new to me at the time. I was just beginning in the paranormal, and I have my own personal experiences with ghosts and aliens, but this was a different species now. So, and people are like, it's very kindred, it's very nice. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm not super worried about running into it if it's going to be like cool with me, And so we went out into the Bridgewater Triangle area, and I started hearing these noises. But then someone in the group was like, aren't there black bears out here? So we were like in black bear country. So being able to tell those signs from an animal was I was freaked out by the idea of being attacked by a bear. So
I had a bear come very close to me at my cabin, and it was terrifying. I didn't realize it, but I got between a cub and the mom. And me, like a dummy, I'm taking pictures and getting closer and closer.
Oh my God,
and then the cub came out of the woods, like out of some brush I didn't see, right in front of me, like 2 feet in front of me. And the mom was 10 or 15 feet from me and the cub. She went up on her hind legs and started running at me. But luckily she stopped as soon as she got to the cub, and I ran. But it gave me a new respect. We see bears all the time at my cabin. All the time we see them. But generally, I have an air horn and a siren, and when they hear that loud noise, or you bang on some pots or make a lot of noise, they go away. But,
I didn't have anything. I didn't have any pots on me or nothing. So I was like, I'm out of here. I'm freaking out of here. I lost like a recorder and a flashlight. I just went because nature's not predictable.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like you can be like, okay, well, this is what's going to happen if I go out there. So I wound up going out there safely, for the rest of the time. And I generally stayed in my car because there's a huge perimeter out there that you can go, do the ghost hunting and everything. You don't have to be far from your vehicle. Now, a lot of that area.
I don't feel safe in a tent when there's bears in the area. I just don't feel safe in a tent. No, I'd rather be in the car. At least there's something between you and
some
a bear.
coverage. Yeah. and also a lot of those places in that area, in the New Bedford area, we were going there for like true crime. So it's a high crime area. Like there's women's bodies are being dumped back there, which is heavily the interest of why we're there, to talk to and communicate with the females that had lost their lives back there. And so we're back there, we're talking to these women, and, people are like creepy, and they're walking by and they're coming by. Like, there's a lot to be fearful of in our realm of reality. Like, really, it's a scary world out there.
Yeah, very brave to be in those areas, because for all you know, the killer is still out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you never know. Like, these are unsolved murders. These are, things that haven't been solved. Generally, what I noticed was their lineup of women in that area were prostitutes or people that were easily accessible. And, people will make up excuses in their own brain to attack a woman. And there were a few people that were indicated that they weren't streetwalkers. They weren't doing, they weren't out there like doing risky behaviors and things like that. And I'm not saying anybody is deserving of any type of behavior like that, but when you're out there, you're more likely to run into somebody that's a little creepy,
I could imagine, yeah. And a lot of serial killers have targeted these marginalized women, like prostitutes or drug addicts, because they're easier prey. And it gives them an in. Like, a prostitute will get in your car and you can drive away with her. A regular woman, if you try to get her in your car, probably wouldn't, if she didn't know you, get in your car for most, So, yeah, these serial killers tend to target. I watch a lot of true crime. They really do target those kind of women. Mm-hmm. And it's a shame, but a lot of times these kind of women, there's just not the same importance. I mean, like, look at this Gabby Petito. If she had been just some random prostitute, there's no way that murder would have gotten the national coverage that it did.
Right. And I've seen it myself, and it's unfortunate. And there have been, these women are so deserving. And part of my true crime flight in the future is kind of letting people know who the victims are and talking about, the prolific cases that we see before us, like Albert Fish, Ted Bundy, and Gacy and things like that. We know these men, but we don't know their victims. We really don't. We need to start picking that apart, really, and hearing more about what they were about, what their favorite cereal was, what they wanted to be when they grew up. Like,
it just becomes a body count, right? It just becomes a body count. Like, oh, this is one of Ted Bundy's 27 victims, or whatever the case may be.
Right. And you spend one day dying. Like, one day of your life you spend being killed by someone. So the rest of your life has been tossed to the wind, So
you're out there where the dump sites were for some of these women, and what are you trying to do? You're trying to communicate with the ghosts and see if you can get some details about the killer to help the police, or help bring in some kind of justice, because that seems very righteous to me. Way to spend your time.
I worked with the police on the New Bedford highway murders after they had, like a while after they had expired from the news. And one of the girls identified her killer a year before her body was exhumed. And she identified him like by his street name. And I actually won a Chicago Paranormal Film Festival award because of that, like, because she was screaming to me from beyond the grave, like, and she told me who killed her. It's amazing.
That's very interesting. Yeah, this is a famous case. March 1988 and April 1999. The killer was also women. They often don't start with murder. They often start with rape or some form of sexual assault, but then they graduate to the murder. Oftentimes after they've already gotten a conviction for some form of sexual assault, because then they do a sexual assault and don't want to be caught.
Yeah. And I think that this guy had access to all these women. That area out there is like Cape Cod, Rhode Island, Boston area. It's very easy to access all of them. And there they are. And they were calling, like, if you look them up online, I have Blood, Sweat, and Fear from Paranormal Expeditions. And you can see these women calling their own name from beyond the grave, like letting me know who they are.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. And so were you able to provide the police with some insight that maybe they wouldn't have gotten otherwise?
It wasn't really anything that I did, but I did inform them that this had happened. I had worked with the police because I wanted to know more about the women personally. Like, they had seen them before they had just passed away. Like, one of the officers that I had worked with was there when each one of these women were discovered, but also he was there while they were being arrested for prostitution, while they were, like in DARE programs. They grew up around the local area, so he was affiliated with them, as human beings. You know what I mean? Like, not just they weren't just a name in the paper. So he was working side by side with me, and it helped me to communicate with them because I knew things that would entice them to speak with me.
Sorry, this is your page here for Paranormal Expeditions, which I follow, and I encourage everybody else to. I'm a terrible show host and forgot to put it in there, but I will be putting this in the. Boy, that looks like a haunted house. That looks like a haunted, abandoned house. Can you tell us a little bit about this location that you checked out?
Yeah, we went across different areas, and we went to the sites for abandoned Georgia, and we went through and made sure we were good to go. As long as it's not private property around that area, they allow you to go into the buildings that are, abandoned. So we found a few on the outskirts of Georgia, and I spent like 2 or 3 weeks scouting, and it was really fun and really interesting. And again, those buildings hold so much energy, So it was a long time. I was there for 6 weeks.
Yeah, and here we see some of the promo for the Go Straight to Hell film, which hopefully will still be coming, right?
Yes, yeah, definitely. I'm just talking to the people about cleaning up the last 3 days and getting it out there and getting it promoted. And in the meantime, to quench people's thirst, I'll be hitting up the series and getting it out on a weekly basis. I just haven't decided what platform to use yet.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, because now there's an awful lot more choices than there used to be.
Yeah,
right?
and I need to make sure it's liberal and it maintains the freedom, because we have nudity and swearing and all the fun stuff that makes horror, like the gritty, grimy stuff that we really enjoy from B movies.
Yeah.
So we don't have to worry as much about
these things kind of go hand in hand. Like I said,
Yeah.
I called you a scream queen, and there have been just so many women that have been like, very attractive women in horror movies. These two things go together, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think they do.
I think so too. I mean, I know even as a younger girl, I started watching.
Here's you in a bathtub full of blood. That's a great shot. Look at that. See, now you guys know why I follow this. Her page is crazy. You never know what she's gonna post. Like one day she's posting her like with an axe, all bloody. The next day it's like her in a bathtub full of blood. Look, this is the isolation chamber in the Eastern State. Notice our friend there. It's a crawl space. I was crouching the same way as him through the doors. There are rumors the prisoners were kept here for too long and have never left. This is some isolation room from a prison.
Yeah, it's the isolation chamber at Eastern State Pen where Al Capone passed away.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting.
I was one of the last people that took a picture of him, of his room fully functional. They've since torn the room down. I'm not sure what they did to replace some of the items, but I think that it switched hands, so switched owners as far as the facility went. But I'm pretty sure
they run a huge haunted house every year there.
Oh yeah, is that what they do?
Yeah, I think so. Unless I'm wrong.
I didn't go during the season. I wound up going. I think it was like the summertime or.
No, this is the Eastern State Penitentiary is just a few miles from where I grew up, so I'm very familiar with it. I had a like a senior moment there for a minute and went, am I thinking of a different place, or is this a place near my house? And no, this is definitely the place where I grew up.
Yeah.
Interestingly, I once tried to do a music video there, and they wouldn't let me. So after that, I didn't like them anymore. Well, insurance and this, they wanted a lot of money for me to film there for one day, and I just said, yeah, it's not worth it. But it's an interesting, crazy place. Here's a picture of Eastern State Penitentiary, former prison, and it's the biggest haunted house attraction in Philadelphia. At least it was every year. For a while, I was driving Uber, and I hated the month of October because all I did was ferry people back and forth from Jersey to Eastern State and back and things like that. But I guess should be thankful for that. But it's interesting and has an amazing history, and they do tours and they do these haunted house thing every year. And you can
They
go
really
there.
and they let us just walk around when we went there. And then I think that we did like some donation or something, you know, to keep the doors open. They have to maintain the facility. And so I think that they just asked their guests to give a donation. I don't even think that they set a price, which is really great. So if you're down there,
Yeah, and
there's a lot to do.
The owners have changed hands a few times. So back when I was trying to make a music video, it might have been a different owner that wasn't so kind to visitors and interested, ghost hunters and things like that. But
yeah,
it's just an amazing building that looks like a castle. I remember being a kid and we would ride our bikes around there. And it just
it does. It
to
looks
us,
like
it was a castle. Yeah, it was a castle. Look at that. That's a castle.
It does. It's beautiful and it's haunting. And I went down to Death Row and I was filming down there. I caught some EVPs down in that arena. Have you been down in that little area?
I've been all over this building inside. Usually when they had the ghost tours, we would go and you see most of the facility, but some of it is like sectioned off. So I may not have seen all that you saw. So I'm jealous.
I took a lot of pictures and I started taking pictures of the art that was in the art that was made by the people that were on death row.
Yeah, look at this barber's chair. There's just a barber chair in the middle of this crumbling mess, right?
Yeah. Did you see
bizarre.
the debris that was in the wall? They had like a cat, the mummified cat.
Yeah, there's all kinds of weird stuff and weird stories with this facility too. There's legends from the local neighborhood of it being haunted and things like that.
I think they found like a bunch of species of like bugs and different things like that.
Sure looks haunted. Yeah, look at this. That's a castle.
It really
like a haunted castle. Yeah. Unfortunately, the outside is much nicer looking than the inside. The inside is basically crumbling, but maybe they're letting it crumble a little bit because it adds to the character of the whole legend of the place being so haunted. But I do know that in some of the history, there was a lot of claims of people being tortured in there, the prisoners being tortured or mistreated and dying in the holding cells and things like that.
There's Al Capone's room.
There's Al Capone. Al Capone spent some time there, and there is his famous room in Eastern State Penitentiary. Very, very interesting. And yeah, we see this. This is what stands out in my memory most about being inside this sort of hallway, because there's a bunch of them. It goes in a square almost, as I recall, and there's all these different cells, and the largely all of the like the bars and the prison, the former prison stuff is still there, but there's just empty cells everywhere, and it's kind of like the walls are crumbling in on you. It did. To my recollection, it had a very, I don't want to say like, I'm no psychic, but it felt very ominous in there. It just felt very ominous, like I was someplace I wasn't supposed to be almost, or something like that.
Yeah.
So did you pick up a lot of ghost activity there? And do you feel that this place is haunted?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I felt it through the hallways. I mean, there was the surgical rooms that we were there. Like some of the tour was given to us, or we would have never, like, never would have even known like what half the stuff was, but there's surgical rooms. And like you said, the dental office area, there's another medical area. And then the areas where the holding cells were, for death row were, oh God, like it was basically like you've crossed the line and there's no going back. Like you're never going back. Like, and it was really difficult. And especially as we know now, there are some people that were on death row that weren't deserving of being on death row. And we just really didn't have the power to change that. Like it's a very strange system. And so I went down there, and they have the pictures of the inmates that were on death row. And the pictures that they have are creepy as hell, because it's like the inmates like eating lunch. Like, what the hell? Why would you put that there? Like, they're eating lunch and like living. And like, so to see that is disturbing, you know? Yeah, it was like it was all their meals basically on the my roommate's chiming in. He's like their last meal. It was their last bunch of meals. They were like in a mess hall, and it's them like
creepy.
Yeah, and it's the old prison style scally caps and stuff that they were wearing, and it was like, it was just super like, whoa.
Yeah.
Like you
So
could picture them in their life almost, but it's so creepy.
We had some questions from the live chat. I think somebody asked if you had some of those EVPs that you could play us, but I don't think that you're really prepared for that. Maybe you could get some to us and we can do that on another show.
Oh, yeah.
Play some of that
definitely. I might have them on YouTube. So if you look up Paranormal Expeditions videos on YouTube, and the E is missing from Expedition, so it's Paranormal Expeditions.
X with an X. I'm aware of that. Yeah.
And so there's a lot on there. I have stuff from Lorraine Warren's Occult Museum. I have stuff from basically Eastern State, Waverly. I've been all over the place, but this specific one I think is on YouTube because I ran across it not too long ago, and recalled like listening to it and being like, oh my gosh, like,
And again, I'm a terrible, terrible show host. I will put the link for Rachel's Paranormal Expeditions in the About section as soon as I get a chance, because she's got all of these videos here with ghost hunting and her paranormal expeditions, right?
Yeah, there's a lot.
There's true crime. You have Haunted Acres here. Oh, you got a UFO sighting there.
Yep, we all had a UFO sighting. It's crazy. Yeah, it's a crazy experience when you have a bunch of paranormal investigators together and you're on like a 3-story ship, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, well, can't deny what we're seeing in the sky,
Yeah, look at this. All things haunted. This is creepy.
Yeah, that's Lorraine Warren's Occult Museum when it was up and running.
I would love to have seen that.
That was when Annabelle was still in the museum.
Ooh, my new hair looks cool in the night vision.
Yeah, it does. It looks really shiny.
I gotta have the night vision cameras for a ghost show.
Shelton, I see the sign.
Yeah, we were driving now. We're driving that was the drive to Lorraine Warren's house.
She was an interesting lady. I would love to have gotten to know her and talk to her.
I spent a lot of time with her, and she took me over to her husband's grave on this night. So if you, I don't know, I think we have it in the video.
She's already dropping things.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really exciting. So here's the hallway to the actual place. So people don't realize the Annabelle doll is just one of the many things in Lorraine.
Yeah, they've got a whole bunch. They've got a whole bunch of stuff in there, right?
Oh my gosh, yeah. There's the vampire's grave that creeped me out worse than anything in here. And then there's the White Lady Bride. The bones that were found in this like huge statue in the woods. It's so creepy. So
You're telling your friend, don't touch anything. I'm just going to turn this down a little bit because we're talking over it. So
yeah, so there's
and
some.
For those who don't know, that this is what The Conjuring was all based on. This couple that were paranormal investigators, and they've collected over their career all these haunted, cursed items. Yeah, there they go.
There's Lorraine and Ed. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so a lot of people don't know like that she's the lady from Annabelle and The Conjuring and things. So she was our friend, you know what I mean? Like we were going over there eating spaghetti dinners with her, and she was amazing. I have a bunch of interviews with her actually. The night the night The Conjuring came out, she sat down with me at an Italian restaurant and gave us the time of day and told us all about her experiences.
Girl likes spaghetti dinners, I guess.
She did. She really did. She was a very traditional lady. And to be honest with you, in the end, the only thing she really cared about were her roosters. Like she had roosters running around her house, which you might hear in the background of this
That's interesting,
video.
Yeah.
My friend brought her cross because she was like super scared of everything. And so you can see it's super creepy in there. She has many items that just, you would think that that would be creepier. They found human bones in some of these.
Yeah, some of those totems that the
So
Satanists and
yeah,
devil worshippers would use have human
and you
bones
can
in them.
see the pictures of the people that right there had human bones in it.
Oh, that's bizarro. And do
Yeah,
you
it
know
really is.
what happened to all of these items and to the Annabelle? Because I haven't caught up for quite some time.
So Tony Spera is is Lorraine Warren's
Brother-in-law
son-in-law.
or son-in-law, yeah.
Yeah, and so that's Judy's husband, and he right now has the Annabelle doll on tour, doing like an all things haunted type of tour with her. Which I'm not sure how Lorraine Warren would really feel about that, to be honest with you. She really didn't want the doll moved from that location or talked about or really anything. But so
Yeah, and
I mean,
didn't they used to have a priest come in every so often, like every month or something,
she had a
and
priest living in her
bless?
back. Yeah, actually he lived in her backyard about 20 feet back. Like he had his own house.
But he would come and bless these items to
Every
try to
day.
keep the evil forces in them contained, or
Every
right?
day he'd be there every day. And you know, Lorraine's Catholic and she was raised Catholic and she was raised by
So was
nuns,
I.
and
Yeah, so was I.
so very very strict, very taboo to be talking about things in the paranormal at all.
Yeah, we were taught growing up that it's all from the devil, and to even talk about it is inviting evil into your life. So interesting where I ended up in life after being told that my whole childhood, even to the
Right.
point of, we couldn't have a Ouija board, we couldn't have any books on the subject. I once got in a lot of trouble with my father because I had books on witchcraft and ghosts and demons, and that I just that's Catholicism. I think that they don't want. I mean, there may be something to their belief that it's all from evil, and you shouldn't mess with these forces because it's inviting evil forces, right?
Right.
And
I agree.
How do you feel about this stuff? Do you worry about some of the stuff that you do might be dangerous to you from a spiritual perspective, or you
Yeah,
could get
definitely.
possessed, or
Yeah,
right?
I've had things follow me home. I've been physically affected, emotionally affected. When I was on the Travel Channel with Zach Bagans, I had a physical, emotional, spiritual reaction on film, and you could see me like shaking. And it was during the premiere episode of the Paranormal Challenge. And when a ghost ran through my body, and he ran through my body, and like his nightgown was flapping, like, and he ran through me, and like it was cold already, but it was like ice went through my heart, and he was screaming, and I was like, I was supposed to not say that talk to the camera people. I was like, turn the camera around, turn it around. There's somebody running towards healing. So I've been affected. I have gone to a shaman to have spirits removed from me. And, we in the paranormal call it a paranormal hangover. It's like a 3-day after you
I've
visit.
heard that term. I've heard that term before from somebody else that told me that after they spend, a weekend at a haunted location, they still feel some after effects for several days. And I should just mention that, some people can be very critical of me, and like, I didn't ask this question or that question. I'm not very familiar with ghosts and demons and ghost hunting. So I'm relying on Rachel here to inform us more, because this is not my wheelhouse, but we're trying to bring in more experts and more people with these crazy experiences. And you've had this an incredible amount of experiences. Do you think that you are more sensitive to these spirits and demons and energies than say I would be, or more aware?
I'm definitely aware. I don't have a Richter scale to know like how sensitive the next person might be, because there are people that can't even go into or around the paranormal. Like I consider that very sensitive in itself, or they can't talk about it. They're fearful of it. So I'm sensitive by way of being open and being like allowing the experience to happen. But I know that that there's been times where I'm completely overwhelmed by everything. Like it's a lot. Like you go to a place where somebody's killed themselves, you go to a place where somebody's been killed, and it's like you relive the last moments of their life for a very short period. It takes your breath away. And these people are sisters and mothers, and I'm a mother and I'm a sister, and like it just really hits home when you're on an investigation and a ghost says something about their child from beyond the grave. When you ask what they have to say, what they have any last words, like they're
Yeah. So
screaming
as
their
a parent
children's name.
yourself, that's got to affect you, right?
There's Annabelle. Yes, that does affect me.
Yeah, and what a lot of people don't know is that it's not what they depict in the movie. It's like a Raggedy Ann and Andy doll, right?
Yeah, and see how fast we went over her. I mean, she was a big deal, but like there was other things there that were a really big deal, like also. So people pick and choose what they like for, what they find scary for the paranormal, and some people are very afraid of dolls. She had been responsible for deaths and things, so there was a natural fear of her because there were deaths attached to her story.
Do you know how did Lorraine and Ed, I suppose, while I was still alive, how did they feel about the Hollywood versions of their story? Because I felt like they started off like pretty accurate, and it seems like they're just getting more and more fantastical, bizarre, made up that had very little to do with their actual experiences. Like they take one little thing that happened to them, and they
Blow it
now
up
there's
for Hollywood.
now there's
Yeah.
demons, and there's a priest that has a demon daughter, or a daughter that's worshiping demons,
Yeah.
secret, and that none of that was real. Like I checked
No,
into
and
some of that.
in my interview with Lorraine, she's so innocent and so sweet. Um, she talks about it. She talks about what was not real, and she was laughing about what wasn't real, and just talking about little things that Hollywood added to the story. And she would whisper into the camera, like she would whisper, like as if the world wouldn't hear her if she was whispering. It was just adorable. But she, yeah, no,
Because
she
like
told
even this, the depiction. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
no,
The depiction of Annabelle in the Hollywood movies is like a creepy ventriloquist girl doll,
yes,
or like porcelain doll that looks extremely evil and creepy.
mm-hmm.
Whereas the reality is that this is like a Raggedy Ann doll that is not at all creepy or imposing. It looks like a toy that any little girl would have, right?
Right. Yes, no, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, I don't know, that last one I saw, I can't remember which one it was, but it was about the nun and the priest,
Yeah.
back in
Those
the
are very
day.
embellished. Very
Yeah.
embellished. If at all real. Yeah, they could be finding a lot more interesting factoids about the Warrens if they really dug into the, whole thing. But honestly, like people are just they want to go complete Hollywood sometimes with these stories. So
Well, I understand it's Hollywood, you got to dramatize things, but I think I don't know, for me, I would rather, I suppose what I should say is I would rather see a 2-hour documentary with facts and Lorraine Warren recounting her experiences, her real experiences, and Ed recounting their real experiences than a fictionalized story where they tacked on all kinds of extra drama that didn't really happen. But they're still
right, well,
enjoyable,
you
though.
can watch my stuff then, because mine's all real.
Yeah, we're gonna
Mine's,
try.
mine's all real, yeah. And I go through each one of the items and talk about like every one of them. Kind of give the backstory. We were listening to lectures on some of the items beforehand, so really beautiful. Like that's really beautiful. I mean, it's so gorgeous. There's so many
I
things.
have that book, Mastering Witchcraft. That's by Paul
Mhm.
Hewson. That's a very famous book on witchcraft written in, I believe, in the late 1960s, and it's largely responsible for popularizing witchcraft in both England and the United States. And I probably have
Mhm.
this one too, and I can't really make out the other one, but it's interesting that they have some books on display. You got to know the subject, even if you're Catholic and think it's all evil, I suppose, right?
Yeah, and a lot of these things were gifted to the Warrens from other people that didn't want them because they were afraid of, you know, they were afraid of the item. They knew that it held some kind of a dark force. And so
My
you'll
father
watch
believed
on,
that. He burnt my books. When I was a kid, he burnt them. Took
oh
them out in the
gosh,
backyard and burnt them because he thought there was evil. Even in the pages of a book, there was evil forces because of the things that were in the book. They might be inhabited by dark or evil spirits, so he would burn stuff.
I don't blame him. Like there's a lot of things that would scare the hell out of me too if you didn't know better, you know. But a lot of times now we know not to burn things. We know to bury them or to give them
Bind
to
them,
somebody
right?
like Lorraine.
Yeah. So they would like be bound, right?
Yeah, yeah. Well, she kept them safe. I feel like with the priest blessing it all the time and kind of this whole little cavity is underneath a cave. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you can't just get there. You can't just walk in from the street. Like it's funny because in some of my videos I actually take the video camera and show you the whole way to get to her house and like it was just common things that we did back then, you know?
That's interesting. So she just gave tours of this room, though. Didn't she worry that some of those evil forces might attach themselves to people or whatever? Because I could
She
see
was
people being critical of like, let's turn this into a spectacle and charge people $10 to come in and look at this stuff, right?
she would do her lectures and then show people. It was educational for her. She didn't personally go back. She sent Tony Sparrow, who's the one that right now has the Annabelle doll who's behind me in the video. And she's in that box that's so famous that holds her.
Yeah, yeah, it's
And
pretty
so
interesting.
yeah, he ran the tours and things like that. Now my head hit the vampire's coffin when I was there, and it actually like gave me nightmares. There it is, the vampire's coffin. It's that is the vampire's graveyard in
Oh, you gotta
Massachusetts.
wait. You gotta tell us about this vampire's coffin. What? How did they get a vampire's coffin? This is supposed to be like a coffin from a real vampire.
Yeah, so what happened was this guy, he would not stop inhabiting this coffin and drinking blood. And so basically, his family had him put into an institution, which he's still in. And then they were freaked out about the coffin, so they gave it to the Warrens. And the Warrens, when the guy passed, like there's Ed going to visit the guy at the what they called the vampire's graveyard, which is like where all the people that believed that they were vampires were buried.
No, that's pretty interesting. I've never
And
heard that story.
my head hit that coffin and I had awful nightmares.
So this guy was just a regular human, though, but maybe he had mental illness or something, and he was just drinking blood, thinking he was a vampire and sleeping in a coffin.
Yeah, or maybe he was a vampire thinking that he was a human. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I really
Whoa.
don't know. I believe in different supernatural things, but it was definitely creepy.
And there's a whole graveyard somewhere. Where is that? The vampire's graveyard.
That's in Eastern Mass. I don't know the exact address, but I know that
Oh, I can look it up. That's an interesting story.
Yeah, it's called the Vampire's Graveyard, and you can see obviously it's a very small graveyard. It's got that small fence that's bowing down in the front.
Mm-hmm.
They're over by Stepney, StephnY, I believe, cemetery. So it might be like around that origin. But they traveled to Japan. They traveled everywhere. So it's hard to say, but this place could be anywhere because they went everywhere.
Yeah, and all of the stuff that's in her little this museum here is all stuff that they've collected over the years of their paranormal research and different cases and
Yeah, you can see. Look, you can see. Oh yeah, we have some paranormal activity on the screen. So what winds up happening with some of these in the video, I was just going to give the tour, but paranormal stuff was happening. See the black thing that just crosses the screen suddenly?
it looks like a shadow. Yeah.
Yeah, and it is completely opaque. And so Lorraine closed off this room. She didn't want anybody in this room. And so I just stuck my camera in there. And that's what I caught flying across the room. And if you play the video, it actually makes a noise.
Oh, I'll
It's
see
like,
if
it's,
yeah, it seems like a creak or something.
it sounds like it's creaking. Hear it?
Oh, wow. I'm going to mess with your video later. See if I can get a still of that thing when it's right in the middle of the screen. That's pretty interesting.
And listen to the noise it makes. It's like an evil devil or something. I don't really know, but it did that on other parts of the room too. So you can see the little interference there. There's more of that, and it stretches out. And when it does, it sounds like a record, like getting scratched. So this is the room she told it nobody to go into, but I wanted to just show everybody what was in the room.
It sounds like you had a good relationship with her, so she gave you access to some of the areas that she wouldn't give the regular people, right?
Right. And I was respectful and didn't step into the realm. I just recorded it so that for future like this, 20 years later, talking about it, it's like, you're able
Wait,
to see.
This is 20 years ago? You must not age. Maybe you're a vampire yourself. You don't look any different.
Thank you.
Look at that. Yeah, there's definitely some kind of shadow that flies through the room.
And there's more in the continuation of the video, but again, every interruption of visual is also followed by, you can see it coming out of the corner. It's followed by that ripping noise. And I didn't know I was catching it, or I would have kept the camera still. I didn't see some of that stuff until after until afterwards. Oh, did I lose you? Oops.
No, I'm still here. Oh wait, yeah, there you went sideways for a second.
I blipped.
There you go. Maybe it's the demons. That's what they're affecting the stream. They're not very happy that you're showing people them on film, maybe.
I know. So I touched that thing with my foot. I was so creeped out by that coffin. It was really cool though, the whole experience down there. And I have other videos with Lorraine isolated in the restaurants and stuff, talking about,
Yeah, I think I've seen some of those. Seen some of those, but it's been some time since I looked at those.
Yeah.
She's definitely an interesting lady, and she dedicated her life. People don't know this, but they weren't like charging people money, right?
No.
They were if somebody had like a demonic infestation or a haunted house, they would go and try to help the family to exorcise the demons or get rid of the spirits that were causing the family harm or trauma, and they did that for free. They weren't, profiteers, Back then, there wasn't 65 ghost hunting shows on television. So
no, yeah, I know.
I know they did some television appearances, but they were basically interviews about their experiences,
Yeah, you can see if you archive some of them, but they, they had gotten death threats and things from people for doing these ghost hunts. Like, it was a very different world back then too. We were afraid of getting our name written in the devil's book.
Yeah, so. And then they were active during that whole satanic panic and the cults and ritual abuse that may or may not have happened, and people were seeing satanic cults and demons in a lot of places that they may not have been.
Yeah, well, there was the whole situation with Bundy, Ramirez. There was this scare coming on from, there was a lot of serial killers that kind of made headlines. There was always serial killers, but they were making headlines. They were prolific, and they were making the news every day, and the news was a big thing. We were able to see what was transpiring in their trials and hearing the gritty details of what they did to their victims, and it's a different world.
And there's such a morbid interest in that a lot of the grisly details would leak out in one way or another, either through a writer contacting them and interviewing them in prison before they were executed or whatever. And newspaper articles about the murders and offering a lot of grisly details. And then a lot of those serial killers, they sort of played up, like the Night Stalker played up the whole Satanism thing.
Yes, I was just watching the Ramirez situation today, and it was so weird. Like, there's so many women that are obsessed with these serial killers that a lot of people think I'm obsessed with the serial killers, when in fact, what I'm obsessed with is the survivors. The people that, the mothers, the sisters, the people that are moving on from the death of their family member that has been killed in a heinous way and their bodies have been found in a grotesque manner. My interest is telling the story of the victim and also the survivors. How you survive after a tragedy like that is so important. And the common thread that I find with people that are surviving victims of individuals that they've lost from murderers like Ted Bundy, Gacy, what I find is they survive well or better when they start a foundation in the name of their loved one.
Mm-hmm.
And they start a plight and they talk about it and they use platforms and lectures, because I've also seen parents that just, they die within a month of their child. Like they just don't want to be on this earth anymore. But there's also people that, you know, they have different ways of grieving. And
yeah, look at John Walsh. A lot of people don't know, but well, look, they should know. John Walsh from America's Most Wanted, and he has a new show now. He lost his 6-year-old son tragically to murder, and he turned that into his life's work to try to help missing children and victims of crime and catch the bad guys. And that gave him some purpose and maybe helped him survive that tragedy. Because, you know, I got a 5-year-old boy. I couldn't even imagine. I think I would be a mess. You know?
And he was Adam Walsh was killed 15 minutes after he was captured. He was decapitated within such a short realm of time. And he was his killer was actually like questioned and let go, just like the
Terrible.
Zodiac killer, you know.
Yeah.
And just like Ted Bundy, question and let go, question and let go. So something had put him on the radar previous to that, but they really just didn't even find out till about 3 or 4, maybe 5 years ago, when they did the forensic DNA on the car that was impounded.
Yeah.
And then they saw that horrific blood print of the face. And it was just, I mean, it was obviously Adam Walsh. Like it was, you know, you see a picture of him, then you see his, the blood stain. It was horrific. And, but John Walsh is a hero. And he not only had to fight through his own situation and to fight through his own grief. Him and his wife wound up having 4 more children. I read their whole entire life story because they're such interesting individuals. But again, that survivor aspect, you need to have, you know, you need to have hope in some way to survive. And I find that the people that, you know, they build the foundations and they speak out, they thrive better than the people that don't.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, my heart goes out to those kind of, or all victims of those kind of horrific crimes, you know, like just, and especially people that are missing, that they never know what happened. Because they never, those are even, to me, it's tragic enough to find out that your child got, you know, kidnapped and murdered. But some people, the children just get kidnapped and they never know if they're alive, if they're dead, what happened to them, who did it. And their killers never get brought to justice. That's a huge tragedy to me.
Yeah, no, that's awful. And I'm hoping now, like there's a lot more unity going on in these communities with a lot of these situations. How do 30 women get killed? Nobody sees anything. Like there's got to be some interaction. There's got to be like I'm a big conspiracy person myself, but there's in some of these situations, I don't see how these individuals are working single-handedly, and kind of breaking down that system by recognizing that and making sure that people are held accountable in these situations are going to be a huge turning point for the future for victims, not just women, men. You know, Gacy's victims, Dahmer's victims were all male. You know, a lot of people don't realize that it's not just women that are at risk for these individuals. Like there's a person born every day that a serial killer would profile because you have blue eyes, because you're from Spain. Like there's people that obsess over the craziest things.
Yeah,
you know?
and there have actually been cases where like the victim profile was like brunette girls, you know, of a certain age. So the girls would dye their hair black because they were afraid.
I remember that. There was the blonde haired killer.
Yeah,
so
that's the one I'm
women were
thinking
going.
of. Yeah.
women were going dark haired and things like that. It creates hysteria for people, but again, that's just profiling, getting down to the actual personalities and getting more information. And, eventually it'll help us to sink our teeth into things a lot faster. So hopefully less people will be in jeopardy.
Wow. Well, I think I don't want to keep you very much longer. I know that you're very, very busy. I want to thank you for giving us an update. It's always interesting to talk to you. You have so many cool adventures and experiences that you could share, and I'm glad that you could come and share them here. What's next for the movie roles? You got a few more? Do you have some new stuff coming up? You have the TV show. You have these other projects, the ghost hunting projects, but is there more horror films in your future?
Yes. So I haven't been able to announce just yet, but yes, I have a couple more movie announcements. I, again, want to do my homework like we talked about before and make sure that everything is the right fit for me as an actress. But I'm going to go on with the directing and go on with the creating. I like to be in charge and make sure that there is a level of safety and respect on my sets personally. And that's, I think, better and more easily maintained if I am going out to these places and dealing with these people rather than putting everybody in that bubble, in the indie community for weeks at a time where we're on each other's backs. So hopefully it'll bring a lot more to, to the individuals as actors to be able to find their best and perform their best. And I look forward to traveling. And in the meantime, again, with the paranormal ride, filming in between the traveling for the ghost
And
hunting.
do you know when this House That Eats Flesh is getting released and where it will be or where people can catch it?
So right now they're filming the anthology because the first movie wound up being shorter. So I think Josh wanted to deliver the audience what they had originally paid for. So he's going to do an anthology, which 2 more movies are being filmed. But I believe the expected release date is 2022 without the month on the front of it. So,
So we gotta wait a while. Yeah, we gotta wait a little while. But everything movie wise is of course delayed because of the current health situation, which we don't talk about here. Because that complicates everything. Because people have to be tested, masked,
measures have to be taken, and it's hard because on a movie set there's so many people.
Yeah. A lot of people don't realize that, but what you see on screen is just the actors and the actresses, and then there could be 100 people behind the scenes doing all kinds of stuff, prop people and makeup people and hair people and
sound that's why they're with masks on, because we can't have air because it interferes with the audio. So people are really putting in the work.
Yeah. Well, I can't thank you enough for doing this. I really appreciate it, and I hope that you will come back again and tell us about your new adventures, and maybe not take so long this time.
Yeah, definitely. Hit me up the next time that you're interested and you have some free time. I love catching up, and it's been a pleasure. I like catching up on Facebook and socials too, but this is great.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm selfish. I say, why do it offline? I can take my audience with me, and they can all get caught up on your adventures too.
I love it.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to do a quick wrap up because there's some drama going on in UFO land that I got to talk about tonight. So I didn't want to make you just sit there through this and be like, "What is he talking about?"
No, that's okay. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it so much, and I can't wait to come back. And
I will put all your links. I will put all your links in the about section of this. They're not there right now because I'm a terrible show host.
No,
and I was doing a guest spot that went long right before this show. So I will put all your links to your Facebook and your YouTube and where everybody can find you right after the show. I promise.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for having me again.
You have a great night. Thanks, Rachel. It's always a pleasure, friends, for me to talk to Rachel because she's just such an interesting lady into so many interesting things that I have a similar interest in. And interestingly, I told you I'm kind of weak on the ghost hunting stuff and on the demonology. I have an interest in it, but I'm not an expert on these things. And I would prefer to rely on somebody like her who has been an expert on these things and continues to be. And it's nice to see her going forward with her dream. I remember her telling me that one of her dreams was to be an actress. And I said, "Do it, girl." And she did. And I'm proud of her for that. So yeah, and we'll take some comments and questions from the live chat. But I definitely we got to talk about a few things. I'm going to share my Twitter here because there are some interesting developments in the Anjali story. And listen, I'm going to try to choose my words carefully. I don't want to be sanctimonious. Is that the right word here? And say, I told you so. But one of the possibilities that I mentioned about Anjali and her story about meeting extraterrestrials in an alien base and having a friend that dug a tunnel into an alien base. And one of the possibilities I said for this outcome, she had promised that she was going to do an expedition by the end of the year and get all the proof, take scientists, get films, get videos, get, censored data. I don't know what kind of proof that you could get if you're standing in front of an extraterrestrial that is incorporeal and not imagined or in your own mind. She claims that these beings were living, breathing beings. So she had promised that she was going to do this expedition with members of the media and with scientists and with paranormal investigators and UFO experts. And, she was going to form this expedition team and go back into the mountain and talk to those aliens again, but this time bring us all the proof. And one of the possibilities that I said how this story may end is what I called kick the can, which is to say, well, we can't do it for one reason or another. The cave collapsed. The guy wouldn't give us permission to go back into his mountain or, whatever. But generally, one of the big possibilities is that I foresaw that there would be a kicking of the can. That is a delay. Honestly, I was surprised that she gave a hard date because most of these people won't give a hard date, and she did. But one of my concerns was that kicking the can or delay or making excuses for why she won't deliver on her original promised date of providing this proof and doing this expedition. Earlier today, I was on a live broadcast at the last minute. It wasn't planned, with Alien Girl 111, who you might remember as being a previous guest here. And Alien Addict was the person she was interviewing, but then she invited me on, and I didn't know this when I went on, but then Anjali jumped on. And so she was kind of asked for an update about what is going on, first saying that this wasn't the right platform for it, and all of these different things. And then telling us essentially that she went back to the mountain in the past few weeks, and Wayne, the person who owns the mountain, would not give her permission to go back on his property, and also will not give her permission to go forward with her plans for a scientific expedition into the mountain to get the proof of the aliens. And here we have a tweet from her that I believe she must have tweeted right after the broadcast that says, "With great respect, the expedition to the mountain is postponed. Wayne has now said no one may enter his property, including myself. My intentions are to press forward. I'll gather the team. They'll be briefed, and together we will determine a plan of action. I need backup." And boy, what a Twitter thread this one is. So, with full disclosure, I am, saying I'm not very surprised that this is one of the outcomes. This is one of the outcomes that I mentioned I thought was a strong possibility, which is a delay to say, we, for one reason or another, we can't go. Now, I would like to mention that there has been other very bitter, angry little people that have been putting words in my mouth for quite some time, saying that I said, I believe her, that those aliens are real, that she's going to bring us the proof, or that I said, well, I checked into her military and that's real. I checked into her DIA background and that's real. I checked into her employment history and her education and that's real. So the aliens must be real too. I never said any of that. And did I say that I'd be willing to go to this on this expedition? Sure. And here we have, look, Jeremy for Alien Scientist was on the panel too. An alien scientist said I offered to join her team tonight. He's willing to go. I'm willing to go. Doesn't mean I believe there's aliens there, but it does mean that both Jeremy and I are interested enough in what she's saying and the story that we'd be willing to go there and get to the bottom of the mystery. But again, people love to put words in my mouth. And honestly, these people putting words in my mouth are doing so in an attempt to turn people against me. And if you're going to do that, there's nothing I can do. There's just nothing I can do. You can turn people against me all you like, or attempt to. Most people may agree with me that it's an interesting enough story that if given the opportunity to go see that mountain and climb in that tunnel and meet those aliens, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take it because I love a great mystery. And I would love to get to the bottom of that mystery, right? Spooky is here and says, you mean the most predictable outcome happened? I'm so surprised. Yes, and there was also some mention that Wayne has taken a turn for the worse health-wise, and that, that made me think that this may end with, well, Wayne died, so nobody's allowed on the mountain. One way or the other, I felt like this hard limit to like, okay, we'll give you the proof by the end of the year. I kind of thought that wasn't going to happen. I mentioned some possibilities that I thought were a distinct and real possibility about how I felt this story may end. It seems like one of my predicted outcomes has happened now, that we're going to delay things and kick the can and make excuses for why we can't go to the mountain and see those aliens and see the proof of those aliens. Now, along with again, I don't want to appear to be like, I'm not here saying, I told you so, because I just discussed this as one possibility. But the more that I think about Anjali's story, she corrected somebody today, and I'm going to have to go back to the tape and hear exactly how she prefers her name to be said and say it the way she prefers, because names are important. And I shouldn't mispronounce her name. So if I did, I apologize. Anyway, I'm going to, try to do better with that. But the other thing that I will say is that I mentioned that I'm really, really, if I had to choose one possibility for what may have been the cause of her experience, it would be DMT, whether a spontaneous release of DMT that occurred naturally, or ingested DMT, whether knowingly ingesting DMT or unknowingly ingesting DMT, or some other hallucinogen may have given her this, what we can only say is a very profound experience, right? We can say a lot of things about her, but what we can't say is that she is not adamant and very passionate about her belief that her experience was real, right? And we have people putting spam links in the chat thanks to the moderators. So the other theory that I have really is that she had some form of hallucinogenic experience which produced this experience with her that led her to believe that she was, either seeing aliens or higher beings or gray aliens and tall white aliens and purple being. Her description of her experience was very, very, it just reminded me so much of my own experience with DMT that she had a DMT trip. Now, this is my opinion and my speculation. And, I'm not saying this to disparage her or to make light of what she feels is the most profound experience of her life. I don't want to belittle her for possibly mistaking a hallucinogenic trip with meeting aliens, in the real world. Lynette 411 is here and says she was very credible, but I agree, DMT. Yeah, it could be. And Rebecca Turner says, oh, of course, it was. I just thought she'd milk it a little longer is all. Yeah. Yeah, and it's unfortunate that this has happened because, first of all, speaking to her in person a few times has humanized her to me, and I've said it before. I'll say it again. I'm worried about her mental state and that sort of this backlash, because certainly now she's going to get hammered on Twitter. She's going to get hammered on Reddit. She's going to get hammered everywhere on the internet for promising this proof and now making excuses. Now, one can believe that her making excuses and never providing the proof was always going to happen. Or one can believe her that she went back to this Wayne person, tried to get back to the mountain, and because of the attention or whatever, Wayne was unable or unwilling to let her back onto the mountain to get the proof, or allow her to do this expedition into the mountain and the tunnel to get the description. Alien Scientist says her description of walking through the cave using the cell phone to see her footsteps was interesting. I don't know. And you should check out her original press conference where she tells parts of the story, Alien Scientist. Then another show host did an interview before me, and then there's my interview with her, which goes into a lot more detail. Cosmic Neighbor says, I think she did this now before a lot more pressure built up as the year comes to a close. Figured get it out of the way now. Could be, it's kind of like ripping a Band-Aid off. You got to do it quick, right? And let's see. Doughy Face Moretz says, sometimes I think those who are affiliated with the government and bring out alien stories are designed to lead people in circles. I could believe that. The Sixth Sense says, Alien Addict totally had her on her heels. I agree with that too. I didn't. I left before Gufan got there. Gufan called out Anjali for her BS. And listen, I'm going to ask Amy from Alien Girl if I have her permission to play that portion of the video that just happened on her live show earlier tonight. If we have her permission to do that tomorrow, and we will talk in more detail. And I think maybe I'll do a panel all about Anjali. People want to hear about it. I'm interested in other people's opinions of her story, of her experience, of these new excuses being made for why she won't provide the proof, that she won't, that she would not. What do people think of her new excuses for why she can't provide the proof? I'm on the fence. I'm not sure. And I see UFO Watchdog on Twitter saying, how many times have we been promised aliens? Countless times. How many have actually delivered? And he's got a picture of the Count from Sesame Street going 0. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but this is kind of, it's disappointing to me a little bit, but I expected this. And now we've got more. Put the user in timeout again. We've got spammers in the live chat, right? And friends, I am going to check in with. I apologize if I missed them. Very busy kind of show tonight. If there is any super chats, I did not read them. We're going to attempt to read them now if there is any. Otherwise, friends, if you have any money to throw at me, please do it quickly, because we are going to be wrapping things up here shortly. And let's see. So no super chats tonight. So we didn't miss anything. I'm going to check in with the PayPal. Just a reminder that there's a few ways to support us. There's PayPal donate button in the About section of our video here. And also, you can sign up for my Patreon for as little as $1 a month, or there's that money button down there. You just push the money button and how much you want to give us, and YouTube does the rest, and that will throw a few bucks in our hat. Otherwise, we're going to wrap things up here. Lynette 411 says, I believe she believes. Yeah, I believe that as well, Lynette. I believe that she truly believes that what happened to her is a real and genuine experience. Spooky says, everything about her story screams my lab. It very well could be. Spooky says, not aliens. Yeah. The Sixth Sense says, her excuse was only a matter of time. There is no way could have proven it anyways. Yeah. Doughy Face Moretz says, I'm inclined to agree with you, Spooky, as am I. You never know, right? And this is a sure feeling possibility, right? Blue 570 says, I have a feeling if they wanted her to introduce them to the world, then that guy would not be able to prevent it. Yeah, could be, right? And I'm anxious to go see what Rich from Goofon said, because I'm sure he was a little less polite than I or even Jeremy Rise Alien Scientist was. But Alien Addict sure hit her with a few good questions, and we also got her to clarify her position on DMT, which I don't know what I feel about, because there's screenshots of her saying she's talked to the aliens on mushrooms and DMT and this and that, and then there's other screenshots of her saying, I've never done any hallucinogenic drugs, and on this interview earlier, she said, I've never done any hallucinogenic drugs. We asked her to clarify that. Now, there's a television producer, Ryan. Some of you may remember him from the Travis Walton story. He claims that he's got drone footage of the area, that he spoke with Wayne, and he's got a big story that's coming. We'll see what happens with that. And my friends, you're going to have to forgive me. I've got an awful cold and a sore throat, but I really can't complain because it's not COVID, and I haven't been sick at all. I haven't had as much as a scratchy throat in 2 years, or however long, since March, when this lockdowns and the current health situation started. Spooky says, I want to know about the military boots on the higher beings. Yeah, there's some weird... She told the story about them having real big, thick military boots and outfits that look like a cross between a wetsuit and a military uniform. So there's that. New details dropped about the aliens, even though now it appears that we're not going to get proof of the aliens. And, I don't know what I can say about this story, except I feel sorry for her because she's going to get hammered now. Right or wrong, worthy, deserving or not, she's definitely going to get hammered, especially by the critics who said this was going to happen. I said, hey, I hope that she really does provide the proof, but I wasn't going to hold my breath waiting for the proof of the aliens, right? I had a feeling that something like this may happen, or some other, delay, stall tactics, excuses for why she couldn't do what she originally said she was going to do. But we'll explore more of this tomorrow after I have some time to watch the entire thing that just happened. If you want to check it out, it's on Alien Girl 111. Just put Alien Girl 111 in the search bar, and you'll be able to hear what happened tonight. And everybody on UFO Twitter and other people are talking about it already. I'm glad that I could be a part of it. I almost didn't because I was busy and I have to do my own show, but I thought, no, I've been trying to sort of get Alien Addict to be a guest here, so I thought it was a good opportunity to reach out, or he's trying to get me to be a guest. And then, and then Anjali just happened to be in the live chat and just come on to the stream, which was unexpected. And then, I had to jump out early to do the show here, but I didn't want to cancel or push back the interview. We had an interview scheduled with Rachel here, and I never cancel an interview with a guest, or I try my very best never to ever do that, right? Yeah, Sixth Sense says, and this may be fair, she's a liar. I don't think there's any doubt. And her believing it is real, a sign of a pathological liar. They believe their own lies. Could be. Yeah. I agree, Six. Either way, it's all a lie. Yeah, very disappointing lie. Because many people, you know what I thought? I thought, I'll hope for the best, but I'm expect the worst. And, but there's many other people that really, really believed her and really, really had these huge hopes that she was going to give us the proof of the absolute, the absolute proof of aliens, 100% proof that no one could argue with by the end of the year. And then we'd have disclosure and everybody would be happy that once disclosure, whatever that is now, it depends on who you ask for the definition. We've got David Wilcock and other clowns running around saying disclosure already happened and I'm going to sell it to you for $333. Well, if it already happened, why do I got to pay that clown $333 to get the disclosure that already happened? To me, that's kind of suspect, right? Mr. Snake Oil. But it is what it is. And this is where we find ourselves. Tomorrow, after I had plans, tomorrow, after I have had time to listen to the rest of what was said after I left the stream, I'm going to make some notes and we are going to more fully explore the Anjali story and latest developments. And that's all we could do. I mean, people are asking me instantly, like, you got to do a show on this. And I said, I've got an interview already scheduled for tonight. I'm not going to cancel or change it. We'll do this tomorrow. So tomorrow night, I've got another interview scheduled tomorrow night. So I'm going to have to do this one. I'm going to have to do this tomorrow afternoon then. And we'll do a double shot of Truth Seekers tomorrow. One show about the Anjali and the latest Anjali developments. We'll invite panel members to discuss what happened. And you are most welcome to be here, ask comments, questions in the live chat. We are going to fully explore all of that. Evil Dead Ed El Jefe is here and says, what's up, Steve? What's up, Evil Dead Ed El Jefe? Good to see you here in the live chat. So we've got not many people in the live chat. I'm going to give some shout outs. Shout out to Prag Magic, Rebecca Turner. Shout out to The Sixth Sense. Shout out to Doughy Face Moretz. Shout out to Spooky. Shout out to Out of Mind. Shout out to Grandmaster UV. And let me see, who else do we have in here? Shout out to Cosmic Neighbors. Ron from Cosmic Neighbors is here. Shout out, Ron. Yeah. Alien Scientist is here. Shout out to Alien Scientist. And again, Spooky is here. Lynette411 holding down the Twitch chat. Indigo Ginzo is here. And Indigo has an interesting point. DMT isn't just naturally released in the body at insane times like that. She's either a liar or a schizo or both. You shouldn't have dignified her BS with an interview. Well, we'll agree to disagree. I thought the story was interesting, especially given her military and defense intelligence agency background. I thought the story was interesting enough to at least give her an interview and try to learn more, right? But that's just me. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. Shout out to Red Storm 1 is here. Shout out to Blue Fob 70 is here. And I think that's everybody. I can only go so far. Shout out to Brock Landers. Brock Landers is here. Brock Landers says, drink some ginger tea with honey, dude. I'm drinking tea with honey and lemon right now. And yes, it does help. It clears the phlegm and everything from your throat. So I'm able to keep going. I used to have a job where I had to talk on the phone all day long. And I hated getting sick because, you need your voice. Shout out to Lee Guy. Lee Guy is here. And I'm in the same boat now. I need my voice to do shows. And I don't want to cry too much because all I have is a man cold. But we all know how terrible man colds could be, especially all you ladies that have men in your lives. The worst thing in the world is a man with a cold. We cry like babies, right? So we're going to wrap things up here, friends. I want to thank our incredible guest tonight, Rachel Hoffman from Paranormal Expeditions, and the movie The House That Eats Flesh, as well as a few other movies and television shows. She's working on a great deal of stuff. Oh, and shout out to Evil Dead Ed El Jefe, who says, "You're a great interview. I enjoyed your Lauren session." Great. Thanks for being here. And I appreciate your kindness. And I want to thank everybody for attending tonight, especially because, yeah, look, I've come to accept that majorly people come here to hear me talk about UFOs and hear my guests talk about UFOs, but I never set out to do just UFOs. I'm interested in demons and ghosts and cryptid creatures and all manner of paranormal events besides UFOs. So every once in a while, we're going to throw you a curveball, and I hope that you will, I hope that you guys will indulge me and be okay with me doing that. I can't just talk about UFOs. There's not enough to talk about. I don't care what anybody says. I know some guys do shows 7 days a week about UFOs. I don't want to do that. I don't think that is a good plan for me. If it's a good plan for them, good for them. I'm not going to do that. Rebecca Turner says, "Thanks, Stephen. Good interview, and it was interesting. I used to be really into that stuff." Yeah, me too, right? And Lee Guy is here and says, "Gah, I work phones now and I hate it. Thank God for caffeine, nicotine, and Lexapro." Yeah, you got to do something to survive corporate cubicle land. That's what I did. But for me, it was caffeine, nicotine, and green. But don't tell my boss. I haven't worked there in ages. You can tell. It's okay. Let's just say I had salad for lunch, Lee Guy. I had salad at every break, Lee Guy, right? Have to do something. To sit in a cubicle for 10 or 12 hours a day, you got to do something, right? To keep yourself from wanting to blow your brains out, right? I'm so glad I'm never going back to a cubicle ever again in my life. We'll never say never. If my children were hungry and that was all I could do to feed them, I would do it. But hopefully it never comes to that. I much prefer working for myself than working for somebody else. So what can I say, friends? This is where we find ourselves tomorrow. We're going to have 2 shows. We're going to have a show on Anjali in the early afternoon, hopefully. And then we're also going to have a show with the one and the only author of the blog Bad UFOs. And I can't tell you, friends, Bad UFOs is awesome because it's a skeptical site, but we get to definitely explore a lot more of the truth sometimes with some of the skeptics. One of the big problems is that some people are just too believing. And, I can't tell you, Robert Schaefer will be here tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He's the author of the blog Bad UFOs, and he has revealed a lot of scammers and fake stories over the years. I think it's a valuable resource and often thankless job in the community to do that kind of work. So for me, I'm happy to be able to talk to him more, learn more about his work and what got him so interested, and what is really what I consider a public service that he does, showing people, UFOs that are fake or CGI and how he figured that out. It's a great resource. So that's where we're at, friends. Please join me tomorrow for a double shot of Truth Seekers. That's the way we got to do it. I'm going to power through it, even though I'm sick and would rather not do 1 show, let alone 2. But I don't want to leave this Anjali situation. If I do, people will suspect things and, start speculating about why I haven't done a show about it or whatever. So we're going to do it. We'll get it done. And, I appreciate everybody who wants to hear from me on this so much. I got a whole bunch of emails, DMs, and PMs already from people watching that earlier stream. So we'll cover it tomorrow. I always say this, friends. I'm always happy when there's an audience. Thank you for being a part of mine. If you are listening in the audio podcast realm, be sure to come over to YouTube. smash that subscribe button. Just put Truth Seekers, one word, into the search bar in YouTube. Look for me, Stephen Cambion, your host, the strange guy in sunglasses. Smash that subscribe button, hit that notification bell. And then you too can come here and be a part of our live interactive chats while we do the live tapings that end up becoming the audio podcast. If you're listening to the audio podcast, you're missing half the fun. Come on over here to YouTube, search Truth Seekers, find us, subscribe, hit the notification bell. You'll be glad you did. We have a very welcoming crowd here. You're most welcome here in the live chat. And all are welcome, skeptics, believers, or anyone in between. And finally, just a point to remind everybody, another way that you can support the show is to like, comment, subscribe, and share. Send our channel link to some of your friends who are interested in these topics. Send some of our videos to your friends. Post them on your Facebook, your Instagram, your Twitter, anywhere that you can post these links. It would help us for you to do so. And I appreciate all the people who are retweeting and posting my links on Facebook and Instagram and other places. I see you all doing that, and it puts a smile on my face. So please try and do more of it. So what can I say, friends? Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are back tonight. It is December 4th already. Already November is gone. And for tonight, I am selfishly bringing back one of my favorite previous guests. And that would be one Erica Lukes. Erica Lukes is one of the directors of the expanding Frontiers Research Organization, who you may be familiar. She runs a show as well with Jack Brewer from that organization. She's a longtime investigative researcher and successfully self-employed entrepreneur, and a lifelong practitioner of integrating mind and body wellness. She has been providing related services at a Pilates business that she runs since 1999. And that venue evolved to additionally serve as a community hub for an ever-growing diverse range of purposes and activities, including housing special collection archives, hosting art events, and providing a variety of wellness and research resources. And much like we talked about with Michael Schratt, she's very big on preserving the history of this other researchers and people who have collections of research material or investigative work that they have done. So we're not going to waste any time tonight. We're going to bring her right in here. We've got her sobering up in the back, right? Let's bring her in here. Welcome, Erica Lukes.
Hello. How are you?
Good. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Thanks for inviting me.
Yeah. So I haven't really been keeping up because I've been incredibly busy. So I wanted to start with what has been the focus of what you and Jack have been doing lately, and
yeah, that's a great question. I'd be more than happy to tell you. And I see Jack in chat, and I just want to say hello.
Oh yeah,
Jack,
welcome Jack Brewer to our chat.
I know. I'm very happy. Always nice to see him. Jack approached me over a year ago to start a nonprofit, Expanding Frontiers Research, and in that time we have done extensive FOIA requests. We've done investigative work on specific stories like Skinwalker Ranch, like the misappropriation of taxpayer funding, of and different things. It's been a good time, honestly. And I think both Jack and I have a background in the wacky world of UFOs, and if one thing,
yeah, that's a world I'm very familiar with. Yes,
let me tell you, it's very interesting. But we've seen the grifters. We've seen all of the nonsense that has gone on and plagued the field, honestly. And I think it's really sad. That's probably why most people are here and listening to your show. And that's because the field is it is so set up to grift. It is so set up for people to come out with completely, false credentials, for people to tell stories that will never be verified. But, you can say, blame it on the government, blame it on A, B, C, and D. And it's perfect for that. And because a lot of people don't have any standards for research, for any ethical standards whatsoever, I think it is really easy for this subject to really devolve into what we see now. And I will say that this is probably the least respectable the field has ever been in the 70 years, in my opinion. But, blame it on...
saying a lot.
That is really saying a lot. So...
Yeah, I wanted to ask your opinion too, because I don't know if you caught one of the things that I've been really focused on, and I don't mean to be, because I really am not here for money. I did this show when I was making 12 cents a day on an audio podcast. But to see the Dave Grush story, what really blows me away is that we've passed the 6-month mark. We've passed 6 months since Dave Grush's initial claims. He hasn't provided a single shred of any proof or evidence of any of his claims. But if you go to News Nation, they're covering him every day, constantly. And so if you add up all those hundreds of thousands of monetized views, News Nation alone is into the hundreds of thousands of dollars that they have generated, all from this Dave Grush story that for 6 months now has no evidence. Is that, am I wrong to realize that this is a problem here? I just can't, I'm blown away that they could generate hundreds of thousands of dollars from a story with no evidence and keep it going for 6 months now.
Pretty much. And the sad thing is you see other news networks that are following along. I mean, the New York Times, I mean, let's get real about what happened in 2017. I think that was pretty, I mean, promoting the story of Leslie Keene and the other people that are promoting false tales with no proof. I think that's a prime example. You've got, CNN, Fox News. I mean, left, right, it doesn't even matter. Center, you've got people that are covering the story because they think it's going to get them clicks or views, the clickbait thing. But you've got reporters that aren't really into doing the work about the subject. And I mean, it's not that hard if you knew the right places to go, not Jeremy Corbell and not George Knapp. You could ask questions and use your journalistic skills to find out that these people aren't telling the truth. And like you said, nothing is coming of it. And to me, the people in the UFO community who are supporting this and, oh no, he's just being, ridiculed and harassed and yada, 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 the same kind of nonsense that we heard about Lazar. It's like, okay, if you guys really want disclosure, then what are you doing? And why are you backing people that are seriously promoting unfounded claims that are making this whole subject look completely ridiculous?
Yeah, and I'm with you on that. I just did a slide presentation on all of the fake stories, and my point was like flares, pretending flares are spaceships. That's not going to bring you disclosure. And pretending that, a fake convicted pimp scientist who never was a scientist worked on flying saucers, that's not going to bring disclosure. And Ross Coulthart with his ball shaving story, we have conclusive proof of alien technology. A bluff like that's not going to bring you disclosure. And I think a whistleblower with absolutely no evidence is completely and totally worthless. Like, why? That's not a whistleblower to me. He's a storyteller so far. Right?
Well, no, I mean, yeah, right. And you can see when you watch his testimony, whatever. I mean, you can see his handlers, groomers, handlers in the back, sitting, on both sides. And I think that's people need to understand that this is a concerted effort. These are people that are grooming and handling specific people that can go out there and get clicks and likes and be seen for their preposterous stories. And so it really is, and if you're not willing to toe the company line, then it's next we're going to find somebody who will. And, it's a pretty amazing machine to see it and to know that it has gone on, thanks to the hand, with Putoff and Kit Green and Bigelow and all of these people. This has been decade after decade of handling, grooming, promoting fictitious stories that are just, here we are now. And it really, you get to the point where I'm like you want to see, you care about the subject, you care about really like the history, for me, preserving history, learning from things, and maybe exploring something that's unknown. And when you have people like this continually promoting this, it devalues what I'm trying to do. It devalues the subject, the core subject. And that's what people should really be, talking about. It's like, hey, wait a minute, let's not get behind these people. Let's stand up and look at facts and support people that have integrity in the subject.
Yeah, it seems to be that the sensational headlines and the clickbait just takes up all the oxygen, though, right? And there's no space left for, actual. I don't know, me. I think it's great mystery, and I love great mysteries. Love to get to the bottom of the great mystery, but with all the noise, it seems like there's just all noise. It's all nonsense and noise, and you can't get through it all. And this promotion of these false heroes, I don't understand that. Like, how are you a hero of disclosure if you keep getting caught selling completely fake stories? Like, I don't understand this. I don't understand some of these people.
It's interesting. I had Jeremy Vaney on my show last Friday night, and he was, just saying that at some point in time, people that are falling for this stuff have a personal responsibility. And, I've always, I feel like people don't understand the depths of which the depravity goes in this subject. And so since I've learned my lessons the hard way, I've been trying to promote, good things, ethical things with people. And I do feel that people are conned, and they need to have the tools to understand what's going on here. But there does come a point when you see this person over here who's been archiving or who's been studying and an executive director of MUFON for 50 years who's promoting the same garbage. There comes a point in time where you say, okay, did we miss? I mean, what IQ, how are we functioning here? Do we have the brain the size of a pea pod? Are we actually capable of reasoning and logical, deducing facts, putting facts together? It cracks me up, and it makes me angry, and it makes me sad. Like it evokes every emotion in me because I'm passionate about this subject, and I'm passionate about people and making sure that people aren't taken advantage of. And that's, as you know, it's right there.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you because there really was a time where I naively thought, well, here's what we'll do. We'll expose all these grifters, and then we'll get rid of them. And then everything will improve. But the longer I'm here, the more that I think it's not going to change. None of this is going to change. I mean, I will say there seems to be more critical, skeptical voices lately, and I do think that a good percentage of people interested in this topic are getting sick of the grift. Do you think that it's just beyond hope at this point, or do you think that it could still be cleaned up and maybe legitimized a little more?
You know what? I have been known to pull some Don Quixotes in my time. So I definitely, feel that I always think that there's hope. You can ask me tomorrow and I might just say, whatever, peace out, I'm done. But at the end of the day, I do come back and I am fascinated and intrigued. And I know that like people like yourself and the people that I'm seeing in chat that support my show, Steve and all of you, that, you guys are understanding that there's a problem, and we're coming together despite all of the challenges and the abuse that we're taking from UFO Twitter and other places. And I think if we really form that cohesive unit, then we're going to be able to take on people that have a lot of money behind them and have all of these channels and are trying to influence, this subject. I mean, tonight, I feel like we can do that. And I think we are. And I think that's given a lot of people some heartburn.
Yeah, I sometimes I think that I am affecting meaningful change, and then the other times I think this is just a pointless, it's like, just a losing battle. Like, and Art and Paranormal is here and said that things are going to get griftier, and her pitch is going to get griftier and griftier. And we have Chuck Bam with a kind and generous $2 super chat. Thank you for kindness, generosity, and support. And he says, please ask Erica about Travis' girlfriend, Betty. I'm not sure what he means by that. Do you know?
I don't. I didn't know that Travis had a girlfriend.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I guess not.
I've been sleeping on the job. See, there's so much to know.
Yeah, I'm usually well informed on these matters, but I don't know. I didn't know he had a girlfriend, a wife. I don't really keep up with Travis because he seems to be like, I don't know, for an optical physicist. I mean, maybe we could talk about that for a moment. Like, the guy's an optical physicist and he can't tell the difference between a bug on a screen, like flying past the camera.
Okay, I was thinking of different Travis. Are we talking about Travis Taylor?
I think so. Yeah, Skinwalker Ranch guy,
okay.
right? Yeah. So if he's
I think Travis Taylor's married though, but I don't know.
Well, maybe he's married and has a girlfriend. It wouldn't be the first time, but let's not spread any rumors.
We should clarify that because I don't want to be.
Yeah, I'm a married man.
False rumors on that one.
I don't want to get in trouble. I'm a married man. I wouldn't want somebody saying that shit about me. Let us know what you mean, Chuck Bam. But don't you think that the Skinwalker thing is getting ridiculous? Because we've got an optical physicist that can't tell the difference between a bug flying by a camera and an alien spaceship doing 40,000 miles an hour. Like, at some point,
if they didn't have so many lasers, if they didn't have so many lasers and drones, maybe they could actually see what was going on. But I mean, it is ridiculous. It's the whole show. The more and Lord knows more than anyone on the planet, I've probably looked into this. But I think that, when you go back to, I mean, the whole thing's hokey. And I have to say, with some of the news that's coming out about Utah and some of the major grifts that have gone on lately, it is just no surprise that Utah is home to Skinwalker Ranch, because that is just another absolute grift, as it has been from the beginning.
Yeah, maybe you can give my audience an update. What's exactly going on there? Like, they're misappropriating funds intended for other things, and they got this development deal that they're giving to the Skinwalker Ranch people for nothing. Like, what are they doing for that money? Nobody knows. Even the city officials can't tell you, right?
I don't know about the development deal. I do know that, with the conference we've done, Jack and I have done a lot of work. Jack really has gone all out on this, but we've done grammar requests for information about Phenomicon, which is a conference put on by the crew of Skinwalker Ranch. And some of these people are brought in and paid $5,000 plus a $2,000 fee to speak at a 1-hour lunch engagement. I mean, just ridiculous fees, plus all of their hotels and everything.
That's a good gig if you can get it. Sign us up, Erica.
Yes, and that is all thanks to my taxpayer dollar. And it's the conference isn't even breaking even. And so it's really a disservice, I believe, to the people in that area who work very hard and who are now experiencing, they're going to be graced with a 6% increase on taxes. And I really don't feel that they understand or even know about the grifting that is going on right in their communities. And that's sad. And people deserve to have information about that. So you can go to expandingfrontiersresearch.org to look at the things that we've done, which have been pretty impressive so far. And we continue to dig into that and other areas where people are being, the wool is being pulled over people's eyes.
Well, just so I'm clear, so they're raising taxes by 6%, and meanwhile they're wasting money paying spooky ghost hunters to hold conferences.
Yep.
You gotta love it. It's so ridiculous, right?
Utah, apparently nobody's, if some guy that is, his dad's a senator, and you've got all these connections, and you can get breaks on the movie industry and breaks for filming and all of these things, and you can accomplish a lot when people aren't paying attention. So, and it's again, it demeans the subject. It's not giving back to a community that deserves to have resources for the homeless population, resources for domestic violence, resources for people that are dealing with illness as a result of what's going on with the gas and oil industry in the area. I think that there's so much that could be done to support the community, and that's not it. And you've got the owner, the alleged owner, which I have big questions if he actually is the owner, to be honest. But you've got questions that he's going out on the stage with our now disgraced Attorney General of Utah, and they're talking about how he has donated all of anything that he's made on the History Channel to charity. And you just think, really? Okay, let's see it. If that's what you're saying and that's what you're claiming,
yeah, we should be able to find that on the
proof of that.
Should be able to find that on the 990 forms of whatever charity he's donating to. And that's got to be a lot of money if he's saying every dime that he made.
Right.
That's not every dime paid out, though. He's the executive producer on one of the stars, so he's getting a bigger check than like some of the other people, I suppose.
Plus, and then if he owns the ranch, then you've got the usage of the ranch, which is a big chunk of money as well to rent a property for production.
Are you familiar with this person? Zizix, thank you. Zizix asks, ask her about YouTube, Dennis Lee Free Energy. Are you familiar with that person?
No, I'm not.
You guys are striking out here today.
I know you guys. I'm sorry. I need to spend more time on YouTube.
Yeah, how do you not know about Travis's girlfriend? This is not good.
I don't know. I guess it's just that it's just never been of interest to me for some reason.
And just to be clear to my audience members who may not be aware, but like you have a very big connection to Skinwalker Ranch and got to see the inside baseball, right?
Yep.
And
did.
did you walk away from that intimate knowledge of the players and everything with a certain attitude towards the claims that they're making? Or do you know what I mean? Like, was it your boyfriend or are you married to the guy? He was a security.
I was married. Yes, he was a former security guard for Bigelow.
Was a Bigelow security guard while Bigelow owned the ranch, and that's a whole nightmare story in and of itself. I'm aware. I'm sorry for the troubles that you're having with that, but you know, if you've got a husband that was a security guard during the Bigelow era, was there real or verifiable paranormal activity at all during the Bigelow era? Or is it really like Stephen Greenstreet had reported and people were just trying to keep their paycheck telling Bob Bigelow werewolf stories?
It was people making up stories to either make Bigelow happy, I don't know, or to promote his narrative. I mean, if you've got allegedly, you know, the world's most studied paranormal hotspot on the planet, and all you've got are some wolf prints, you know, in the dirt, and stories of smoking dogs in trench coats. You know? And
that's one of my favorite clips. I have a clip of George Knapp telling that story, and Greenstreet put a smoking dog. Like, oh, it's so ridiculous. It is absolutely so ridiculous.
But you know, the sad thing is it's, you know, people just continue to buy it, even though they're making such idiotic, preposterous claims. And you know, when I had my experiences, I mean, this is, you know, it was a very interesting experience that someday maybe I'll go into it in greater depth. But it was me being exposed to things and then understanding that, wait a minute, this isn't adding up. Okay, wait a minute, this group of people are telling me things, but yet this guy's story changes year after year. And instead of having 3 people that are looking at this gigantic orb opening up with their night vision goggles, mind you, looking at a bright light, because that's exactly what everybody does. But, you know, so you're looking, but now it's 3 people, now it's 5 people. And so that their stories are changing. And maybe that's because they're getting older and they can't remember anymore. They don't care. You know, it's like they can just get on there and make up stories, and they probably sit at a, you know, little bar in Vegas, a casino, drinking margaritas and laughing about how idiotic their stories are and how many people buy it. I can fully see that.
I think you're right. And I mean, Bigelow was one of them. You know, the guy's a billionaire and he's spending all this money. I had heard that Bigelow was like subsidizing people's UFO research and paying people to just go around and do UFO research. Like, okay. Again, it's,
you know, what I think was happening, and I could be wrong, is that he was trying to collect data. He was trying to you know, do what he does, which is, you know, get data and put it into the magical data bin and do whatever he does with it. That's and you know, I mean, it's a great way to throw money away. You can write off, right? You know?
Yeah. And I also wanted to ask you, what do you think of this situation? Like, Stephen Greenstreet pointed this out, and it never occurred to me before I heard him talk about this, but like, according to the Skinwalker Ranch people, there's some kind of I don't know what you would call it, a paranormal pathogen, right? That can follow you home and hurt you. And they make you sign this NDA and this release that, like, before you step on the ranch. And by the way, I verified with one visitor that he had to sign that. So it's true. They make you sign a release. Like, if you suffer any ill effects from the paranormal contagion here, like, you can't hold us liable for it. I don't know if that's just part of the hype of the place.
Yeah, talk about priming somebody. Give me a break.
Yeah. But meanwhile, they think there's some kind of contagion. The stars of the show are spending time there, and then they're sitting in a crowd full of 1,000 people telling ghost stories. Aren't they infecting all those people with these hitchhikers, or whatever term they want to use, this paranormal infection that you might suffer? And, you know, wolfmen might follow you home and hurt your family. And, like, Does that make any sense? Like, why would you do
absolutely
that?
does. You know, I think
why would you expose all these people to this skinwalker pathogen?
Well, that's you know, those are questions that normal people would ask. You know, that normal people should ask, and they do. But I think, you know, well, I know that there's a really interesting panel discussion of the cast of Skinwalker Ranch and the Utah Attorney General Sean Reyes, who's in now quite a bit of hot water legally, and
yeah, I heard about
they're
that.
kind of talking about the fact. Well, we did, because somebody in the audience asked about taking soil samples, and they, you know, said that they had taken samples and they had had all sorts of people in there, and the property got a clean bill of health, so there was nothing that was causing any illness, but it was just a transient thing, you know. And so it's like, so there they are saying, yep, there's really nothing here.
That's interesting that they kind of had to respond to that concern, you know, like,
I think because we've raised it enough. I know Jack and I have raised that over and over again, excuse me. And
yeah, like, oh, you got a little bit of a plot hole here that you guys need to patch up, because this doesn't make sense. If there's some kind of paranormal pathogen there that you are actively like exposing all of these members of the public, like Travis Taylor sitting having lunch with people who paid extra. We covered that because that was a whole laugh riot of bullshittery. Like, and I don't think he knew that he was being recorded telling these people these stories. He's just there for his extra check. And for those unaware, when you go to one of these events, there's add-ons. Like, well, you can have lunch with one of the stars for an extra $300 or whatever it costs. And Travis Taylor told the most nonsensical, stupid, fake bullshit stories for the $300. And like, to me, that's a form of consumer fraud. If you can demonstrate that he's telling completely fake stories and he's taking all these people's couple $100, you know, that's a problem, or it should be. But we've got local authorities that are heavily invested here and even giving these people money, so they're not going to do anything to protect consumers from this.
Well, of course not. I mean, that's the Attorney General's job of Utah.
Well, he's buddy with the owner of the Skinwalker Ranch
Exactly.
now, so they're not going to do anything. And UFO John Doe, thank you, longtime show supporter. I'm wearing the right shirt today, Erica. We're praising the cash.
I need to get one.
I'll send you one. Yeah, great show. Great to see Erica and Jack in the chat room. Great on Erica for exposing what's going on in our wacky state. Oh, he must be from your state and out there in Balfour, Fort Dutchins area. Well, thank you, UFO John Doe. Oh, this is great. Nivik Spickelman, I don't know, says, ask Erica if she can pronounce my name better than you do. That's terrible.
Nivok?
Nivok. Maybe it's Nivok. And by the way, in my defense, if somebody will tell me, like, send me a voice clip of you saying your name, I'll say it the right way going forward. But thanks for your kindness, generosity, and support. And I wanted to ask you, like, so your partnership with Jack, like, how does that work? Like, do you guys just work independently and then you get together to write the stories or come up with the content that you're going to produce, or the blog posts, or?
You know, we work independently, but we're always in communication. You know, I mean, I think it would be a really rare day if we didn't have some sort of, you know, okay, this is what we're doing today. This is where I'm going to go with the research. And Jack is, you know, here's what I've done with the FOIA requests. And then I'm, you know, looking at a certain angle of things, and then get with him, and then he'll do another aspect of research. And so that's, you know, we're both very, hands-on when it comes to the research that we're doing together. And that's why it's been, like, to me, it's been the best thing that I've done in my time in this subject, because it's been really productive. We're making people uncomfortable. We're asking important questions, and we're finding actual proof of, you know, things that are taking place that aren't in the best interest for the public. And they're also very interesting stories. I love what Jack has done with NICAP. And again, I just have to say, go to expandingfrontiersresearch.org to check out the wonderful blogs that we've done. But it's a really fun process. He has skills in areas that I don't. And there are ways that we kind of, you know, we build each other up, and we play off each other very well. And so I think that's why we're very effective at what we're doing. And in our first year, we've accomplished much more than other nonprofits that have been established in this arena, or many others.
And you're not grifty, so that's a good thing. Like, I have a problem with I don't know about all of them, but most of these organizations. And by the way, there's a bunch more popping up now that are nonprofits centered around UFOs, but it seems like it's not really a nonprofit. It's disguised as a nonprofit, and then they're making all this money. And what I don't understand, like MUFON and all these other people, and like people are getting paid hundreds or thousands of dollars or more, and like, yeah, I don't get it. But you guys seem to be like doing it the straight way, so I appreciate that. But so many of these other organizations don't seem to be worth contributing to. And by the way, do you guys have a registered nonprofit?
Mm-hmm.
Great. So I'm going to talk to you off air about a donation that I want to give you and Jack. And
Thank you.
This relates to I don't know if you were aware of this, but somebody caused a big stink over my coverage of Corey Goode, claiming that I was making all of this money covering Corey Goode. And I don't like attack vectors. So I said, okay, I'm not going to make any money covering Corey Goode, and I'll give all the money from every video to a charity. And I haven't picked that charity. I would prefer to send it to somebody like you, but it's got to be a registered nonprofit so that I can make good on my promise to give that money to a registered charity.
Yes, thank you. That would be very kind. I know we'd be very happy with that.
That's a pretty good chunk of money.
Well, that would be wonderful.
I was so adamant that I was not going to let this person continue to disparage me and attack me that I said, now what you got? I'll give it all back.
Right. Yeah, no, that's very kind of you. And it is, I will say that Jack and I, for the past, year, we've received some donations, which we're immensely grateful for. And we're still operating, in the red. And it's going to take some time to get, things up, the donations up to really run the way we should be running. And we've done so much on our own. It's been amazing. But
yeah, and I'm going to go over to the live chat because you'll have to pardon me that I'm a terrible show host, but I'm going to put the link to your website in the live chat, and I'll also put it in the description of the video so that everybody can check you guys out and make sure that they send some support. These guys need to praise the cash probably more than I do.
Well, thank you.
And I'll send you and Jack both a shirt. This way, you gotta like make sure people know, like, praise the cash. Yes.
Right. But you bring up a good point about people, saying, well, wait a minute, you're making all of this money and da 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 da. And for myself, it's like I know over the years I've broken even on my show and expenses. And and I haven't been, to my fault, I haven't been a full-time YouTuber. And and I have a job, I have other things going on, and then my research in the archive and things, and so that has been something that I would love, to get the show numbers up. But to me, it's like if I reach 10 people that have the same mindset that I do, that's really wonderful for the show. For the nonprofit, like, we really do we will be relying on donations to do FOIA requests. And
by the way, just so everybody's aware, it's not free. Every time you file a FOIA request, you got to send a check. You have to send a check, or you have to pay for those. I know there's some kind of exemption. I meant to talk to Jack about that. I don't know if he's aware. Somebody told me that you can get an exemption for the FOIA payout for some reasons. I don't really know. But for people unaware, it really does take a nonprofit, because what media organization is going to dig into some of these stories? There's no, it's not a clickbait garbage story that a million people will click on. It's a little dry, some of the stuff, like what's going on with NICAP or MUFON or this Skinwalker. Jack's coverage of that Skinwalker payout was incredible because he is like amazing to me. He got all the documents from the town, the meeting minutes, and he knew exactly how much money they were paying these Skinwalkers. Then he grilled that guy. Oh, it was great work. And like, that's why I think a nonprofit like you guys is so important, because who's going to do that? Who's going to do that in the regular media? Nobody's going to do that. That style of really good, hard-hitting investigative journalism. And by the way, it's things that need to be reported on, need to be exposed. That's kind of gone in today's time. We want to thank Steve Long, who says, as Steven says, it's a big club and I ain't in it. But Erica was and said, no way. Kudos to Erica for putting transparency, accountability, and verifiable evidence over access, sensationalism, and belief.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, and thanks for the support, Steve. Longtime show supporter. And another one of my favorite guests. We should have had him here, too. Yeah, I don't know about you, but don't you think that really good guests, when they're brand new to your show, are difficult to book and find and get?
Yes.
And going? It's so tough. So I'm going to be lazy. I'm just going to bring back all the guests that I liked.
And I've done that too. And I want to just go back because I'm seeing John Spadoviccia. And I'm sorry, John, about the pronunciation of the last name, but he's
Spadoviccia. Yeah, I've been struggling with that one myself for a while.
Good. That's good.
Spadoviccia, yes.
So yeah, FOIA requests are generally free unless there's a substantial amount of records that are responsive. And yes, they are free to a point, but then they aren't when you're doing the amount of requesting that we are, and going back and forth and things. And so there does come a point.
Yeah, and then Jack is a stickler. He wants every scrap of everything. He wants every piece of paper, he gets it all. I know he's probably correct. Sometimes they'll just give it to you and they won't charge you if it's 4-page document or something. But I once requested something and they said, well, that's 5,000 pages, and they were going to charge me by the page to do the copying and the collating or what, it should be free. It's government information. It belongs to all of us, right?
You would think, but it's the same with grammar requests. And so it's, it depends on who's behind the desk, how short staffed they are. I mean, there's so many factors that go into it. It's not just a blanket thing. And so, John, I appreciate your comments, and sometimes they are free, but I know that when I've done records requests with the FAA, they've cost, a couple $100. So it's not a blanket statement, and there are more nuances to that.
Thank you. UFO John Doe says, and we would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those pesky kids, Erica and Jack. That's it. UFO John Doe. Yeah, actually, it's so weird. That's a weird synchronicity, because the year's going to end, and I went, I got to do this, or this figuring out this donation before the end of the year, but I may cut it up because it was more than I thought when I added it all up. I was surprised. But, 3 years of like a couple of shows a month on one topic, you're going to generate a little bit of revenue, I guess, for that. And I erred on the side of being very generous. So I don't want anybody to be able to say that I shorted it or I didn't pay enough, or, I don't like attack vectors, and I'm big on removing them. So I thought that's a great way to get rid of this problem. Like, okay, now what kind of shit you're going to talk? Like, I didn't make a dime. You did, but I didn't. So it's petty nonsense, really. So with the FOIA requests, and by the way, I want to thank Jack Brewer, because he once helped me with the situation that I was dealing with a local municipality. And that situation is still stonewalled. They won't give me anything. It's an old murder investigation. And, but Jack's advice did give me enough that I pressured the local municipality so much that the local district attorney called me and he begged me to stop it. He's like, They're never going to give you anything. They'll go to court. Like, you're just, I don't have the staff for this. He like begged me to stop filing the request because it's called right to know when it's a local municipality. So I just kept firing them off. I would word them different, same request, different wording. Respond to this one then. Respond to this one then, just because they kind of pissed me off because they wouldn't give me anything, nothing. They're just open murder investigation. It's a 30-year-old murder investigation. Like, you're not solving it. If you're going to solve it, you would have solved it already, But he gave me some good advice, and one of them being always file the appeal, even if you don't think you're going to win, just to aggravate them, I guess. I don't know. And then they know when they see a request from you that you're serious. You're not playing. You're going to keep going. My only last step left is to go to court, and I'm considering doing that because I want the judge to explain to me why they don't have to give me anything. And also it's accountability. Like, the local officials should answer some questions, and they won't. And that's not right.
It isn't. And I know from I've done, many grammar requests here locally over the years. And it is very interesting to see the games that are played, unfortunately, especially when there are issues that need to be hidden from the public. Perhaps, I'm not going to go into that too much because I'm in the middle of a few things here, but, people will go to great lengths to make sure that information isn't made available to the public. And not always, but I've certainly experienced some of that with regard to my domestic situation here, and then also another issue that we had locally. So it's not, I wish it was a black and white process where the rule, this was the rule, here in Utah or in New York, and these are the ways that things would take place, but that's just simply not the way it works, and that's unfortunate, but you just learn all of these little nuances and just keep plugging away.
Yeah, and what's unfortunate is you've been dealing with this domestic sort of violence situation from this ex-husband of yours for like years and years, right?
It'll be 3 years in March that all of the court cases, are there, then they're still going on. Unfortunately, but this is what happens when you have somebody who understands how to use, they know how to play games and use the legal system to attempt to to continue abuse. So, but unfortunately, people don't they can't underestimate the fact that once I dig into something, I'm not going to be intimidated to go away. So
yeah, 3 years unresolved. That is very pitiful. There
are lots of moving parts, and there are more than one. There are several cases involved.
I don't know about your family, but in my family, we figure out a way to resolve that. But that's all I can say about that. Like, we don't. I remember there was one time where somebody was hassling some female member. It was my cousin, and we resolved the situation. Might have ended in a few broken bones, but that guy never bothered her again. Like, I know you can't do that, but you feel like and I'm protective of people I care about. It just sucks that the government is so inept at taking care of situations where clearly this person stepped over the line. Clearly this person has gone too far and may continue to go too far. That's a dangerous situation, right?
It is. Every red flag is there. Every red flag has been thrown in everyone's face, which I think is unfortunate. But in my particular circumstance, because this person is a member of the National Guard, and because this person, they are protecting, there's a lot of stuff going on with the Utah National Guard, and it is making the news, national news, at what the higher levels have done to protect some sexual abuse, rape, and all sorts of things, including this person who I'm talking about, his case, which involves a felony weapons violation for a restricted person using firearms on the military base. And so it's a big issue, and I've seen firsthand the need for people to protect the Utah National Guard, or this is what they're protecting their own. And then that trickles down to other ways where that happens, and with law enforcement, and people aren't wanting to run with that because there are a lot of factors involved in this. So it's been a big process, and thanks you guys for all of your well wishes. I was talking to Jack about this the other day, and I don't think people understand, what this has been, me trying to advocate for myself, being frightened out of my mind and frightened for my family for 3 years, and doing grandma requests because I know, that the cases aren't being handled the way they should to protect me. I'm seeing, just these things take place. And so it's been me finding a handful of advocates spread out across the country, one of whom is going to be on CBS News tomorrow, talking about the military and domestic abuse. And so I found these brave women, and we've been each other's network backup for things. But this is it's really a sad, unfortunate situation. And I think, unfortunately, in the UFO world, there are people that are abusing authority. They are potentially, like we've seen with the case of David Jacobs, sexually abusing people and manipulating people. I think this goes on a lot, and that we need to be aware.
Did he ever do any jail time for that, or no? He's just hypnotizing. For those unaware, David Jacobs, we did a story on it, and I called it PhD Pantygate, because David Jacobs is a PhD, former Temple professor. He's basically hypnotizing women that had some sort of alien experience and telling them to send their panties to him, but don't tell anybody.
It was really gross.
It's really gross. There's tapes of him doing this. It's
The tapes are
bad.
Very disturbing, and should raise. I mean, and I will say that Jack and Jeremy Vaney and they've done such great work over the years. And Jack has been wonderful to reach out to Emma and coordinate the. She's gifted us her archive, and so that is, we're putting that out there, and that's a really powerful thing for people to hear the audios, for people to read different things about what took place, and what, we don't, there's still, to this day, there's still people in the UFO hierarchy and some of the good old boys clubs that are friends with this person. And, I've got to just shine a spotlight on the good old boys in the UFO world, because they're promoting this kind of behavior. And still to this day, it's like, if you're a woman in this subject, you might as well just forget about it. It's just really, it's interesting. And I will say I've learned a lot in many ways, not only from my domestic abuse situation and the way, things work when people are trying to cover things up, but I also, in the UFO world, have learned a lot about the way women specifically, are treated. And it's that'll come out at some point in time. So.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, but some of these guys think they're rock stars and that they can treat women like groupies, or like I hear horror stories. We covered a few of them. There was another. I think one of the most, really, one of those cases where somebody's just taking advantage of their, if you want to call it fame, is Emery Smith. Like, he went and told this girl that, the aliens told her that they were going to get married and have children. And he was living he had a wife or a live-in girlfriend, and he just totally lied to this girl. And then he was lying to her, telling her he was on secret missions to Antarctica when he was really just at home with his wife, basically. That's just, I don't know. It seems so foreign and alien to me. I mean, don't get me wrong. I was in a rock band in my 20s, and I probably partied too much, but I didn't have any attachments, and I try to be honest with everybody and not take advantage. These guys think they're rock stars. Like, it's so ridiculous. You're like a UFO guy, This is so stupid.
Have you ever been to a conference?
Yes, but a very small one, that MUFON one that John Ventry ran in California.
Oh,
it's the only one I ever went to, and I didn't stay for the whole thing. I thought it was ridiculous. I went in, and it just looked like an old folks home, and all the speakers were terrible, and I just I stopped in for an hour because he, like gave me a pass or something, and it was right in my hometown. It took me 10 minutes to drive there, so I said I'll go. But I really tried, and it was so bad that I just said, "This I'm going home."
I will say that there's some really lovely people that put on, conferences that I have had a great time.
Maybe there's good ones, but I don't get to travel much because of my situation with my son. My son's autistic, and he doesn't really listen to everybody. We can't just get a babysitter and me go for the weekend to But if there's local ones, I'm thinking about starting to go to some of the regional ones. So you go to them, isn't it like a?
I haven't been for a while, except for the last time I was up in in Vernal for the one of the Skinwalker conferences up there. So
yeah, I don't know. I just think like somebody sent me like the Contact in the Desert too. Now I'm sure there's some cheap ones that are like local small ones, but this one is like $1,000 or something. This Contact in the Desert. I'm like, really? To listen to Linda Moulton Howe stories? Really? Like those are the speakers, Linda Moulton Howe, and I don't understand. Like, I think though that I have seen some that I was interested in, like a local one that's like people you haven't heard of 1,000 times before. So
and I will say that I've had some really fun experiences at some of them, and I could go to a MUFON conference, and I'm sure people would have some heartburn if I walked in, but at the end of the day, I'd still see people there that would be happy to see me and things, and I but it is interesting to see the UFO glam club, the UFO playboys. Because he would. Oh, that's all I'm going to say. Anyway, yeah.
Yeah, and it's so dorky. It's like a Dungeons and Dragons conference or a Star Wars convention or Star Trek convention. It's all dork. So I don't understand everybody thinking that they're entitled to all these women and they can do whatever they want to women. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But okay, yeah. Did you? Are there ones that you would still recommend though?
There is. Oh my gosh, there's one, and I'm trying to remember. It was back in Michigan, I believe, and Deb and RJ are there, the couple that put it on, and they're just lovely people. And I went to that a few years ago and spoke, and I really enjoyed that. I think I still, in fact, I spoke for a MUFON chapter, a year ago, and things, and I really like the people involved with that. Do I like the organization? Obviously, I've got some serious problems with all of that. And thanks, John Doe, for
with MUFON. And yeah, since we're going to talk smack on them anyway. I wanted to get your opinion on this, because I think that MUFON is now completely and totally worthless as an organization, and I'm going to explain why to my audience. For those unaware, I know several people that could care less about MUFON, but they like to use the MUFON database of UFO reports for their own research purposes, which is a very useful tool to have. Hey, this person saw this at this location, at this date, at this time, and here's the report of what they saw or whatever. It was a very useful tool. So I think maybe it was 2 years ago now, MUFON removed that database from their public-facing website and put it behind a paywall. And now, so you'd have to pay to get access to their database of UFO reports, which I don't want to be too critical. Okay, it takes time and resources to generate those reports. They own them. They can do whatever they want. But when you say you're a UFO research organization and then you take all your research and you put it behind a paywall, that's bad, in my opinion. But now it is going a completely and totally step worse, because I don't know if you're aware of this. This Mick West, MUFON's database, and by the way, Mick West and several other people I know, when they made that change to make people pay, they just said, okay, I'll pay for it. I use it, whatever, I'll pay for it. But now Mick West and several other people have reported this to me. MUFON's database seems to have removed locations, images, and videos, even to MUFON members. It was a useful resource, but now not really. If you really want your UFO case investigated, post it in public, like on Metabunk. And I wrote, if you ever wondered if MUFON could possibly become any more worthless as an organization, here is your answer. They just became completely worthless. So even if you're a paid MUFON member, you can't get the goodies now. And they are still generating reports with images, with drawings, with videos in some cases, dates, locations. Now, even if you're a member, that information is kept all secret. So my question is, are they just completely worthless now, Erica? Like, what do they do then? They have nothing. They have nothing to offer.
I'm really not sure what they ever did, really. I mean, it's other than, the executive director was making a lot of money and which is great when you're a nonprofit. I mean, there were different chapters that were really banking on and making quite a bit of money, and who knows what's happened with that. There were some chapters that weren't operating as nonprofits that made a lot of money. So the whole thing is very interesting. But when you've got an organization that is bought and sold, that database is bought and sold to somebody like Robert Bigelow, and your names, your information, everything is there for him to see.
And just to be clear, so everybody understands, I don't want to interrupt you. I apologize, but I want to make sure that we're clear. People give this information to this organization on a confidential basis, and they were assured confidentiality. And then this organization went and sold all that information without redacting any of the names that they promised would be kept confidential. They sold that to a UFO billionaire. That's creepy, right? And then we have Jan Eldridge.
Really disturbing, and not once but twice. I mean, and who knows who had the John code, where you could go behind the scenes. And even as an executive director, I didn't have access to see all of the information that was coming in on my state, cases in my state.
Wow, that's so stupid. So did you ask why? Did you push them?
Of course, but oh no,
what did they say?
Blah, blah, blah. I mean, it was multiple stories. It was, that if they come in, the reports come in, they go to a specific team or person, and then that person judges whether those reports should be sent to the state director or given to the STAR team or whatever, illustrious team of people that they've got going on at that point in time that would investigate. But it's like, as a state director, this is my state. Why aren't you giving me information about what's taking place?
Yeah, and besides that, they got a state director in the form of John Ventry making absolutely ridiculous racist comments all over the internet. And then you got Jan Harzan, who got arrested in a MUFON shirt. He went to have sex with what he thought was a 12 or 13-year-old girl in a MUFON. He had the MUFON logo on his shirt.
That's so awkward.
It was a MUFON shirt. And he must have thought he was going to impress that 13-year-old girl. I run a UFO organization. It's so gross. Do you know if he ever did the jail time, or did he plead guilty, or I have to do an update on that case.
Yeah, I need to do an update on that too. I've had so much going on, but maybe somebody in chat knows what the update was, but
last I heard he pled not guilty, which is kind of stupid because they have all the chat logs of him talking to the person that was fishing.
I think that's pretty standard protocol for people to plead not guilty and then
try to get a better deal, maybe. Yeah.
The legal system, it's just a special experience, but I don't know what's happened with that, but I do know that it is extensively, it is very creepy, to say the least, that people like Bigelow, like I'm saying, would have access to data. And, make sure when you're, looking at, here's your, you're signing your rights away. If you're getting a Nest thermostat, if you are getting a new fridge that can, that has all this capability to function with your Wi-Fi. I mean, there's so many ways that we give up our personal rights and sell our information to third parties. I mean, look at what happens on social media. And so with MUFON, after they got busted, then they put the little disclaimer at the bottom, well, we have the right to do A, B, C, and D, but people still didn't even really understand that's what it was. And they were giving information about like the prescription medications they were taking. I mean, information about their medical histories.
That's a
I mean,
HIPAA
things that
violation, at
yeah,
least.
absolutely.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely.
I
Rest
worked in
assured, Kit Green has that information.
I worked in computers for a long time, and you'd be surprised how many precautions you have to take when any computer has any kind of medical information on it. And meanwhile, this MUFON bunch of clowns are just giving out people's prescription medications that they're on with these reports. It's just ridiculous. And the same question that I asked you earlier, do you think there's any hope for MUFON, or are they just done and somebody's got to start something better?
I can't believe they're still around. I mean, that should have been put out to pasture a long time ago.
Yeah, I mean, your international director getting popped for trying to bang little girls, that should have ended the organization. And didn't they replace him with a guy who he rents his plane to people who want to bang in it? Like, for those unaware, the guy they replaced Jan Harzan with does sky tours where you can join the Mile High Club. Like, if you want to bang your partner, you give him some money, he flies you up, and you can bang away in his plane. Nothing says credible organization like an international director getting busted for trying to have sex with an underage person, and then you replace him with somebody that runs sex tours with their airplanes, right? Like,
well, and I think there were some interesting articles as I reported on when all of the things broke with Harzan, that they replaced him, and it was supposed to be temporary, with their former executive director, Dave McDonald, who owns Flamingo Air. If you do any research on Flamingo Air, you can, interestingly enough, find a story that I believe is in Vice magazine where he is quoted as, saying that he takes kids up for their first ride, that he, as long as you close the screen, you can take up your animals, whatever. It was really, to me, when I read some of those statements, it was absolutely
yeah, look at this. Raunchy tales from the pilot of a Mile High Club plane. That's great. This is a pretty old story. That's pretty great. Yeah, that's gross. So he's saying romantic flight service started as a dare.
And I'm not, again, I'm just.
Look, they're having gangbangs too, because they're.
When it's really and it's like, to me, and I just want to say, this is information that's out there, and I think it's really important for people to ask questions. We spend a lot of time, like with the case here in Utah with Tim Ballard, who was the man who organized and was running Operation Underground Railroad, which was a very prominent anti-sex trafficking organization. They've been accused, specifically Tim Ballard, of some very heinous things and using sex trafficking as a ruse to get to do some pretty really horrific things. And so it's one of those examples of an organization, a nonprofit that operates under this specific, this is what we're doing. We're here for the betterment of mankind. We're here to stop, child sex trafficking, all these things, but yet they're doing exactly the opposite. And so we really have to, as members of our community, as people that actually care about issues, specific social issues, we have to make sure that we're understanding and doing research on the organizations that are presenting themselves as saviors, and people that are offering information. There are a lot of nonprofits, not a lot, but there are a few, I should say, that are operating under some questionable circumstances, and we need to be aware of that. All nonprofits should disclose financials and specific information with transparency to the public. And if they don't, then there's an issue. And if you go to their financial documents and look at what has been paid out to specific peoples or specific groups, that can raise other red flags as well. And people definitely should be doing that, in my opinion.
Yeah, and we recently covered MUFON's 990s. For those unaware, if you run a nonprofit, you have to file by law with the IRS something called a 990 form, and that form just says, this is how much money we took in, and this is what we spent it on. And MUFONs was a joke. They're supposed to be a UFO research organization. They spent something like $7,000, and then they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on marketing. And they only spent a few $1,000s on research. Like, this doesn't make any sense. And you're right about what you said about some of these people. They aren't who they appear to be. Like Ashton Kutcher had an organization to prevent child trafficking and that kind of stuff. And meanwhile, he's writing letters to a judge defending his rapist friend, his convicted rapist friend, by the way, which is, it's absolutely ridiculous that it wouldn't occur to him, like, maybe I can't write this letter for my friend because he's a convicted rapist and I run an organization to try to stop the exploitation of women, you know?
It's really, yeah. People need to be aware of what they're supporting. And I know, like, because somebody is a celebrity or somebody talks a good game, like Tim Ballard, you know, here he's so charismatic and he has the church leaders, you know, a leader from the Mormon LDS church backing him and all of these things. It's very easy to be sucked in, and you think because this authority in the church who's promoting this guy that's on the level, but in all actuality, it's really not. When people like Len Packer and Anna Merlin do digging into this, and Nate Carlisle and some great reporters here in Utah, but it's just another example of how these things can really go the wayside, and these people hopefully will be held accountable.
It goes south. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I wanted to ask you as well, you have you been keeping up with this, with the whole Grush circus and the disclosure any day now? We're getting catastrophic disclosure and disclosure this and just, like, I'm not wrong, because you've been at this as long as I have. Like, this is not new, right? To people that are new, they don't understand that, like, this whole, it's just a big rinse and repeat cycle to me. We had 2001, Stephen Greer, disclosure's coming because we're going to do this press conference. Nothing happened. They didn't really have real or verifiable evidence or smoking gun proof of anything. They had a lot of stories. And then again, recently, Stephen Greer he's got whistleblowers. Nobody has any evidence, but they got pretty pictures and stories, you know, drawings. And now we have Grush 6 months in, zero evidence so far. But all these people are swearing that disclosure is coming soon because of X, Y, or Z. Is it just the same old rinse and repeat cycle that we're witnessing? Or do you really think
For sure, because it works.
Yeah.
People keep buying it, you know? I mean, it's like, why stop your shtick when it's been working for 70 years? You know what I'm saying? It's like you've just got a younger generation that's not educated on the subject. And so, here, let's just make up a news story with the same common themes, and we can bring in some fresh, well, not really fresh faces, but whatever you want to call that. But well,
they're bringing a new front man. I've talked about this. Like, the front man was Lou Elizondo, or first it was Tom DeLonge, and then he screwed up and was a joke, showing Joe Rogan fake videos of TR3Bs on the biggest podcast in the world. Like, so they pulled him and they put in Elizondo. He's the new front man. And then his story comes crashing down as the fake Pentagon UFO program director that never was. And now we've got Grush as the new frontman. But you're right, it's the same. Isn't it the same people behind all of this? The Skinwalker people, the Hal Putoffs, the now Danny Sheehan is saying all kinds of shit. Like, it's the same.
I saw a little bit of that. There's only so much holy water I can bathe in on a given day. It's like, oh my Lord, here we go.
That's it. You're telling a Catholic boy that. That's an image now.
I'm sorry. Forgive me.
Bathing in the.
Repent.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, it's just so ridiculous. And I keep watching. Well, every once in a while, I'll watch like the latest interview with Knapp and Kelleher and things, or Sheehan, and you can tell when you're looking at them and they're repeating these stories that they know they're full of it. You can just, I don't think it's in my opinion, it looks like that hasn't worn on them very well. I mean, like they look worn, in my opinion. And I would say if you have somewhat of a heart, even a little Grinch heart, telling lies like that for so many decades, and grifting has to take its toll unless you're a complete psychopath. In that case, it's like no big deal. But
yeah, and we've seen some people that definitely have narcissistic personality disorder or psychopathic tendencies for sure. Absolutely. And these cult-like bloated senses of self-importance like Greer and Corey Good and David Wilcock. You know, David Wilcock's Earth's Greatest Prophet. Did you know that? And now he's talking to angels instead of blue chicken aliens now. Yeah,
little Lord Fauntleroy. Well,
he just changed the grift a little bit. But you're right.
Wasn't he talking to squirrels? Wasn't he talking to squirrels for a minute?
Oh yeah, we made fun of that. Yeah.
I mean, not like, hey, every once in a while you got to talk to a squirrel. I don't know.
I talk to the squirrels at my cabin, but usually I'm like, hey, little guys, what's going on? And I throw them some peanuts. I got a big bag of peanuts in the cabin, and I like them around the cabin. It's fun to watch from those big windows. But you know what I like more than the squirrels is the raccoons, because they got little hands. I give them Doritos.
Oh.
Cool Ranch Doritos. I swear to God, they could smell it from miles away.
Are you channeling them? You need to go do a video.
I go open a big thing of Cool Ranch Doritos and dump them out, and I just wait. And within a half hour or an hour, they all come. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, he's going a little nutty, and the Stevati Aerospace, the hover car, nothing changes. The grifting is just. Are you ever surprised though? Like, are you surprised with this Danny Sheehan thing? Like, he's looking for thousands of dollars from people now to be in the insiders club and get insider information, and there's no inside information. It's
I think bullshit. They just, I mean, obviously these guys are losing their appeal. I mean, whatever that means. But they're just looking at the younger generation, and younger generations, knowing how to use social media, and I don't know, it's just another way for him to try to recap. I don't know what, but it is quite embarrassing. Honestly, these people are, they're grifters, and it's I don't even know what to say, because it's embarrassing. It's sad, in a lot of ways that's what they think of people, and that they can use different experiences in their past, like, the Karen Silkwood, different cases where, I mean, I think you could go back and look at people's careers and the claims that they've made, and maybe do some investigations.
And that's why,
see if they were really actually doing what they said they were doing.
That's why
40 years ago.
I fully support stuff like you. And I also know that Michael Schratt, we have our differences about a lot of things, but one of the things that he does that I fully support, I don't know if you know this, but he's got like 2 big warehouses full of UFO case files, pictures, evidence, just ridiculous.
Wow.
And he goes, when somebody dies or something, he just goes and buys it all and preserves it. I think you do similar things, and it's important to me, and this is stupid and selfish of me, but like, I want everything that these grifters have ever said or sold to be documented, so that we can go through their history. This story was fake. This story was fake. Or even just to display to people, okay, George Knapp was selling this story 25 years ago. He never proved anything. George Knapp was selling this story 20 years ago. He never proved anything. George Knapp was selling this story 15 years ago. He never proved anything. Same for Corbell and all these other people. Don't you think it's important to preserve all of this so that we can show the track history of the grifting?
Yes. And I think, and absolutely, and I mean, you've just hit it on the head for me. And this is one of my big red flags as of late. You've got people that are sweeping up all the information and putting it into what could be perceived as another black hole. And are these people going to be putting forward UFO case files? Are they going to put forward conversations between Grifter A and Grifter B? Are they going to be putting forward communications between NICAP and a Nazi group in Canada? What are the people that have the information? What are their intentions? with it. And if their intention is to prove UFOs are real, then those people should not have the archives or have the files of past researchers. This has to be, we're putting forward,
it should be made public,
all
right?
the information so the public can make up their mind and see the person, learn about the person that collected the information, that did the research, and see the behind the scenes correspondence. That's really critical. And that's another reason why this subject has really tanked for so long. It's because all of the information does go down, it's swept up and pushed away into one place where only a handful of people have access to it. And that's a disservice to the entire subject. And
yeah, so much for disclosure. We'll get
Right.
behind my paywall if you want to see that. Like, come on, it really bothers me that people don't see, that people don't see through the grifting as transparently as others of us do. Like, you don't see that this person who claims to care about transparency and disclosure is putting things behind paywalls constantly. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, do you not understand the problem here? Like, buy my crap to get this, and what gets me is the special events, like Greer's special event. Oh, we've got six whistleblowers. They got a plumber from Long Island who claims he saw weapons in Antarctica. And then granted, the guy went to Antarctica as a plumber, but come on, and they charged like big money for that thing, and they hyped it out the wazoo with Third Phase of Moon and everybody else. This is Disclosure 2.0. Like, what? Pay your $500 to hear these stories. They did have pretty pictures from Michael Schratt, but other than that, it was garbage. And
did they have like a statue of his biceps?
No, but my favorite story. Did you see the porta potty one? There's a secret.
No.
There's a secret alien base. Oh, I got to show you this just to see, because this is how ridiculous it gets. And you have often said that it gets ridiculous, but I just started making videos about exactly how ridiculous it gets, because it gets so ridiculous, especially with people like Greer. It seems like the longer that these people are involved in UFOs, the griftier and the stupider they get, right? And we'll have some fun.
It's so hard to even imagine.
I'll play you this because I want to see, like, am I like being we'll see if you think I'm being unfair to Stephen Greer, but this is from his actual disclosure conference. So let's see this. And this is about the porta potty secret alien bases.
He also was read into and had the chief scientist show him the location, which
this is another thing. There's these illustrations in this thing, and you see that thing in the background? I think those are porta potties. I'm not sure, but I think they're porta potties.
Wait.
And according to these illustrations, there's these secret underground bases that are big enough for like hundreds of people to work in. And apparently they're so secret that the government just lets everybody park their car right outside the secret base. And listen, if you got to take a dump, there's porta potties. There's porta potties outside the secret underground bases. So if you got to listen, sometimes maybe you just got to, you driving to work, you got to take a big dump, and maybe they don't have bathrooms.
Oh my Lord.
In the underground secret alien bases where they're working on the alien spacecraft. They have such technology that they can back engineer alien spacecraft, but they can't figure out how to put a bathroom in that bitch underground. Instead, they got porta potties all along the back row. And this base is ultra top secret. It is housing the most secret things on planet Earth. The greatest secrets of the United States shadow cabal, black budget government, the deep state. It's the most secret base of the deep state. But we're going to put a row of like all these porta potties out there, and we're just going to let everybody park their cars right outside when you go into the secret base. Yeah, because the satellite won't pick that up. They would not do that. There's Russian satellites that would pick this up in a minute. In a minute. There's Chinese satellites that would pick this up in a minute.
You don't put an underground base somewhere and then just let hundreds of people come to work and park right outside in a row and then put porta potties in case people have to take a shit.
Wow. That's
oh my God, this is so stupid. What am I
like, did
doing
he
here?
like
We now have
seriously? No.
a military
This is
base
serious
that
stuff.
is in the Dugway sector, so-called Avery sector.
I added this, of course.
All right, and that's another thing. He said it's in the Dugway Proving Grounds, so we can look on satellite maps. And as ridiculous as it sounds, I went looking for big rows of cars and porta potties out by the Dugway Proving Grounds, and I couldn't find anything. I couldn't find shit. So is this fake? Well, this is another anonymous source. And if you look at the logic and the ridiculousness of this whole thing, I think you might agree that this is probably a tall tale.
And
by the way, there's more illustrations with the porta potties and the cars, I think.
Has huge capacity for parking. You go in, and there's a vast underground complex. That location has been.
People paid hundreds of dollars to hear this shit.
If there's huge capacity for parking, why is everybody parking their car on the surface then? This makes no sense.
There's a huge line of porta potties.
Wow.
Next.
It's so
This
stupid.
gives an illustration of the size of this. You can put.
All right.
One thing I will say is like and that is like just so.
People
ridiculous.
paid hundreds of dollars to hear this, to hear these stories.
Yeah,
and it's so ridiculous.
Something I will say though that I think to me is you know, I think at what point in time are these people, I don't know, a risk to our national security? And obviously they haven't nabbed him yet, but I mean, you've got people like, you know, and again, I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking out loud here because the Dugway thing, I mean, that's obviously a very highly sensitive area, which we could, and I'm sure at some point in time, maybe Jack and I will do some work on Dugway, but it's just this constant, you know, Area 51, it's hiding in plain sight at Dugway. It's, I mean, all of these different things. And then you've got Corbell out there with his little, you know, triangle videos and things.
Flares.
Yeah. I mean, it's just
missiles.
It's so ridiculous.
The last one was an axial drone. The last picture he put out was really ridiculous. It was clearly an axial drone, which is like a helicopter drone. That's what it was. He could say anything he wants. And then, you know, he's putting out stuff where he knows it's not a UFO. He knows it's a flare. He knows it's a drone, but he doesn't care because as long as he puts it out as a UFO, huge views, tons of monetized views, I guess, you know, it's kind of ridiculous, but people, they still have a huge following though, for whatever reason, you know. It makes me wonder about the intelligence level of their followers. Like, I think they're going for the lower IQ people. They have to be, because anybody with a brain would think through this, just like this porta potty thing. Just logically, this makes no sense. This is a secret underground base, and there's a huge row. I think I counted them up. There was 34 of them. You're going to put 34 porta potties in a row outside of a top secret government base? Well, why can't they shit downstairs in the base?
Well, I mean, I'm sure that it's maybe they're doing construction at the bay. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
You're giving them ideas now. Now they got an out. You gave them an out. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. The whole thing just makes you wonder, what people are thinking and why people don't have that level of, you know, the ability to discern fact from fiction. And hopefully there will be a mass awakening of people becoming intelligent.
Yeah,
great.
I think we're going to get disclosure before we get that, catastrophic or not, right?
Right.
So what are you and Jack working on going forward? What do you got going on?
Oh boy, you know, we got some good stuff. We're still working on specific things taking place in Utah, which I have a feeling are going to be even more shocking than the last little bit that we did. I love looking into this. We're still, and Jack just did on November 21st, he did a blog on NICAP. And and Betty Hill, there's a Betty Hill letter that I had in our archives. We did a blog post on. I know I've got things coming up in conjunction with Jack. We're trying to get some grant funding for really exciting things that have very little to do with the UFOs, but more about environment and preserving people's oral histories. And so we're working on good things, and I'm very happy to have him as a partner.
Oh yeah, that's interesting. Betty Hill letter.
There you go, Sean Reyes. Gotta love. Everybody should read that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
On consumer protection.
And this is why we need people like you to preserve some of this stuff, so that that information is not lost to history. I'm talking about the Betty Hill letter, and this one is right. Utah Attorney General Reyes selective on consumer protection.
And that's fun. You know, you can go and click on that little link and see, you know, some of the photos.
Oh, that's interesting. 75. Yeah, this is the thing that I talked about. $75.
You go up though a little bit because they're. Oh, go down. Sorry, go down.
Go down. Okay.
So right there is the little screenshot of.
Yeah.
The Attorney General at the FanX conference.
That's a lot of people to be exposing to a paranormal pathogen, though, I would think, right?
Well, they're on it.
They don't think that's a problem as long as they get those big fat paychecks, right?
Right. So yeah, we've got a ton of stuff that are coming in with regard to FOIA, the FOIA requests and RAMPTHA and different cults in the UFO world. So it'll be a fun year. 2024 is going to be.
Wow, look at this. 31 felony charges were leveled against the director of Exitus, a Utah nonprofit organization dedicated to the cause of combating human trafficking groups. So they got 31 felony charges against them. Wow.
And that's the small story compared to the Ballard story. So this is just another example of a nonprofit using trafficking as a front.
Wow, that is very interesting. Yeah, and the blog is a good information source. I haven't caught up in a while. I'm going to do that if we're finished tonight. Sheriff's Office releases records on the RAMPTHA compound. For those that don't know, RAMPTHA is that alien channeler. She's a total nutter Trump Q person too now, if you weren't aware.
That's a good one. There's some good footage there. We just keep getting more as well. So.
Oh, that's good stuff. And yeah, because it's public records, right? The sheriff's office has to give you anything you ask for if you file the requests, right?
Well, in theory, but
and
they've been very generous. We have a lot of great files.
A message from the executive director. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And to the stars investors sought help from SEC. That's the last story that I read here. Wow, I'm a little bit behind. I apologize, but that's great because one of the investors, for those unaware, this article is excellent work by Jack Brewer and Erica about TTSA. One of the investors went to the SEC and were like, "How do I get my money back?" And basically, they were told, "You can't get your money back."
It sounds like all the people that invested in SafeMoon, they've had some similar circumstances, and we've done, letters on or blogs on that SafeMoon and the fact that Brandon Fugel was one of the big proponents for SafeMoon. And
wow,
so,
yeah, it sounds like you guys follow the money. Isn't that a good way of investigating something, right? You always follow the money, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
leads to some pretty interesting places.
I put the Expanding Frontiers organization link in the description of the video. I'm also going to put Erica and Jack's YouTube channel in the description of the video and in the live chat. You should go over and support them and subscribe, and also go over to expandingfrontiersresearch.org and throw them a couple of bucks, because like I said, nobody else is going to do this work. It's such a weird niche kind of a thing, and they're doing great work over there. I'm glad you're there, Erica. You make me feel a little bit less alone. It's a lonely thing being in this thing and trying to do it the straight way and not just
right. Well, I agree, and I appreciate what you've done, and you've built up.
Don't you think that I should do one big grift though? Like they should give me a pass for one, right? Like I'll do one real big grift, right?
It could be a fun experiment, I suppose.
Or how about I announce it, like I'm going to go to the dark side for the next 90 days and I'm going to grift my ass off on UFOs and we'll see what happens. Then we can show the chart of the money going through the roof. It'll be fun. It'll be fun.
It would be. And, but people already think you're on the dark side anyway. So
I know.
Isn't that interesting? They labeled me as somebody in the dark cabal.
Same thing with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't it? They're like, I call some of these people fact averse. Like if you got facts for them, I love that a lot of times they just attack my appearance or something. And I'm like, really? That's all you got? That means I won. You don't have shit. I won. You don't have anything but appearances. But it is interesting for those unaware. If you speak out about the kind of things that Erica and I have been talking about tonight, you are the devil because you're screwing this grift up. It's an unwritten rule. Everybody keeps their mouth shut about all this stuff. But I, for one, am glad that people like you and me are talking about it. I'm glad that we are. And Jack and a few others,
Right. And, I've got to give a shout out to Bill Pullen and Venus. I really like.
Oh, yeah. William Pullen. Yeah. He gave me the 990 forms for him and his girlfriend. Is his girlfriend?
Yeah, Venus.
Venus.
Yep,
they gave me the documents and I said, oh, this is awesome. If you don't mind, I'm going to talk about this. They're like, sure, here you go. And we detailed, look at all this money they spent. Look at what they spent on research. Almost nothing. Yeah. And there's a Facebook group. What is it called?
Yes.
I'm shout that out because this is if you're interested in MUFON, it's on Facebook. It's called MUFON, a Cult of Incompetence. And you can go there.
They did such a good job.
You can go there and see all of the stuff. Yeah, MUFON, they just recently, did you know this? For Thanksgiving, they put out a grub email begging for donations, right? Out of this world holiday savings coming your way.
Operation Underground Railroad has put out several emails looking for money. So imagine that.
Not only to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, but also reminding everyone to stay tuned for savings on how you can better financially support them. So all of this dirt on MUFON is here. Yeah, and Venus Renee Pullen and William Pullen run this. He's been a previous guest here, but I haven't talked to her yet. Maybe we'll have them. That'd be great.
Sure.
Yeah. It's good to see this stuff exposed, though. It's like getting it out in the public. Thank you, Al Warrior. We appreciate you. Thanks for appreciating us. Well, I'm glad that we can come and catch up, and I hope that you won't. I hope that you won't be a stranger, right?
I won't. I'm coming out of my shell. So.
And best of luck to you and Jack. And I am going to message you right after I'm done the broadcast tonight to figure out how I'm going to give you the Corey Good money. You guys are going to get all my ill-gotten Corey Good gains, right? It's not that much money, but
and
I would feel so much better giving it to you. I was going to give it to an animal charity, but I couldn't find one, and some of them aren't really registered. Some in my area, they're like mom and pop, self-run ones. They're not really registered nonprofits or or whatever. So, but you guys are perfect choice if you ask me, and I'd be happy to help you with some resources for the coming year. A little bit of help anyway.
You're very kind. You're very kind. I appreciate that, and it's been wonderful talking to you, and I really appreciate what you do to try to shine a light on some of the things in this topic. I think that's important, and don't feel alone, because there are those of us out here, and like I said, we're forming a group of people that want the best for the subject and for people involved. So thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you being here, and I hope you'll come back soon.
Absolutely. Thanks. And thanks for all your great chats tonight. You guys have been wonderful. So
okay. Yeah. Erica Lukesley. And thank you, Erica. You have a good evening. All right, friends. Wow. What a great guest. She's one of my favorite guests, probably because we're into a lot of some of the same stuff and aware of some of the same happenings that are going on. We're just going to do a quick wrap up here and call this a quick one. I have some other things to deal with this evening. for those that have asked, the audio podcast will be back up to date as of tomorrow. So I apologize. It's a couple of shows behind. For those unaware, I had major technical problems all last week that really slowed me down. But I'm just now I think I'm almost all the way caught up. And for those unaware, we're going to be broadcasting every night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight, or this week, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard, Monday through Sunday this week. I've got a couple of replay episodes. I may have to put an extra replay episode that'll only run a short one that's going to run for like, I don't know, a half hour or 45 minutes, because I'm going to be going to the cabin on Thursday again this week, I believe, and I can't make it there by 9 o'clock. Every time I try, it just doesn't happen. And if there's traffic or something, I don't want to miss the 9 p.m. showtime. So maybe we'll run a quick replay. I have some shorter episodes that I've made that are like a half hour or 45 minutes. And then as soon as I get to the cabin, maybe 10 p.m., we'll run another live show. But we've got this live show and 3 more for you for the week, and then 3 True Seekers Classic episodes. And I want to thank each and every one of you tuning in for those. I was kind of blown away because the one night we got huge numbers. That was the Stephen Greer and Kerry Cassidy one. Lots of fun in our video section. If you haven't checked that out, please do check that out. We want to thank Spooky for a kind and generous £2, says, for the Porta Potty Fund. Funny you should mention a Porta Potty Fund, because I don't know if you know, but at that new cabin, I'm going to need a Porta Potty Fund. But maybe you mean the Stephen Greer one? I don't really know. Yeah. And for those unaware, we read every single super chat. So we thank each and every person that sends any form of support. We appreciate each and every one of you. And we're PayPal pledges. We read those. Just add a note and give us your chat room user ID. And we want to thank you, YouTube channel members, and you Patreon supporters. From the cabin this weekend, I will be doing a stream. I'm still trying to figure out how to do this, but I have plans to do a stream for Patreon members and YouTube channel members. I think that I can do them simultaneously, or it's complicated. I did figure out how to do it. So keep an eye out on the members only video section, and what you'll see for members only is just like a bumper video that will give you the link for the Patreon stream. We're going to try to do those together. We want to thank Tales of the Sonic Voyage for a kind and generous $5, and for being a super chat, and for being a member. Thanks for both. Stephen, not a demon, just a CIA deep state operative who's not getting his paycheck. You're right. I'm a CIA disinformation officer. I wish I had $1, Tales of the Sonic Voyage, for every time I've been accused of that, because if I'm a CIA member, somebody's forgetting my paycheck. You know what? I ought to call human resources at the CIA live on air and ask them where my checks are. That would be kind of funny. But thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We want to thank all of you who are helping us to keep the show going. And we do that through praising the cash. Thanks to all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support, and helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right. And so we are going to be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Stiff Richard. Hold on one second. I will put, Arden has already put, you can just search Erica Lukes. It's ERICALUKES in the YouTube search bar. But I will go over to the live chat, and I'm going to put it in the live chat. I'm also putting it in the description of the video. So please be sure to support her and Jack. They're doing some pretty incredible work. And just so everybody is aware, I'm acutely aware of this. That kind of investigative work takes so much time and energy. And, to be quite honest, I do some of that myself, but sometimes it takes me months to do the research and those information, whether it's a need to know request, a FOIA request, to get on the record comments from people. It takes so long. Sometimes months doing stuff. And Steve Long is asking if that's a new interview. No, but I was looking for replays, and somebody just happened to send me a message about that interview and how good it was. And I listened to the first 10 minutes of it, and I went, oh, yeah, that was great. So that's one of the replay episodes for this week. But I'm going to be reaching out to Victor and asking for a new interview after that airs. And I hope he's okay with me running that again. But I think that interview, Steve Long, is information dense. It's got so much information about the whole Bob Lazar grift that I thought it would be good to sort of do a replay. And I have put into the live chat, this is the link for Erica Luke's YouTube channel. Please be sure to go over there and subscribe to her. If you like what we do here, you sure to like what they're doing over there. Just don't like it too much. Yeah. Still come back over here, but I'm gonna put it into the description of the video right now, because sometimes I say I'm going to do it, and I'm a bad show host, so I forget to do it. And people messaged me like, "Where's the link? You said you're going to put the link in there." I'm just going to put Erica Luke's YouTube channel. All right, so that is we are good. It is in the description of the video. It's in the live chat. We want to take a moment. I'll take some comments and questions from the live chat before we bounce on out of here. Thanks, Stephen. Thought it was old. Great interview, though. Yeah, I hope you still tune in. I think that was one of the better. It's one of my favorite interviews, because he really dug up some great stuff on Bob Lazar. And one of the reasons I liked it, Steve Long, is because a lot of times, people say, read my blog about Bob Lazar, and it's all stuff that I already know about, but he had new information I'd never seen before. Chris Brings a Sword says, in 1977, I saw a UFO that was silent over Garden Grove, California. It was high definition, like a Ferris wheel sideways with spokes, and light up with yellow and green and white. And I watched it in silence. Well, that's a weird thing. Garden Grove, California, near any military bases? Or yes. Stormcrow says, I'm sure Linda Moulton Howe will lend Steve her shovel. I don't think she'd lend me it. No. Stiff Richard says, dig an about house. You mean an outhouse? I'm going to try to avoid an outhouse at the new cabin. We might have a composting toilet, though. Those are a lot less stinky and gross. Trust me. Steve Long says, yeah, I highly recommend people tune in for Victor's interview, even if they've seen it. Tons of information. Yes, that's one of those very dense information. And is it Stiff Richard, like Richard Doty? I think so. William Runner says, Special Agent Stephen Cambion. Yes, I am. That's right. I'm Special Agent Stephen Cambion, right? Stiff Richard asking for the link. We did pop it in the description of the video. It's in the live chat as well. William Kane says, great show. Yeah. Christ Brings a Sword. Greetings from a far-flung planet, California. I come in peace. I wish you Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now bring forth the figgy pudding. Okay. You can summon UFOs? Great. Show us some. Get a camera. Show us. Just do it every night for the next week, and then send me the results. A lot of people have made claims like that to me. I'm sorry, I'm not a real believer in the people that can claim to summon UFOs. I did investigate a guy who, it turns out, was using people who were releasing balloons, and he would claim that he was summoning alien spaceships. It turned out to be balloons, and we're all aware of Stephen Greer. But yeah, Mark Tirana says, afternoon, everyone. Must be, yeah, you're in a whole different time zone. Aren't you in Australia, is it, Mark? I always forget. I apologize. Too many friends from around the world, right? Dig an outhouse on wheels. That's kind of gross. Yeah. Yeah. So we've done our due diligence for tonight. For those unaware, I will be we'll be doing a little bit more interviews here recently because, to be quite honest with you, I'm getting tired of the grind of doing shows myself. And I always enjoy, especially with great guests like Erica Lukes or Victor Caliero or Steve Long is a good guest. Maybe we'll have him come back. I always enjoy these, it's not really an interview. It's more like just a good conversation, but I get to take all of you guys with me and pick the brains of other people that are similarly afflicted with this UFO and paranormal obsession like me. And I really enjoy some of these conversations. Like I really enjoyed tonight's conversation. And some of those, I know you guys like those shows where I'm just like hammering grifters for 2 hours straight, but those are they get to be taxing after a while, especially try doing that for 3 or 4 times in 1 week. But don't worry, we'll be hammering some grifters this week because boy, did I uncover some great stuff. For those unaware, we've been covering David Wilcock's hovercar scam. That's right, I'm calling it a scam. And there's some new developments in the whole Stavati drama. And not only that, but kind and generous researcher John Spadavecchia was able to locate just a laugh riot of a video that David Wilcock made when he first started making these hovercar claims. And we're going to play that and do commentary and just laugh at this clown David Wilcock because none of this shit that he claimed in that video ever happened. And that company never produced a single airplane or anything. It is a laugh riot. We'll probably be doing that this week. And and I'll also be doing a general update on the UFO circus. There's a lot of little stories, so I'm just going to put together another UFO circus show because let's be clear, that's what it is. It's a circus. John Warner, says Garaji. Yeah, he's another guest I'd like to have come back. And John's interesting in that I would have thought, to be honest with you, Garaji, that I would be like, John, come on. You're listening to this? This is nonsense. But I still like and respect John because John will he digests everything, including all the secret space nonsense. And it's kind of good because he digests it all, so I don't have to. He's a wild and crazy billionaire too. So I like, there's something, I don't know, there's just, call it guilty pleasure, but if you've ever had any like super wealthy weirdo friends, those are my favorite kind of rich people. The ones that are a little out there, and John's certainly a little out there. I call him the wild man of ufology because he's just wild, man. And then I catch him and he's on like a stream talking about reptilian aliens, and then I catch him and he's on these other streams talking to super soldiers, and he's a wild man of UFOs. What's going on with all these ex-CIA coming out now? Yeah, I mean, the CIA and the three-letter agencies have already been infiltrating the world of UFOs for years now, since at least 2016, and they're right out in the open. They used to manipulate the UFO community from behind the scenes, but I guess they figured out that they could do that more effectively by pushing a few of their own into the spotlight to craft different narratives, push different perspectives or whatever, right? Yeah, Christ Brings a Sword says, George Van Tassel described how an anti-gravity time machine works like a planet with its own power source, spin, magnetic, electric field. Yeah, but George Van Tassel was also a grifter who collected money for decades and never proved anything. He collected money for decades, telling people stories like you are describing, and he never proved anything. Built that Integratron, a nice-looking, cool domed building, but guess what it does? Nothing that he said it would do. He said it would cure cancer, be able to teleport people, time travel people. None of that happened, but he did collect money for decades, so there's that, right? Oh, Garaji. John has mentioned more than once he loves your sense of humor. Yeah, we get along okay. And he's a really good guy, Garaji. Do you know what? He almost caused a fist fight in my house, though, because he sent my kids all this astronaut ice cream, and I got 2 boys. And what I didn't know is they liked this astronaut ice cream so much. It was such a novelty for them. It was up in the pantry. We put it on the highest shelf. They were working together, my 2 young boys. The younger one was getting a chair and telling the older one to step on the chair and get the ice cream sandwiches down. And they were having like an ice cream sandwich party. He sent him like a whole bunch of that stuff. He's a good guy. Yeah, well, I'm going to reach out to him because I asked him a few times, Garaji, but I think, he's a CIA guy or something. He's a secret agent, so he didn't want to use regular internet or like Chrome. And StreamYard needs Chrome or Firefox or one of the major browsers to work. But I did just see him on another stream, so I think he's over that. I'll reach out to him. We'll see what we can talk about, right? That thing also had a spinning top. Yeah, but it didn't do anything that George Van Tassel described. He said it would be time travel and teleportation and healing. He could heal cancer with it. They didn't do anything. Yes, he did. He owned a giant airstrip out in the desert. Al Warrior's here. Thanks for being a member. Where is the Men in Black when you need them to expose the fakes? Oh, wait. They are part of it. Yeah, could be. All right. Well, we want to take a moment to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon supporters, you Twitch subscribers, you PayPal pledgers, YouTube channel members, super chatters, red pillars on pill.net. Twitch subscribers. We want to thank all of you. And we want to thank our wonderful guest tonight, Erica Lukes. Links in the description. Please be sure to support our guests here. That's the least we could do since they come here and share their knowledge and experience with us, something that I truly enjoy, and I hope you do too. So go on over there and support them. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I hope that you will be here with me. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambia. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Here's what I want you to do. If the Lord is speaking to you, ushers, bring some baskets down. Just leave them there. I'm not finished. I got one more point to make. This is what I want you to do. Thank you, Miss Marguerite. I brought her because I want you to understand that the work must continue. This is not a plea for money, it's a plea for partnership so that we can be what we're supposed to be. I just need 497 people to say, I'll do 300.